Maybe I should move a bit further away. What if you can't dodge? I'm not going to dodge it. If you say so. A confused Burner was standing 10 meters away from Roland with a runic weapon in hand. The weapon in question had the shape of a rifle with a square-shaped spot cut out where a cylinder would usually be. In there a square cube with various runic symbols was resting and was used instead of ammunition. After the class change and acquiring the upgraded version of the rune compression skill, the runic batteries had become much smaller. The need for Burner to carry a whole backpack as reserve ammunition with him around was not needed anymore. With only a couple of taps with his hammer, he was able to inscribe runic pathways. As long as he didn't let his mana slide below 10%, he would not feel the usual after effects of overusing magic. This opened up a lot of manufacturing possibilities, as he would not need to spend as much time crafting items anymore. While usually higher-tier runesmiths focused on creating level-appropriate gear, there was no reason not to earn some change by going with the factory approach. As long as he had someone else create the required items, putting a tier 2 rune on any weapon wouldn't put a dent in his mana reserves. This would allow him to create items for his store, while still being able to work on other things. Then there was also the contract that he had with Arthur that forced him to put things up at the auction house. There was no need to show his hand yet, before the announcement of his true class was made. He needed to prepare. Today he decided to wrap up most of the tests before moving on to the next phase. Okay boss, here I go. Something wrong. It's not working. Is it now? Try firing at one of the dummies then. Okay. Good, now try it on me again. Just take a few steps back. Roland's assistant finally realized that something was going on. When he took 2 steps back and tried to fire again, the weapon didn't go off. Only when he was about 15 meters away would the weapon activate. The blue bolt of energy traveled in a straight line, but connected with what looked to be a shield made of mana. Good, that's enough. I've got all the data I need now. You can go back. Was that all? Well, if you need any more help with something, just call me over, boss. The two nodded at each other before parting ways. The mana shield that was created wasn't anything new, as he had just inscribed a rune onto a bracelet. The new skill that made runes smaller would allow him to actually put tier 2 runes on smaller items like this. Perhaps if it was leveled up even further, then perhaps even greater runes would be feasible. The Rune Authority skill has a range of around 14 meters, but that's not the tricky part. Today he was wrapping up his testing of the skills that he had gained. The less destructive ones were being measured as his weapon testing facility had almost been destroyed during an earlier event. The Rune Authority allowed him to disable other magical devices. There were a few drawbacks. One of them was the limited range. The second drawback was that he actually needed to know the way the item operated. In this case, where it was a rune that he created himself, it didn't take much brain power. It was like flipping an on and off switch. However, when something he wasn't familiar with was presented to him, it would not work. Before he called Burner over for the ranged test, he performed another one on a magical lamp. It was an old item he got when he was testing his runic Eye of Truth. It wasn't a runic item, but was enchanted through a different magical language. The test was successful, and he was able to disable an item that was created in a different magical language that he was specialized in. Thanks to translating the enchantment into runic and understanding it, he was able to flip the switch off as well. I'm not sure if I should activate the eyes during combat though. It will depend on the complexity of the magical item and how much time I have. He could see himself being able to analyze other enchanted items through the eye skill. Even during combat, it would be a possibility, yet this would not be something easily performed. Roland needed to gain more practice in this field, as he had only now become resistant to the side effects of using this skill. To combine Rune Authority and true runic side in combat, he needed a sparring partner equipped with an enchanted weapon or armor. Only if he wasn't aware of what they were using would it be an actual test. However, there were two problems with this plan. One was the right person for the job, and the other, the enchanted weapon. Should I have Elodia ask one of the kids to go buy one from the dwarves? His relationship with the Union wasn't the greatest to this day. He couldn't just waltz over to one of their shops to buy an enchanted weapon. Neither could Berners or his wife that had been blacklisted from their stores. That left other people whom he would need to ask for favors. The black market was here, and now after the new dungeon was discovered, it would attract more dangerous individuals. Black merchants would probably see this as an opportunity to make a lot of money, and soon congregate in this place. Thanks to his craft, the high prices down there weren't a problem. Some of the weapons were occult in nature or meant for assassination, that usually didn't appear in regular magic smithing shops. If he could gain a blade with such an enchantment and have someone come at him in a controlled way, then it could potentially be a valid testing environment. But who could I ask? Berner doesn't have enough mana to wield an actual magical weapon, neither does his wife that only leaves them. There weren't that many people that he trusted with his business. Of his acquaintances that could perform this task, only a few fit the bill. This was of course the group he went on the gold rank adventurer quest on, or Elodia's siblings. Considering that he didn't trust Armin to keep his mouth shut, that shifted it towards Lobelia. The girl was part of the Thieves Guild as well. Having her use some type of poison dagger wouldn't even be strange. Griselda is an option too, but she could babble in a drunken stupor like that idiot too, and it's better to not show Senna too much. His opinion of that group wasn't made up yet. They had gone through a traumatic adventure, but this didn't mean that they wouldn't toss him to the wolves if things got troublesome. Lobelia was his best choice, as she was aware of a lot more than the others were already. There was no need to make things more complicated than they already were. For the time being, he decided to visit the black market to see if he could find something worthwhile. That is, after he was done with testing all that he wanted to test. The last thing on his agenda was at his old forge. The runic furnace sprung to life even before he entered the room. The basic runic region skill had advanced into its regular variant, and allowed him to control his creations from even further. Perhaps when it was maxed out, then the range would be around 100 meters or even over it, if he added all the stats he was receiving. After gaining the new class, the two truly new skills that could be considered smithing ones were Forge Fire Control and Expert Forging. The latter gave him knowledge of some crafting techniques that he wasn't aware of. Thanks to it, he would be able to always create something of high quality. It seemed like a reward for attaining a higher form of crafting class. It does let me control the flames, but I can already do that by altering the runes and magic output. Is this really it? Roland was somewhat disappointed in this skill. While it would allow him to manipulate the flames inside of a forge or a smelter, it was kind of pointless with the one he had before him. The runic program he infused along with the card system for Berner was already doing the same thing. This gave him a bit more wiggle room for fine-tuning, but would only matter if he worked on a regular furnace without any runes on it. What if I do this? This skill didn't appear during the trial, so he wasn't acquainted with it. The knowledge was implemented into his brain, so that he could use it, and after fiddling around he found another use for it. His resistance to flames was quite advanced, and with the added enhancements to his skin, he decided to give it a go. It does work neat. The flames from the forge heated his call. They swirled towards his palm as if drawn to it, and remained above it in the form of a twister. After drawing his hand back, the orange fire remained burning brightly, while using his own mana as fuel. The first thing that he noticed was that the usage was a bit lower than what he needed to insert into the actual runic furnace. It seemed that this skill had some uses to it, as the flames could be moved around, and even placed on different surfaces for a while. This requires a lot of control. It might take some time to get used to. Roland looked at the orange ball of flames swirling atop his anvil. The heat that it was giving off was highly concentrated on the inside. Normally this would be enough to make the deep steel anvil heat up and start to go red, but the skill kept the heat from escaping into the environment. Then, thanks to his parallel thinking trait, he could focus on crafting while watching over the flames with a secondary mind. After sticking an iron rod into the flames and watching it start to melt, he cancelled the skill. The follow-up test brought another thing to the forefront. He could not activate it from regular flames. Even if he created it from a runic item like his armor's gloves, it would just not activate. It's probably limited to things that are identified as a type of furnace. Will it work at a regular fireplace? Or a campfire then? Normally making a campfire inside of an underground workshop wouldn't be the best idea, but luckily there was a ventilation system here. After gathering some wood and lighting it on fire, he continued with the test. To his surprise, the flames were actually not reacting from the campfire, only when he assembled something that looked like a furnace would the skill activate. Strange limitations. To him, this didn't make any sense, but at this point, he stopped questioning how this strange world worked. Normally the skill should be compatible with any fire source, but it wasn't. Perhaps the world didn't want any magically inclined crafter to use this skill for battle. Otherwise, they could create a concentrated ball of flames from a simple lighter or maybe even a spark. Could I make a miniaturized forge to use this skill? While he had no intention of using this skill for battle, having a portable forge with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Roland still had the intention of going down into the new dungeon and leveling up his class. The monsters on the inside would probably not pose as much of a threat as they did before. He wouldn't even need to use the cannon anymore. Winning with just his battle skills would be possible now. The idea would be to bring a small enough forge that could activate the skill, and then use it to perform rune smithing. It was possible to force the runes into cold metal, but considering that he would be moving on to something much harder, the softening of metal process was a requirement. Even with the increase in stats, the process of cold rune crafting wouldn't be easy. There is a limit to the rapid machine reassembly skill. It probably won't be that easy to use it when I move on to mithril items. I will have to look into this later, but now let's focus on other things. Slowly he moved up to it and placed his hand over the surface. The length of this piece of metal was about 30 centimeters, and the width was 10. The thickness was mostly what he was interested in, as he was slowly attempting to lower the requirements. At the moment it was too thick to be included in his armor, that needed to be made from red mithril. After injecting a bit of his mana into the runic structure, his hand began to sink in. There was no visible change to the block of metal to indicate a spatial pocket. No dark spots, just his hand sinking in, as if through a liquid to grab the item that was hidden inside. Soon he took out an apple that seemed to have survived the first spatial item he created. It somewhat works like a regular bag, but not quite the same. Roland nodded at the apple that he quickly cut apart to see if there was a change to it. There were various item bags with multiple functions. Some even provided a space that wouldn't rot food inside of them, while others didn't. The one he copied was just a simple one that would have the fruit inside age with time. Not enough time had passed since putting it in, but he assumed that this would be the case if it was left there for too long. Regular bags are always working and open. This runic variant requires me to open it with mana. This probably means that it just stores the coordinates to something like a pocket dimension, and when I use it, then the path is open. Even though he was a tier 3 class holder and now capable of producing spatial runes, it was still at the copying stage. Perhaps with more time, he would be able to create a full-blown dimensional bag that wouldn't require a jolt of mana to open. The usage was still a bit high, and wouldn't allow people with lower classes to activate this runic variant. This is still a step in the right direction, and having a spatial bag that can't be opened by anyone else than me isn't bad now. What should I do with it? After placing the sliced in half apple back into the spatial space he created, his eyes glanced at a pile of rocks to the side. They contained a lot of crimson ores, and needed to be processed. Then on the workbench, there was also the old pendant that helped him hide his class. After examining it through his runic eyes, he found out its secrets as well. There were so many items he wanted to create, but not that much time left to go around. In his mind, trouble would be appearing sooner or later, as it always did. Haven't been here in a while. There weren't this many people before. The race has probably already begun here. Roland walked into the large underground chamber filled with hooded figures. The place looked like some occult gathering with how many hoods and robes everyone was wearing. There was almost no one here that wasn't covering their face with something. This was one place where his hidden apparel didn't raise eyebrows as it did in the city. "Hey, what you looking at?" "That's what I thought." A man spat to the side while walking past him beside some of the market stands. It was chuckle-worthy to get a look like this from someone that was barely a Tier 2 class holder. If Roland decided to give him a smack across the face, probably no one would even help this guy out. However, he was not here to cause trouble. Instead of causing a scene, he wanted to buy some enchanted gear for testing purposes. While it was impossible to pinpoint a Tier 3 class holder in a mass of people, it wouldn't be strange if one or two of them had already arrived in Albrook. With the appearance of the B-rank dungeon, some people would arrive to look for money. Some of the less savory types that appeared would see this as a chance to rob some platinum adventurers, or even join them on their adventures. Probably in the future, this would become a much larger marketplace. Even if stronger people arrive, they shouldn't be able to tell who I really am. It's nice to be able to customize this thing for a change. Not even a skilled mage should be able to tell who I am now. Name: William the 50th 180. Classes: T3 War Magus 30 lira, T2 Magic Swordsman 50 lira, T2 Battle Mage 50 lira, T1 Mana Warrior 25 lira. Roland had managed to analyze the pendant that he was lent by his old boss from Adelgard. The old pendant had certain limitations that made the item jumble up his status screen. After identifying the enchantment that was inside and comparing it to weaker ones, he was quickly able to go through the magical mechanisms that made it work. It took a few days of work, but now he could just implement the same effect into his armor. It would never fall off, and he could copy the rune on almost any piece of metal that he was holding. For the time being, he went with the common name of William. The choice of War Magus came due to his fighting style, which allowed people to cast spells and be good with weapons at the same time. It was a somewhat uncommon profession, but known for high combat capabilities, as it mixed in fast casting with melee combat. It was a means of scaring people off, as there weren't many counter tactics when facing a properly experienced War Magus. I could have used this during the gold rank test. They aren't as pedantic about your status screen during the platinum rank test. Now, after gaining his new class, it wouldn't be strange to go get a new rank. Normally, a person expected the test requirements to be even more strenuous than the previous ones, but this wasn't always the case. The first requirement was achieving a Tier 3 class, but identifying it wasn't always required. Instead, one could just choose to have their skill tested by the guild master themselves. This would probably be his fate if he decided to take it in Albrook. Orden was the guild master here and would face him in combat. That is, if it would even come that far, as Tier 3 class holders were already treated as the elite. Due to this fact, it wasn't that hard to gain the new adventurer card. I should get this over with, even though I'm stronger. It's better not to poker the beehive. Soon after glancing around, he noticed a new merchant stand that wasn't there before. It was somewhat eye-catching due to the two muscular bodyguards on the sides. The weapons that were being sold there were the same. They radiated a strange magical aura that he was able to pick up with his mana sense. All of his skills were enhanced, so he could already tell that these were items with curses and hexes placed on them. There were several magical languages in this world. One of them was runic that he used, and the other that was the widest spread was enchantments. However, those two were just the two most known and orthodox of them all. Besides those two, there also existed divine miracles and demonic curses. They were somewhat lumped into the same category, even if the people using them disliked this fact. These magical objects were usually created by priests or occult leaders. They channeled the divine powers given to them by a higher being. Most of the time this was done by religious factions like the Solarian Church or cultists like the Abyssal Cult. In an unknown way, they would infuse weapons or items with their blessings to generate a magical effect. Then there were other various hexes, sometimes produced by other means. Sometimes the craftsmen used strange shamanic rituals that were similar to the ones the demonic priests used. Other times they were done through alchemical means that added magical properties to the material in itself. I wonder if I can really analyze all of them with my eyes. It worked on the healing spells, so, in theory, it should work on the curses and hexes too. If it was up to him, then he would just try to get his hands on all of those items to try and translate the magic into runic language. Buying up cursed items was a thing that could get a person into trouble though. The same thing went for hexes. They usually had some type of effect that could affect the well-being of the user. The demons didn't lend power without taking something in return. One theory was that anyone using a cursed item would have their senses muddled by demonic whispers. Others believed that their soul would be slowly siphoned away into the demonic realm, where the creator ate them up. It'll probably be better if I just get one of the hexes instead. Something like venom should be enough. I haven't really worked on anything like that before. It's a bit more rare than the common poison enchantments you see everywhere. After making his decision, he approached the stand. He started recalling the time when he had been cursed by a dagger stab. The pain that he felt that day would never be forgotten, and he could already see some blades with similar curses. Curved dagger high, deep steel 80%, necrosium 20%, curse of pain common, curse of decay common, short sword high mithril 5%, deep steel 75%, dark steel 20%, poison enchantment common, bleed hex common. His skill to analyze objects had ranked up as well. He was able to see what the weapons were made from. The necrosium metal included in the curved dagger was something that cursed items required. It was a material that mostly went into the hilt to keep the curse from seeping out and afflicting the person wielding it. Dark steel was similar, but it could be used on lesser curses and enchantments. The short sword was a mix of two. Poison was one of the go-to enchantments that the Thieves Guild used. It was something that could be made by regular magic smiths, and even Roland was capable of applying the runic version already. The bleed hex, on the other hand, was something he hadn't come across yet. This effect was known to him. It would dilute a person's blood and cause hemorrhaging of any wound. It would severely diminish the effects of healing potions as well. Whoever made this blade probably had it hexed after the poison enchantment was applied. Potions against poison effects are quite common, but not everyone carries specialized remedies to cure that status. How much is that short sword? 5. You must be joking. Just because we are in the thieves' den, don't think I'll let you rob me. 9. 6. Then, the craftsmanship isn't even that great, and it has been used on something. Look at that chipped spot. 7 and 9 large silvers. The prices here were a lot higher than at regular magic shops. Most of the tools here were tools meant for assassination, that could never be traced back to their original creator. Take it or leave it. Fine. The hooded merchant started angrily shouting, but finally gave the weapon away. Roland managed to reduce the price by around 25%. Luckily, he was a craftsman who could spot all the blemishes and faults in the design, that continued to drive the price down. He wasn't sure if the addition of his articulation skill and charisma added to the reduction, as the merchant here should have been wearing some magical items, preventing such effects from working. The bleed effect will come in handy when fighting humans, but it won't do much against those skeletons. This spell was usually used by assassins, as higher-tier monsters either were resistant to it, or didn't even have blood in the first place. Humans, on the other hand, were very susceptible to this effect, as it was almost impossible to build up resistance. The only way would be to bleed someone constantly, and then heal them up to full health. Perhaps some crazy cults and assassinations guilds went through such means to train their soldiers. Normal people and even regular soldiers did not. The only real counter was enchanted items and potions to counter the effect that cost a lot of money. This should be enough, but it won't hurt if I look over the new merchandise. Think that one stand had strange rocks on them. Maybe I could feed them to an eye, but I don't really want him to turn into a demon monster variant. This was a new merchant, and he wasn't the only one. There were others here waiting to do business, and probably if he wanted something like necrosium, then it would be only sold here. Yet before he advanced further into the black market, a beeping sound inside of his helmet started going off. What? His mind raced as he examined the inside of his display. The beeping sound persisted as he examined the situation unfold. The alert wasn't anything good, and he knew this. With haste, he turned around and started running. He was stuck in the underground black market that was surrounded by a maze-like structure. It would take some time for him to get back, and for some reason, his monitoring system didn't send the signal fast enough for him to react. Nothing good could come of this, and he knew it. Earlier this day, Lieutenant, Sir. What if they resist, sir? Use force if you have to. We must make it clear that this city belongs to Lord Theodore Valerian now. Yes, sir. A group of knights on their horses was treading along a paved path. They could already see the city walls along with the familiar crest of the Valerian household. The knight commander was impatient. They were behind schedule due to the monster attack along the way. He couldn't put his finger on it, but there were some strange things that happened along the way. The orc attack wasn't the strangest one of the monster attacks, but it wasn't the last one. They had a handful of lesser encounters with creatures that shouldn't have been there. It was as if someone had led them there for them to meet. There was even an incident of a collapsed bridge that held them back by half a day, and then part of a narrow path had been collapsed. There were far too many setbacks for this to be a coincidence. Arthur Valerian, or someone working for him, was trying to buy more time. If there was an attempt at stalling, then he needed to be ready for some opposition. Yet he could not see the man that was referred to as the bastard of the Valerian house to pose much of a threat. Even if he managed to procure some tier 3 help, they would just end up on the end of his blade. No hired sword would engage in a battle to the death for a noble. Emerson knew that someone bought through money would never pose a threat to him and his lord. You heard the Lord Commander. Follow me. We will interrogate the guards first. Finally, the group was at the main gate, and when they arrived, everyone went silent. The sight of heavily armored mounted knights was a cause for concern. The common people knew that nothing good would come of involving themselves with nobles. They identified the crest almost instantly. The fear and respect for the family that ruled them for generations were quite real. You there, me, Sir Knight. Oh, of course, Sir Knight. Emerson glanced at one of his knights approaching the soldier at the main gate. The way they instantly put their head down was a testament to how this place was run. If he was at the old city that belonged to Ivan Valerian, then the soldiers would not have been that docile. It was clear that Arthur Valerian was not a true noble. His soldiers were meek and weak. Without a knight commander to infuse them with some bravery and dedication toward their master, they would quickly abandon them. The moment he arrived, it was already over. Emerson could see that the soldiers in this city had no true loyalty towards their own lord. The moment they all realized that he was an actual knight commander, someone with true power, they decided to back away. Even though he brought armored soldiers into the city, they could do nothing more than let him waltz through it and directly head toward the main house. These people would not pose a problem to him or his lord. They were just a bunch of letterless pawns that just adhered to anyone more powerful than them. After Arthur Valerian joined his lord, they would swear their loyalty to their new master instantly. They could not be trusted but had their place inside the war machine. What he was only worried about were the stalling tactics that were used. If he excluded Arthur from being the problem, then perhaps one of the other lords had something to do with it. Each and every one of them had their hidden troops. Skilled assassins wouldn't have problems blowing up a bridge, though due to the fact that the rogue didn't attempt to blow up the bridge while they were passing through it, told him of their inexperience and cowardness. Who could it be? Could Ivan be trying to regain some ground by interfering? Or could it be Tybalt? The First Lord would probably not interfere in such a small matter, but the other two wouldn't be above it. The man thought about the true enemy that he was up against. If there were hidden masters around here, then perhaps this whole place would turn into a bloodbath. His hand gripped the reins harder to quickly push his horse forward. He had been ordered to take this place over, and as one of the new knight commanders, failure was not an option. Before receiving this chance, he was forced to spend his days out on the battlefield. His skill grew exponentially with the years, but that life was filled with hardships. Being allowed to swear himself to a proper duke household was his crown achievement. He would not let this chance slide and do everything in his power to remain in this position for the rest of his life. I see. My lord, you can come in. The door opened up and soon a person dressed in a maid uniform entered. She was quick to push the curtains blocking out the sun to the side. This illuminated the inside of the room and revealed the city lord's face. His gaze was plastered on the round object on the desk. It was clear that the news that he received wasn't the greatest. Before the maid could ask about the issue, he started speaking out. Our backup plan won't be arriving for another day. We might be out of luck this time around. I'm sorry, Lord Arthur. It's all my fault if I had been able to impede them for longer. You did your best. I'm surprised that they made it here this fast. Their leader must be an indifferent individual, but in the future, I'd like you to refrain from using those types of underhanded means. Yes, my lord. A sulking Mary was bowing down before Arthur. Both of them were inside the villa that used to be the mayor's house. Since they had arrived here, the building had gone through a renovation, and finally began looking like a proper home for a noble. With the sunlight shining in through the window to this office, they could see out onto the courtyard. What about him? He said that he doesn't wish to be involved in things related to nobles. That's what I thought. Can't really blame him. He's just an ungrateful coward. I knew we couldn't trust him. It's not like we trusted him to begin with. Our little alliance had a shaky foundation from the beginning. Arthur shrugged while weakly smiling. The person that they were talking about was probably the only one that could help them out in this time of need. They already knew about Lord Commander Emerson the moment he appeared at the city gate. Soon he would make his way over to the villa without them having any proper protection. However, without the Guildmaster's help, this will put me in a bind. Are you going to sign it, Lord Arthur? That depends. The city lord started thinking of the issue he was facing. The hired muscle that was supposed to be here to act as a deterrent wasn't here. Without having any allies in high places, there was no one to ask for help or even for a deal. Other nobles that resided on this island didn't want to have anything to do with the Valyrian house. They did not want to catch the ire of any of the sons of Duke Alexander without getting offered a proper payment. No one in their right mind would provide backing for Arthur, who was the least likely to achieve success. Some didn't even consider him to be part of the race for the Duke title, due to his shaky birth. This meant that the young man would need to work extra hard to even out the playing field. Now, on the other hand, with the rank B dungeon in his territory, he had become a valuable resource that the other brothers would attempt to conquer. What about the other offers? Mary looked at the desk that had some paperwork laid out on it. Theodore Valyrian wasn't the only one attempting to get access to the resources from the new dungeon. He was just the one that was the closest to this location. Even if he was able to handle the knights that arrived in his city today, this wouldn't fix the issue. Arthur was the fifth brother from the line according to age. This didn't mean that he was the youngest, as their father continued to foster more prospects. During this short time span, he received 2 other letters from other siblings that were asking for the same thing. While they couldn't legally force him to sign a contract, there was no one stopping them from being persuasive. Each and everyone that he was going up against had their own hired help. This came in the form of strong adventurers mercenaries, and even more unsavory types. It wouldn't be strange if the knight that arrived today wouldn't leave unless he signed whatever contract he brought along. But will they arrive in time? Arthur clicked his tongue in indignation. There was really nothing that he could see doing to avoid this confrontation. It was as if the world was against him. Perhaps the people that he was trying to pull to his side had already been bought out by his siblings, and it was never meant to be. Without proper protection and time, there was no chance of him ever competing with those brothers of his. They were treated differently. From the start they were given experienced knights as helpers. Their territories were already somewhat established. They just needed to know the basics of managing a fief. Other people were quickly drawn to those places offering money and power. Working for a duke's son and possible heir was a very attractive offer. Soon they were commanding large armies with multiple Tier 3 knight commanders. To Arthur, who wasn't even given a knight of that status, this felt unfair. His brothers were able to just send out a person of such power with leisure, and one of them was now at his doorstep. Normally, if he had gained the loyalty of a knight commander rank person, then no one would be able to bully him out in the open. They wouldn't be as brazen to send a large force like this into his territory without any approval. As it stood now, they were not afraid of any retaliation. They were clearly not afraid of any repercussions that could normally come out of attacking a fellow noble. What's done is done. Perhaps we can talk things over. Our helpers might still make it in time. More importantly, do you have any word of their movements inside the city? Yes, they have been gathering up our associates. They split into several groups, and they are gathering up people associated with us, merchants, business owners, even adventurers. I see, they intend to make a scene. They were gathering up people that were associated with his name. They were probably not in danger of anything and were just there for the spectacle. It seemed that he would be publicly shamed in front of his associates and retainers. Probably after he was forced to sign the contract, the knight commander would force him to make a speech. In it, his brother Theodore's name would certainly be mentioned as how he was the real lord of the city. They really want to make me look like a fool in front of all those people. Are they even going to bring him along? Wayland was smart, so there was no reason to be concerned about this issue. Instead, he was more concerned about the forced speech itself. After making such an announcement, and word spreading, it would be over. In the noble circles, he would become just a henchman for Theodore, his brother. While he didn't care about his name as much as the others, it carried a meaning. No one would associate with him anymore and treat him as a lackey. Regaining his foothold would become impossible. He would probably be forced to accept an overseer inside of the city. This would turn him into nothing more than a puppet. Halt! Identify yourself. HMPH, mere soldiers dare stand in my way. Stand aside if you wish to keep your heads. Make way for the knight commander. Don't you see the crest, you fools? The commotion that was taking place at the entrance gate could be heard by Arthur. The guards that were placed there had been picked and trained in a more proper manner. Even though they knew that the other knights belonged to the Valyrian household, they wouldn't just let them through. Mary, go out there before someone gets killed. Yes, my lord. After the maid left, he gave out a sigh. The people that he was assembling weren't all bad. Some of the soldiers were even loyal. He had given them weapons and a place to stay. The more they were in his service, the more a sense of belonging started blossoming. Yet now, if they saw him capitulate in front of the first real obstacle, everything could be over. Still, he could not let the men just perish. Those knights from his brother's side would make quick work of them. He could hear the shouts thanks to a runic device that had been installed within the gate walls. Wayland had placed other such devices through the whole compound that made communicating a lot easier. Thanks to this, Mary could quickly take hold of the situation without even arriving at the front gate. Would those runic turrets be able to contend with a Tier 3 knight? Knight Commander Emerson waltzed forward while covering his face with the helmet. He reminded Arthur of his associate that also usually didn't reveal his face out in the open. The defensive turrets were installed in a couple of places, and were a potential threat for the unwelcome guests. Yet, the Tier 3 Knight wasn't the only problem, as many other well-equipped soldiers arrived as well. For a moment he contemplated the nuclear option. He could claim that Emerson started it all, but his victory wasn't assured at all. When he thought back to the Lick monster that was able to easily crush the defenses of the man that created these turrets, then he started calming down. The man was a different type of fighter, but the weak magical attacks that these runic machines offered would probably not work. Soon he could see the group entering inside and spreading out into various areas of his temporary home. It was clear that they were trying to take over all the strategic locations. They wanted to assure their victory before anything started. They weren't attacking anyone yet, but were probably ready to turn this place bloody if he didn't comply with whatever they wanted. It might be better to go out there. Perhaps those turrets can act as a deterrent. Arthur smiled at himself as he wasn't sure what he was even thinking about. His face didn't show it, but he was under a lot of stress. Without seeing a way out, he could only think about bluffing. Yet, even he didn't believe that these bluffs would amount to anything. Leaving the city was also not an option, as he had no place to hide. Perhaps if he had a powerful backer, it would be possible to take a break at their villa. Otherwise, his brothers would just announce that he abandoned the city and take it over without him being there. "I wish to speak with your master, maid. Show me the way. Lord Arthur is busy. Have you made an appointment?" Emerson, the leader of the group, arrived in the middle of the courtyard. His gaze fell on the magical instruments that were pointing at his head. The maid that tried to welcome him was mostly ignored as his eyes darted around the compound. It was clear that he was checking for potential threats to his mission. After a few glances, he finally moved his hands toward his helmet, which was then slowly removed to reveal his rather bored expression. "A rogue type. Were you the one?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Mary didn't flinch, but deep inside she was scared. The man had a strange presence that was unique to Tier 3 class holders. Anyone that was below this tier could feel a certain pressure applied to them. It also didn't help that the man before her was quite large and above 2 meters. Together with the full plate armor that he was wearing, he looked like a walking tank. It also didn't help that he was able to ascertain her hidden class through a glance, which was worrisome. "It does not matter. You'll be under supervision soon. The Ravens could use someone like you." "What are you?" "Silence. Where is your master?" "Bring him out. I need to speak to him." Mary gritted her teeth as she realized what the man was doing. Emerson was purposely talking around Arthur's name. This was something that happened when knights didn't respect the noble they were interacting with. Proper etiquette forced them to refer to Arthur by the name of his noble house. Yet it didn't seem that this powerful knight had any willingness to show proper decorum. "What do I owe this pleasure? I didn't think my dear brother Theodore would send such a prestigious knight just to talk to me." While Mary was left wondering about her reply, the doors to the estate swung open. There a handsome young man with long white hair and green eyes appeared before them. His face was all smiles to mask all the worries on the inside. Emerson was sure to look at the man before him. Even though he didn't want to admit it, there was a certain charm that this person was radiating. At first glance, there wasn't really much that made this young man similar to his older brother Theodore Valerian. The two came from separate mothers, and it seemed that the younger one didn't receive much from his father besides the eyes. The gaze, even if mild, reminded him of his own liege, that he had sworn himself to. Then there were those long white locks. It was more than likely that they were lengthy to cover up the blemish on the side. Arthur Valerian was a known half-elf, and his ears showed that fact. There were various types of elves in this world, and to Emerson, the lineage was also unknown. The coloring implied that the mother was a moon elf that were known for their snow-white locks, compared to the golden ones the sun elves possessed. "Lord Arthur, I presume." "How dare why?" "It's fine, Mary. The Knight Commander is probably tired. Why don't you fetch us some tea? How about instead of the stuffy mansion we have this talk out in the garden?" Mary nodded while disliking the fact that the knight wouldn't mention Arthur's full name. She wasn't sure why they were switching to the outside garden area, but considering that the runic turrets were also there, it made some sense. This point didn't go unnoticed, but it didn't seem that Emerson or his knights were perturbed by the magical devices. Perhaps the fact that there was a mage in the midst of this group of soldiers had something to do with it. Within some time they all arrived at a nice garden with something that looked like a large gazebo in the middle. Inside it, there was a large table with chairs around it. The area was designed for holding conversations with other nobles during events or get-togethers. It wasn't suited for large knights like Emerson, which was causing the regular chair to strain under the weight of that bulky armor. Would you prefer black tea or maybe something exotic? If so, Mary here could conjure up one of her special blends. Lord Arthur, you know what I am here for. Let us discuss the issue of the dungeon. Arthur didn't really know what to say to the glaring knight before him. His people were all gathered around the area as well and ready to go into battle. The situation didn't look good, and he didn't know if his silvery tongue could get him out of this situation. Yet before the conversation could really switch toward the dungeon topic, an unforeseen event unfolded before him. Knight Commander. I understand, Commander, but we have been attacked. Not soon after coming to the garden and sitting down, an armored soldier rushed inside. He looked to be out of breath and in a state of distress. Something had happened, and by the conversation, some type of fight had taken place. To his knowledge, there didn't seem that there would be anyone stupid enough to cause a disturbance with Valyrian knights. Either one of his other brothers had arrived to fight for the rights to the dungeon, or someone extremely reckless had appeared. Knight Commander Emerson, you're the leader of these knights, right? Come out, unless you're too scared to face me in a proper duel. To Arthur's surprise, he heard a loud voice that had been probably magically enhanced echo through the entire compound. It belonged to someone that he knew, but the words didn't make any sense. Why was Wayland here, and why was he trying to challenge Emerson to a duel? Previously he ignored his runesmith ally, as he didn't see him being able to help. There was no sense in calling Wayland over, as he made it clear that in a fight between nobles, he would not lift a finger. Now for some reason, he was trying to challenge a Tier 3 knight commander to a duel. It was known to Arthur that Wayland was probably a noble himself. Could he have finally decided to drop the disguise? If he actually did, what could have maddened him enough to go to this extreme? Thank you for your patronage and please come again. Will do. A door opened with a bell sound as a rough-looking adventurer stepped through it. In his hand, he was holding a new magical longsword that he had been saving up for. With it in his hand, he felt like the monsters on the deeper levels wouldn't pose as much of a threat as before. While walking through the forest, he quickly unwrapped it to examine it closer. This is one of the best enchantments I've ever seen. Now those damn salamanders don't stand a chance. Can't wait to see those guys blue with envy. His grin was apparent as he wanted to show this weapon to all of his adventurer friends. Previously their party leader had bought a shield from the same shop, and after seeing it at work, everyone else wanted an item for themselves. Now he was the second person to get it, and he would be sure to rub it in. However, while going through the road out of the shop, he suddenly halted in his tracks. It took a moment for his mind to process a few things, but when it did, with haste he bolted to the side to make way. The weapon he was so eager to use made its way behind his back to hide it from view. In no way did he want to show that he posed any sort of threat to the people that were approaching. That was close, but why is a group of armored knights going to the magic craftsman? They didn't seem to lack equipment. I should probably tell the leader about this. His eyes were filled with fear after seeing the group pass by him. They looked strong and were armed to the teeth. The crest that was imprinted on some of their shields and armor pieces belonged clearly to the Valyrian noble house. The fear of nobility was ingrained in the very being of every commoner. He could not help to step away and hold his head down, even if he did nothing wrong. I hope that store lady will be fine. And there was also that young lass at the entrance. The man quickly started running. There was nothing good that could happen from staying here too long. Even though he felt bad for the people in the shop, there was nothing he could do there. There were some bad rumors concerning some of the knight orders from this household. They weren't a unified faction. There were many Valyrian siblings, and each had their own sub-knight order to do their bidding. He could only hope that the ones that were going for the store were more of the honorable bunch. Hey, did the boss say when he will be back? I need him to look at something. Well, when he comes back, don't worry, I'll send him right over. Haha, Mrs. You're a lifesaver. Hey, stop calling me that. Elodia and Burner were having a little conversation in the store which left her blushing slightly. It's only a matter of time now. I'll head out then. George should be finished by now. Have to keep the boy occupied, or he'll get lazy. Burner laughed while leaving the store through the back door. The day seemed very peaceful, and the weather was fine. After Roland returned from his trial, the workshop was ready for a change. His two half-dwarven workers had been given the task of going through their stock and drawing up some plans for more rooms. This time they would be going even further down, and even installing a contraption that would somehow bring them down to the lower levels automatically. I need to tell Diana to knock some sense into him. Worf. No, Anai, you can't bite him. Woof. Elodia was left with Anai inside the store. The Ruby Wolf usually spent his days around here, and acted as a deterrent against potential shoplifters. The only problem was that he had gotten slightly too large for the inside. That ruby tail of his would sometimes knock wares off the counters, and thus he was relegated to sitting behind the counter without much room to move. It's slow today. Usually there are at least some window shoppers around. It was strange not to see more people at this time of the day. New adventurers were arriving at the city after the dungeon announcement was made and their clientele began to expand. Yet for some reason, there weren't that many people appearing today. Perhaps it was just a slow day or some other event was pulling their customers away. Grrrr. Anai, is something wrong? Elodia looked at the Ruby Wolf that just a moment ago had a silly expression on his face. The tongue that was usually flopping out was exchanged by sharp teeth. It was quite unusual for him to act this way, and by the growling sound, it couldn't be anything good. Could monsters have appeared in the forest? She was a person that spent a big chunk of her life at the Adventurer Guild. It wasn't that strange for stray monsters to wander through these areas. Most of the time they tended to evade large human settlements, or even this reinforced house area. They could somewhat feel the magical energies coming from this place that activated their preservation instincts. This mostly worked on the weaker monsters, but stronger ones would ignore such signs and instead be attracted to the potential prey. Marcy, come inside. Even though Anai could have been reacting to a person, this didn't mean that they weren't in danger. With haste, she walked out from behind the counter to go outside. If something dangerous was there, then the child that was greeting customers was in danger. Even though they had a person from the Adventurer Guild act as a guard there, it was better for to her go inside. Is there something wrong, big sis? Just come into the shop for now. Okay. Marcy didn't really ask many questions as she moved away from the spot she was standing. She was old enough to know when Elodia was being serious. Just as she was going through the door, she noticed Anai moving in closer, which made it harder to squeeze through. The ruby crystals on his mane weren't the softest, and could even cut a person. It was clear to Elodia that something got Anai spooked as he was placing himself in front of her and Marcy. The adventurer that was on guard duty today was not someone that she knew too well. Griselda and the rest of the group that arrived at the city with Roland weren't here today. They had set off to the dungeon to earn some money and get involved with the new part that housed stronger monsters. If something like that appeared, then she needed to get everyone to safety and use the hidden escape route. Roland can't be far away. Elodia thought back to what he had mentioned to her in the past. The area was outfitted with strange magical devices that he called sensors. She had no idea how they worked, but Roland assured her that if something happened he would be able to tell. If a monster was wandering around the forest, then perhaps he was already running back to be of assistance. Is this the place? Yes, Lieutenant. This is where the runesmith lives. Good, move according to the plan we discussed, and be careful. You never know what you can find at a magic user's home. Yes, sir. Finally, they showed themselves. the trouble that arrived was a lot more grave than she expected. It was not a monster but something entirely different and worse. From within the forest, a group of knights emerged. They weren't hiding their conversation, and she was quickly able to pick up the reason that they were here. What do they want with him? Does it have something to do with his noble roots? But that crest, it's the Valyrian one. Could they be Lord Arthur's men? The thoughts raced through her head quickly as she tried to grasp the situation. Her heart started racing as more of the armored men emerged. One person from the group looked a bit different. He was wearing light armor and a robe over it. With the staff he was carrying on his right side, she knew that it was a rare magic user, and not someone that Arthur Valyrian should be able to employ. A conversation that she had with Roland a few days ago popped into her head. Then they discussed the Valyrian household in its entirety. Arthur was only one of the many sons of Duke Alexander Valyrian. There were usually only 4 of the sons that were considered valid heirs. The first one was called Julius Valyrian, the oldest of them all, and the one with the most backing. After him was the second son, Theodore Valyrian, that had his base of operations in a region nearest to Arthur. The third one, Ivan Valyrian, was known for the fiasco during the Abyssal cult outbreak not so long ago. Then the fourth one was Tybalt Valyrian, that had rumors circulating about making some bold moves into Ivan's territory after the blunder was made. Could it be one of them? Roland mentioned that something like this could happen. Elodia was aware of the worth of the Rank B dungeon. It wouldn't be strange if it became an asset for the siblings to fight for. Normally Arthur Valyrian had all the rights to it as it appeared in his territory that was given to him by Duke Alexander. The brothers were supposed to use these given resources to widen their influence and prove themselves. While he had the rights, this didn't mean that he couldn't sign over the rights to one of the siblings, or even work together with them. I need to calm down. If they are with the other nobles, then they are here for one thing. The situation was quite nerve-wracking, but escalating anything wouldn't help. There were more than 15 soldiers here, and some of them looked like professional knights. Even if she didn't want to, there were certain rules that needed to be followed. A knight wasn't truly part of the noble caste, but something in between. Yet one thing was certain, as a commoner she needed to heed their orders. There was no way to know what they could do to her or the people around her. With powerful nobles backing them, the knights here were the law. You there, woman? Yes, can I help you with something, sir, knight? While Elodia was racking her brain for some answers, the leader of the group that they referred to as the lieutenant pointed out to her with his finger. He was wearing a full suit of armor with part of his face sticking out through the visor. There was a certain grin on the man's face as she was replying with a proper bow. The way that he was looking at her was similar to some of the drunk adventurers with ulterior motives. She was not the only one that noticed as Anai's growls became even louder. Wench, quiet your beast down. Why yes, my apologies. One of the armored men shouted out from the side, while putting his hand on the hilt of the sword. Elodia instantly started trying to push Anai back into the shop, to keep him from attacking the overbearing soldiers. If he actually attacked one of them, it would be over. Not even Roland would probably be able to defuse the situation then. As it stood now, they probably wanted to take him in for questioning. He was an official member of Arthur Valyrian's side and in a sense part of the household. There was no reason to fight as everything could be resolved in a peaceful manner. He just gets excited when he sees new people. While trying to laugh it off, Elodia managed to push Anai back into the store. It wouldn't be possible for her to force him in, but the Ruby Wolf was well behaved enough to listen to the order. Soon the door was closed, and both Elodia and the adventurer were left behind with the group of armored men. It was clear to her at a glance that the man would probably not do anything if things got rough, but she couldn't really blame him for it. One wrong move and his life could be over. We came for Wayland the runesmith. Where is he? Is he inside? Our commander doesn't like to be kept waiting. My apologies, but Wayland is out on an errand, but he should be back soon. He isn't here. Are you serious? She wasn't sure what the problem was, but the leader of the group looked annoyed. Ever since arriving at this place, they were all acting strange and looking around. Their gazes also landed on the magical turrets that were pointing in their direction. It was surprising as most people that arrived here had no idea what these magical devices were. Lieutenant, what if the wench is lying? Yeah, what if they just want to buy more time? The commander will be angry if we don't bring the runesmith over in time. That is true. What are you? The group of knights continued to walk forward while talking, they found themselves at the doorstep. Elodia was far too stressed to move out of this spot. She was afraid that if she actually started running, that something could go wrong. In the past she heard about stories where knights abused their power. Some would seek for the faintest excuse to exert force against a commoner. Please stop, why are you doing this? Now that I'm this close, you aren't half bad. Why don't you join me for tonight? Haha, look at him go, he does this in each city. I bet he will get rejected again. The lieutenant towered over Elodia, who was stuck standing in front of the store. The adventurer on the side started backing away as he knew that this didn't look good. The knight grasped her chin between his thumb and index finger, while forcing Elodia to look up to him. Should we be doing this? Won't the runesmith be back soon? Newbie, don't be a stick in the mud. This is the best part of being a knight, just relax. The lieutenant is just being a bit playful. Just keep your eyes peeled at those things. You know what kind of place this is. One of the knights that was standing in the back voiced some concerns about the whole situation. He was shot down by another one from the group and told to just watch. Instead of looking at the woman that was being harassed, his gaze fell toward the runic turrets. Please. Then suddenly the situation escalated further. Elodia's body reacted on its own by trying to push the hand holding her chin. The lieutenant's grinning face contorted into something ugly as he felt the resistance. You dare strike me, a Valyrian knight. You, a worthless whore. I think someone needs to be taught a lesson. Elodia didn't even know when it happened, but a metallic taste entered her mouth as she found herself down on the ground. Her cheek was red, and her head was spinning. The men that were around her were constantly laughing, and the man that initiated the hit was doing the same. Yet this wasn't what started the trouble, as soon after the sound of glass on the side entered her ears. It was followed by a ferocious growl of an angry dire wolf that quickly tossed himself at the man responsible for the injury to her cheek. And I know. She could only look in horror at the armored men going for their weapons and shields. The magical devices that were meant to protect her and the hose began glowing as the battle that she was hoping to avoid unfolded before her, and there was nothing that she could do to stop it now. The man in the most expensive-looking armor shouted out at the group of knights. A red wolf composed of a type of organic rubies just appeared from within the shop. Its growls were ferocious, but the men that were gathered here weren't fighting monsters for the first time. This was all something that they had gone through. The drills they performed at the training camp for such an occasion were ingrained in their very being by now. No, stop. What are you doing? It's going to use magic, get ready. Just like the knight leader mentioned, the beast opened up its toothy mouth to release a surge of magical flames. At the same time, two red orbs started circling around a horn that stood erect on the wolf's forehead. It was a combination of two skills. While the breath was a wide area attack meant to distract, the real problem was the two floating spheres. First came the surge of flames, just like the knight lieutenant foresaw. It was easily deflected by the magical shields that the men had with them. The moment the flames collided with them, a chilling light was produced. All of the magical fire was pushed to the side, without causing any harm or discomfort to the men standing there. Then, just like the knights assumed, the magical orbs were initiated. As the flames were surging forward to create a screen of flames, the two orbs shot out. One was aimed for the leader of the knights, while the other to another important target, the magician that was standing behind the wall of knights. A strange spinning motion was applied to these orbs, that at the enhanced speed, looked like some kind of drill. This peculiar spell was not something even the mage that was there had ever seen before. The opponent that they were facing was a ruby dire wolf, a rare magical monster that sometimes appeared in volcanic dungeons. Its size was a bit larger than the variants the knights were prepared for, but even with this change, they were confident in their victory. It was the same for the lieutenant. Before the red orb could collide with his head, he was assisted by a few other soldiers. They all came prepared before this battle. The creature they were facing off against was known to them, and even a few surprises wouldn't be a problem. Ice Field. After the initial attack of the monster failed, the mage was able to complete casting his spell. The area around them, with the center being in front of the magical store, filled out with icicles. It was known to everyone that beasts with a fire elemental alignment were susceptible to water and frozen energies. Turning the whole place into a frozen zone covered in ice would give them the edge to win. Take heed, the monster is faltering, but it isn't the only enemy. Even though the ruby wolf failed to produce much damage, and they were able to push it back with the ice spell, it had some help. The magical contraptions that were on top of the walls activated soon after, and the knights knew it. Everything was playing out as their strategist informed them. Their group had an intelligence agency that went through this region before. They noted down all the important points about the area, and the runesmith's home was one of them. Before arriving here, they were prepared to fight a magical craftsman. The traps that he liked to use, along with the turrets that could fire bolts of energy, were a known fact. All of their equipment was prepared to counter the Tier 2 spells that were being produced here. Their shields were capable of bouncing the energy bolts back with ease, and while the turrets were focusing fire at the knights that were holding them, the other ones utilized their own ranged means. You're not the only ones with magical equipment, use it now. Throwable magical bombs were part of their preparations. They were quickly thrown at the two turrets that were firing blue bolts of energy at them. Even though a magical shield blocked the first few ones, it wouldn't take long for them to get through. Magic was a strong means of combat, but even it had its faults. The knights reacted to the order by throwing strange pouches into the air. When they connected with the magical shields of the runic turrets, there was a reaction. The blue light started flickering before soon shattering into particles of blue light. Right after the magical bombs were used again, this time around there was no resistance. The devices that were effective against the swarms of skeletons exploded into chunks of metal. This silvery dust seeped into the turrets and interfered with the mana traces. It was a special alchemical creation that would disperse mana. Magical devices like the runic turrets were capable weapons, but if there was a disturbance in the mana inside, they would not be capable to function correctly. Soon enough, all of the defensive turrets were shattered, and they could continue focusing on the crimson monster. Push it back with your shields. The alchemical powder will work on the monster too. Watch out for the golems. The powder only affected objects and people that it came in contact with, so their spellcaster was safe from its influence. Only thanks to the number advantage were they able to escape from getting their throats ripped out by those sharp teeth. Ice prison. Soon all the pesky magical contraptions were turned to scrap metal, and the knights were able to focus on the monster. The spell that was activated encased the wolf's hind legs in ice, which also gave the soldiers enough time to use their last tactical advantage. Use the net. A large net was tossed over their enemy's large form. Even though it was able to quickly rip its legs out of the trap, it couldn't get out in time. The moment the net was introduced into the equation, the battle was over. Even when the creature tried to bite through it or burn through it, it was impossible. It was a special trap that worked against magical monsters, and would disrupt their mana flow, just like the alchemical dust. It also weakened the monsters in different ways, and with so many knights there to hold it down, the fight was over. Kill it. No. A woman's cry could be heard by all of the men, but they didn't pay attention to her pleas. Their spears and longswords made their way through the open parts of the net to finally draw blood. Even when their opponents started whining like a scared dog, they continued to plunge into their weapons. They were all trained in hunting monsters, and knew that at any moment it could be their life on the line. Only when the monster stopped moving could they be assured of their safety. What do you think you're doing? Get of him. Yet before the killing blow could be dealt, a beam of light shot out toward one of the knights. It came as a surprise and right through his shoulder. The man recoiled in pain and was quick to use his good arm to shield himself. This magical blast came from the side of the magical store. The assailant was quickly identified as a dwarf-looking person with a strange magical weapon in his hand. It was clear that it was this device that produced the attack, as several other shots were released from it. The knights that let their guard down for a moment were forced to abandon the injured creature in the middle, to take shelter behind their magical shields. The man above seemed to be enraged and shooting without any sense. Cease this instant. You are attacking the Valyrian knights. If you don't stop, all of you will be detained. What's going on? Knights, why are you attacking an eye? I don't have to explain myself to a commoner. You are in violation of the law of this land. If you don't want to rot in the dungeon along with your family for the rest of your life, then stand down. The lieutenant was quick to identify the attacker. It was not the runesmith, as his appearance didn't fit what they were given. Instead, it was probably the other worker that was mentioned in the papers. He was aware of how commoners were. If he threatened them with the law and jail time, they were quick to cower in fear. Bringing in their family into the picture was just icing on the cake. Miss Elodia, what should I do? Where is the boss? I don't know, Bernard. What if they hurt the children? That's it. Stay there and it will all be over soon. If you even dare to move, I will all arrest you in the name of Theodore Valyrian. This I promise you. T. the Duke's son. The same. He could see the confusion in the red-haired man's eyes. His hands began shaking as he was not able to go against the ingrained fear of the nobles. No one could go against the nobles' personal army. If they did, then it would be all over. They would be branded as criminals, and this was the same for their family members. This has gone on for long enough. You will all come with us. Put down your magical weapon and get down here unless you wish to be branded as a criminal. The man started shouting while looking up at the half-dwarven man. The weapon he was holding seemed quite dangerous if it was able to go right through one of the knight armors. What will you do to him? The beast. Don't concern yourself with its fate, and don't test my patience. The knight lieutenant looked to the mage on the side that nodded. While they were arguing, another spell had been finished casting. The red-haired man was clearly not a competent fighter, nor was he paying enough attention. It was quite easy to let their mage silently cast a binding spell that produced a mass of vines to entangle him into place. Arg, what? Idiot! Beasts that attack the Valyrian knights deserve their fate. Don't think that we will be lenient with you either. You shall be tried for the crime of injuring a knight. Before he could figure out what was the right choice, a large number of green vines shot out from the stone floor Burner was standing on. The gun that he was holding on to shot a magical beam up towards the sky, before it was wrapped close to his body. Now that he was disabled, the last form of resistance at this place was eradicated. What a mess. The knight lieutenant looked at his group of knights that had gone through the battle. One person had a big hole in his shoulder, while the others had many scratches and nicks. He was maddened by the fact that this place and the dire wolf had given them this much trouble. The runesmith wasn't even here, and they had already lost this much time. The knight commander would certainly punish him for this. Damn monster. With a longsword in his hand, he approached the one that was the cause of this mess. The red wolf was still under the net. Even though his body was riddled with holes from getting stabbed, it continued to resist. At least it could give him some experience for all this trouble. The final blow would be delivered by him. Hold it down. Yes, sir. In his eyes, this was what the monster deserved. It had attacked them first with no proper justification. Hitting the woman that was annoying was not something that he was even concerned about anyway. After killing this thing, he would just drag her and the dwarf-looking man to the meeting point. This runesmith that he was trying to get wasn't worth the trouble. Judging by the info that he was given, if they took the woman and the other blacksmith with them, the runesmith would come to meet them. Leaving a few knights behind would be probably enough, as they didn't have the time to waste here. Thus he approached the injured creature. Even at the moment of its death, it looked ferocious. Perhaps if the net wasn't holding it back, the monster would even try to plunge itself in his direction. The teeth were still there, but they were now covered in blood, along with the rest of its body. Even if he didn't deliver the last hit, the monster would probably bleed out in a few minutes. Leaving the experience out on the table would be a waste. If he delivered the last hit, a little bonus was waiting for him. The sword in his hand started glowing as he took aim at the wolf monster's head. It was a simple stabbing skill that he had practiced to a perfect form. He took aim for its head. There was no way of dodging his skill after it was activated. The speed and power would be tremendously enhanced. His hand turned blurry as the sword flew forward. Blood splattered everywhere as the skill was concluded. The sound of flesh being sliced apart was quite audible and hard to listen to. Burner, along with Elodia, could barely force themselves to open their eyes as they saw blood splashing everywhere. Yet to their surprise, the arc of gory liquid was not coming from who they thought it would. Instead, the Knight Lieutenant's whole arm all the way from the shoulder was flying through the air. This bloody appendage, along with the sword it was clinging to, just flew to the side, while the man it belonged to cried out in pain. They couldn't really tell where the attack came from. Their eyes were incapable of seeing it. However, in their minds, there was only one person capable and daring to attack a Valyrian knight. Soon enough they could see the surprised knights looking up towards a strange orb of concentrated mana. This glowing sphere quickly exploded into many tiny strings of light that each flew at the armored men. They were quick to jump back with their shields raised to protect themselves. Even the man that lost his whole arm along with his shoulder was quick to retreat at the sight of the sudden explosion of magical energy. The whole place was turned upside down by the sudden mass of explosions that was somehow focused around the injured creature. A cloud of dust from all the attacks quickly formed in the area as the group of knights attempted to get a grasp of their enemy's location. Defend the lieutenant. Arg! Hide behind the shields. Their screams could be heard from within the dirt cloud that was constantly increasing in size. Only after the magical sphere in the air dispersed could they grasp the situation, as their new enemy had shown himself willingly. He was there, right in the middle where the dire wolf was bleeding out. Without saying anything, he was just glancing at the whimpering monster that for a moment looked to be at peace. How could this have happened? Why was Anai dying on the ground in a pool of his own blood? And why were these knights here? These questions he was asking himself while looking down at his canine friend. He could not understand how a situation like this arose. There was no reason for a noble to attack his home. Roland was aware of all of Arthur's brothers, Theodore Valyrian included. It wasn't strange for these men to arrive in this city. It was something that he actually expected. The thing that he didn't expect was that they would actually attack his home and hurt the people living there. Anai was certainly not at fault here. He would not attack anyone without being provoked. It's okay, I'm here. The knights that were around him were still a problem, but there were more important things to worry about. Anai didn't look good. He had multiple stab wounds all over his body. His hide was quite thick, and the added protection from the rubies allowed him to live to this point, but it was already a miracle that he had managed to stay awake for this long. The net that was on top of his body was also strange, as he could feel the metal having a peculiar mana-affecting quality to it. He quickly kneeled down to grab it. Only thanks to being a Tier 3 class holder with advanced mana was he able to counteract the effect. Without waiting, he quickly used all of his power to tear through the metallic structure of this net, to free Anai from within it. The people continued to shout something at him, but they were not important. This net that he tore through explained a lot. His entire compound was outfitted with sensors that would inform him about any danger arriving at his home. The people that came here were capable of disrupting mana to some extent. Only after they arrived at his doorstep, where there were more sensors, was the alarm triggered. This caused him to arrive late from the black market where he had to run back from. Even the potions that he was pouring on Anai's wounds didn't seem to be working fast enough. The situation was really dire. Elodia, there should be an elixir in the safe. Please bring it over here. But what about the... I'll go get it. Elodia finally ran up to Roland's side after being able to process the situation. She quickly pushed the door open and ran through the shop to get the magical concoction to Anai. This didn't sit well with the knights that were outside. Their leader had been hit by one of Roland's spells and lost his arm in the process. Seemingly a commoner had injured a noble knight in a scuffle. This was not something that would go down well with a group like this. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. While he was standing up with Anai in his arms, The enraged knight lieutenant started shouting. He was grasping the stump of his right arm that had become dislodged from his body. There were still a lot of his men capable of fighting, as his initial attack was not meant to eradicate them. It was a hastily produced solution to the problem of his tamed beast dying. Most of them were still standing and ready for round 2. In their eyes, he was still only a magical craftsman that had probably used one of his many tricks. Don't think that I have forgotten about you, just wait here. Roland could see that all of his spider drones and magical turrets had been destroyed. Yet this was not the end for them. With the help of his skill, he could activate them all again. The knights that were already charging forward noticed a strange semi-transparent burst of electricity shooting out from the center where he was standing. The knights were clearly confused about all the flying metallic parts combining back into their previous forms. Even when trying to interfere with the mana-interfering powder, it didn't seem to work. All of the golems that numbered 3 had been restored and the turrets as well. This wasn't all though, as their bodies were constantly giving out a glow from within the runes. All of the traces and runic symbols were visible to the naked eye, and soon enough the knights would realize that the automatons that they were facing were a lot tougher than before. Roland, with his area of effect skill, was able to use all of his runic enhancement skills on all golems and turrets. Even though this would cause the runes to deteriorate, he could quickly mend them back to health. As long as he had mana to spare, the magical machines that he created could be put back into a working state. Arg! What are you doing? Block the attacks. The mana. It's not getting dispersed fully, our shields can't take it. The sounds of the men shouting outside were muffled by the door of the shop closing behind him. Anai was still the priority here. His secondary minds were controlling the golems and turrets outside, so that his main one could focus on the problem here. His HP, it's still going down even after I gave them all those high-quality potions. Roland was Anai's master, which allowed him to see his status screen in more detail. His health points along with his stamina were dropping below critical levels. While this world was like a game, there were a few differences. A person could not actually survive with 1 point of health left on their bar. It was similar to him getting headaches whenever his mana points dropped below a certain point. Name: Anai. Mystical ruby, dire wolf, organ failure, broken bones, bleeding, mana exhaustion, poisoned. There were a few persisting statuses that kept him from healing. One of them was familiar, as he had just bought a weapon with the same effect. The weapons the knights were using seemed to have been specifically meant to kill beings with high vitality. Monsters tended to be able to last through a lot more punishment than humans, even if their vitality stats were similar. They usually had some sort of healing factor, but with the bleeding status and multiple organs failing, this passive skill would become overloaded. After placing Anai down on the floor of his runic shop, Elodia finally showed up with the high-quality elixir. In actuality, Roland wasn't sure if this would work. The concoction wasn't really made for monsters or animals. It was a holy elixir from the Sun Church that was capable of alleviating many of the status effects Anai was under. It's okay, everything is going to be okay. Elodia placed her hand on Anai's head and started stroking his rubified mane. Even though her hand became bloody instantly, he continued to pet the wolf that she grew to love. Roland quickly poured part of the elixir into Anai's mouth, and then the rest onto some of the larger wounds, until it was all gone. It's working. No, something is wrong. The glow is fading, the wounds aren't closing. Roland shook his head while glancing at the hole-riddled ruby wolf. The wounds that were just about to shut themselves didn't fully close. Even though the bleeding effect had vanished along with some of the others, he had just lost too much blood. No, I'll get more potions. If a high-grade elixir didn't work, then there was nothing much he could do. Even though he didn't show it on the outside, inside his mind was racing. Memories of the strange egg that he found in the dungeon came rushing in. The strange puppy that appeared in his bathtub and his first thoughts of selling it off to a proper tamer were all there. The many times he visited the dungeon in Anai's company, and the close calls that both of them had. His first real companion that he grew a bond with was dying, and he couldn't do anything about it. Would Anai just die here in his arms without him being capable of doing anything? No, there is a way. I won't let you die. His hand hit the wooden floor and went through it like cardboard. Soon he realized there was a possibility of saving Anai. There were holy spells that were capable of even regenerating limbs that were severed, and bringing people back from the dead. If I can generate enough divine energy, then it might be possible. There was a problem with Roland's plan. He lacked divine crystals from the church. All the ones that he had were destroyed during the Lick attack. Due to the stock being extremely low afterward, he was incapable of getting any replacements, and didn't push hard enough to get any. Even if he had one or two, they would probably not have enough divine energy inside for this to work. However, not everything was lost. There was still another way. What are you doing, Elodia? Give me some space. This might be dangerous. When Elodia returned with more potions, she saw a strange scene. Roland had placed multiple runic daggers and swords around Anai, who was at death's door. She wasn't sure what he was doing, but the runes on the blades were constantly shifting into something else. It was as if he was constructing a new runic device before her eyes. Arcs of magical energy started shooting between all of these magical objects, which caused her to finally back off. A spectacle of unprecedented proportions started taking shape. The runic weapons that were shooting arcs that looked like blue lightning bolts started changing color. From a pale blue, they were transformed to white, and then began to shift to a yellowish tint. All of this energy was concentrated on the injured canine in the middle, whose body started getting bombarded by this energy. Roland gritted his teeth while bleeding from his nose. The amount of concentration that was required for this feat was truly tremendous. He was unable to keep control over the runic turrets and golems that were fighting outside, but that didn't matter. The only thing that was important was to save his first friend. Soon the entire place was bathed in deep gold. The knights outside could see all of the windows shattering, while the light escaped through all the cracks. A massive explosion of holy energy rocked the whole place, and caused everyone to be pushed to the side. The massive surge of energy persisted for a good 10 seconds, while enraged shouting was heard from the inside. There was no response to the treatment. The wolf continued to lay there without moving or reacting. His body had been healed by the divine healing energy, but something was wrong. Yet he did not give up. His hand was placed on Anai's chest. The armor plating on his gauntlet was already falling off, but with the help of his skill, it was instantly restored. Quickly after, blue arcs of electricity flew forward as he injected it into his body. Anai's body jolted from the shock but remained without motion just like before. Roland wasn't sure what he was doing. He was not a doctor, but at this point, he was willing to try everything. Considering that Anai was a monster with high vitality, he decided to increase the output. The second and third jolts were a lot stronger than the previous ones. They caused the wolf's body to twitch, and finally, something happened. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat. It was there. He could hear it. Anai's heart beating. The status screen that for a moment had gone gray returned. His health pool started shooting back up, and now with all of his internal organs mended, it would not fall down again. The life that had almost slipped out from between his fingers was slowly returning. Roland recalled the moment that he was finishing the divine rune. Anai's HP had clearly gone below 0, and his name on the status screen had become grayed out. Due to this fact, Roland found himself overloading his healing rune, in hopes of somehow going beyond regular healing. The entire inside of the store had been blasted into smithereens in the process. Even Elodia needed to hide behind the counter to not get injured. He is weak, but it should be fine now. Elodia removed herself from behind the counter. The floor had been destroyed, and all of the runic equipment that he used had melted. This made it hard for her to approach the lying Ruby Wolf, but only after getting closer and noticing the faint breathing motions of his chest was her heart at peace. Thank the gods, but what about them? Don't worry, stay here. I'll take care of it. What are you going to do? They are the men of Theodore Valerian. Yes, I know it doesn't change anything. Please just stay here with Anai. This won't take long. She wasn't sure what to say. The expression on Roland's face was strange. It was not something familiar to her. His gaze was cold, extremely cold. She was not sure what he was about to do. When looking at Anai, who had barely come out of this alive, it was hard to stop him. They had crossed the line, and deep down inside, she also wanted them to pay for it. Okay, be careful. MHM. Roland nodded while slowly walking outside where the knights were finishing up his golems and turrets. After he changed his focus on the divine rune, they made quick work of the damaged automatons. The door outside was holding on to the upper hinge, but after a little tap from him, it flew outside. Ha! I'm the bastard. When he arrived outside, he saw 15 knights that had managed to survive through his turrets and golems. After what the Lich had done to this place, he didn't have enough time to recreate it all. His focus on attaining the Tier 3 class had lessened the defenses of his home, and he was already blaming himself for that. Yet he was not really the one that had chosen to strike first. It was their fault, and he finally came to a realization. Yes, you are the bastards. There will always be people like you, hiding behind a veil of righteousness or aristocracy. I bet you still think that you were right. There is only one way for people like you to go away. I see you must be still delirious from losing that arm. Otherwise you probably would have fled by now. What are you? For a moment Roland stopped carrying. He would have perhaps not even pursued the soldiers if they chose to flee. Yet the knight leader decided to remain here. The mage behind him was already preparing to cast a spell. The other soldiers were also in formation, and even those pouches with powder were already heading his way. However, all of them had not yet realized the discrepancy between their levels. They still considered him only a high-level Tier 2 class holder. A simple barrier of mana appeared around his body. It spread in all directions to deflect all of the powder that interfered with mana before it could even be utilized. The follow-up flame blast spell that flew in his direction was unable to pierce through it, and instead rebounded against the knights. Some of them were sent flying back by the blast, while others lasted through it with minor injuries. He did not really care about the minions, as the person that caused the most harm was still very lively. It was quite commendable for him to be able to stand up with such an injury. He had probably drunk some type of elixir, but it would take a higher-ranked one for the whole arm to grow back. If you aren't willing to show any remorse, then why should I? The knight lieutenant found himself flying through the air. A mass of blue light gathered around his neck and pulled him back. It had a faint appearance of a hand, but he couldn't really tell. Something was pulling him back through the air, and like a ragdoll, he flew towards the man responsible. There was not much he could do, nor did he have any strength left to react. The last thing he saw was a large fist flying at his face before everything went dark. Only the other knights around the area could see what really happened. The scene was truly gruesome as their leader was pulled back only to receive a haymaker to the face. The moment the fist collided with his face, it was instantly crushed. Even though he was wearing a helmet, his entire head was dislodged from the rest of his body, along with parts of his spine. It flew far and wide in a nice arc, and lodged itself into one of the nearby trees, without them being able to move a muscle. At this point, they finally realized the man that they were fighting against was not what they thought he was. Their fate looked grim, and their knight commander that could contend with this person was not here. They could only slowly turn their heads from the crushed head to the man's bloodied fist, and hope that there was still some reason left in him. The lieutenant he killed him. What should we do? The group of armored knights looked at the embedded head in the tree next to them. Just a moment ago their leader's head went flying into it after getting punched. They could not process this feat, as no one had expected this much resistance coming from this place. Their spy network had never failed them before, and had been ill-informed about this man's power. It was becoming clear to them that he was not just a simple Tier 2 runesmith, but something else entirely. Hold your ground. We are knights of the Valyrian household. As long as we have the Knight Commander with us, we will be victorious. We must not waver as our cause is just. One of the older knights stepped forward to take over the situation. It seemed that he was next in line, and now had become their leader. Yet just as he was shouting at the remaining men here, his body was yanked forward. It flew at the man that had killed their lieutenant with one strike to the head. You guys really like to prattle on. Do you actually think that you are the ones in the right? You unhand me. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? We represent the Valyrian household. Your deeds will not go unpunished. My deeds? Do you even realize what you did? The man was floating up in the air while being held up by something that looked like a blue haze. These knights did not have the mana sense to see the spell used. The only one that was able to grasp the whole situation was the mage in the back. Even while the other knights were getting pumped up to give it another try against their opponent, he didn't want to do anything but run. His mana sense allowed him to see the difference in power. No one could really see the true magnitude of the man before them, but he could somewhat compare it to other mages or monsters. It was apparent that this person was a Tier 3 class holder, and not someone that had just reached that point. Their mana was just too massive and comparable to mages well over level 200. This was something he could measure by the simple mage hand spell the man was using. The spell was something even a level 1 mage was capable of casting. It wasn't really a spell used for combat as it was usually sluggish, and the focus was more on precise hand movements than speed or power. He vividly remembered how this mage's hand grabbed their lieutenant, who was someone close to reaching level 150. The man was close to reaching his own class change, yet in a matter of seconds his head was flying from his body. This was not someone that they could face on their own, only their commander could do anything. The mage was certain that there had been some type of deception afoot. It was hard to believe that their spies would make such a blunder. If they knew that a Tier 3 class holder was holding out here, then their commander would be here to meet him instead. In the mage's eyes, this person was probably hiding their real status through magical means for years. They had attacked such a person without any knowledge, and there was probably only one way of getting out of this alive. The man before them was still only a commoner, just on the level of a platinum adventurer. Thanks to his class being related to a mage, the man here knew that their intelligence and reasoning should be above average. If he could just point out the downsides of the acts he was performing, the situation could be saved. He needed to act fast though. The second in command was about to get himself choked to death by the mage's hand spell, and the other knights would do a disservice to themselves if they attempted to save him by forceful means. Please wait. Stop. You want me to wait? I'm not the one that started this. Yes, please think about the repercussions of your actions. Do you truly wish to make enemies of the Valyrian household? If you kill all of us here, you will be branded as a criminal. A criminal. Huh. The mage nodded as he could see the man's resolve wavering. It was impossible to go against the nobles, and this problem was magnified when a duke was involved. There was no way that this man here wouldn't know the consequences. It was hard to see his facial expression as it was buried under a hood, but his words seemed to have calmed the situation down. Now they just needed to retreat, and their commander would make short work of this man for them. You make a good point, but let me ask you a question then. Ah, yes. What's the punishment for destroying a knight's property and attacking his family members on the said property? Huh, a knight's. That would be why you don't mean. Roland remained silent for a moment while thinking. Only now did he have some time to cool off after almost losing an eye. The man that was responsible was already dead, but these people that were here were not devoid of any responsibility. They all had participated in the attack, and did not blink twice before following his orders. While he knew that these people weren't entirely at fault, after going through the Tier 3 trial, he became aware of the layers of indoctrination needed to build up a reasonable army. It started at the Knight Academy, and following orders had been drilled into their very core. This mage is right. I've already become a criminal by killing that guy. It won't even matter if I try to explain myself. Before he could choke the other knight to death with his mage hand spell, the other person started talking. After killing the first person, his rage had gone down slightly and was steadily decreasing during the conversation. While he had become stronger, this strength would do him no good against a noble household. There were a few options that he could go with. One of them was murdering everyone here, and then making a run for it. Escaping into another country was feasible if he was able to gain access to a ship and get off this island. It might have even been possible for him to take all the blame, which would save both Elodia and Burner from being taken in. Roland at least felt somewhat confident in his own skills for such a plan to work. There was even that woman that he had connections with that would probably smuggle him out of here. This was one option, but there were others. One of them would keep him here, while giving validity to his acts. There was another way of getting out of this mess alive without any need of moving away from Albrook. However, if he decided to take this path, he would be constraining his own life considerably. Treading it would put him out into the public eye a lot more than now. It could potentially also alert his father to his presence. That is, if he actually revealed his true noble name, which wasn't truly necessary for this to work. A decision needed to be made, and it had to be now. There was no time to think everything over anymore. This was something that he managed to avoid for more than 10 years of escaping from his old home. Yet if he didn't make this decision, then his life in this place would probably be over. Knights from the side of the Duke's son would probably come for him. There was no such thing as a justifiable cause for a commoner to kill a knight, even less if this knight was related to a prominent noble house. The Valyrians were known for not tolerating any pushback from their citizens, and Arthur would not be able to save him from this. There was just one possible route that he could take without giving out his last name to these people. This route would bind him to Arthur's fate at least until a proper heir for their Duke house was named. It would give him a reason for killing this lieutenant though, and also allow him to stay in this place where he built up his life. Perhaps if it was the old Roland from before, he would have been inclined to take the easier route out. Running away had always allowed him to survive, and building up a new base of operations with his current skills wouldn't be that hard. Perhaps after things had calmed down a bit, he would even be able to revisit this place again. No, this was not the way for him anymore. After spending over a year battling with wooden men, he realized that sometimes the best defense was a strong offense. If he didn't take things into his own hands here, then he would lose everything that he already built up. He was tired of constantly being taken advantage of by people he did not respect. If he didn't put his foot down here, then nothing would ever change. At another time a similar situation would arise, and perhaps then he would not be there to save his friends and loved ones. It was important to show people that they could not take advantage of him anymore. For this reason, he needed to make an example of someone like Knight Commander Emerson. It was still possible for him to talk it through with that man and make him leave. This was not the issue. The real problem would come from what happened next. Without showing that he couldn't be messed with, there probably wouldn't be much of a change. It wouldn't even be strange if another group from one of the Valyrian Sun's sides appeared a week later. We didn't know. Please be reasonable, we all belong on the same side. What does he mean? The mage realized it sooner before anyone else here did. It was an easy conclusion he came to after exchanging a few words. There was only one way Roland had an excuse for killing the lieutenant, and that was if he was either a noble or a knight. While revealing his actual name was still a possibility, he decided to go with a different approach. It was a known fact that Alexander Valyrian was forcing his sons to compete for the title. Each of them was given land to manage through which they were meant to show their skills. Even someone like Arthur, that was not seen as a proper candidate, still adhered to the same rules. Roland's ticket out of this mess was one edict in particular. The heir candidates were able to appoint knights for themselves. Usually, this act was carried out by proper nobles, but a duke household was at the apex and had some wiggle room. The father allowed his sons to appoint a head knight. That didn't even need to be from a line of nobility or from an academy. Each of the brothers had already appointed such a person many years ago. They were even given strong men to fill that role eventually. Arthur, on the other hand, was unable to appoint such a person, as they needed to be a Tier 3 class holder to even qualify. There was also no one really willing to take the spot, as they could be pitted against other knights and lose their lives. Roland's relationship with Arthur was mostly neutral. From his standpoint, giving up ownership of this city was not a big deal. His life wouldn't have been affected by a leadership change, he would just have to make gear for a different person. Now on the other hand, one of those potential bosses pointed a blade at his family. This was not something that he could look past anymore. He means that you should probably run and tell your commander that I'll see him soon. The man in his grasp who previously was trying to intimidate him with his status, found himself with a crooked neck. His body was tossed to the side while a spell headed his way. The mage that was trying to reason with him a second ago was already turning around to run. It was clear that this man knew what was going on, and had no loyalty to the knights here. His body was becoming enhanced with various spell effects to probably make his escape faster, but not as Roland cared for this. His aim was not really to eradicate everyone here. It was actually better if some of these men survived the scuffle. He needed rumors of his ruthlessness to spread, so that everyone would think twice before doing something like this ever again. Everyone quickly realized that they would be unable to reason through this situation. Roland also saw that some of the knights were still quite young. One, in particular, was barely above level 60, and probably a new recruit fresh from the academy. Yet only fate would decide who survived as he formed many spheres of light in front of his body through the runes in his armor. These balls of mana flew forward in all directions, while being aimed at the group of now fleeing soldiers. Some of them embedded themselves in the men's bodies, while others just grazed their limbs or armor pieces. Having to listen to grown men cry out in pain didn't bring him any joy, but a message needed to be sent. A few of them made it out alive. Thanks to the sensors and lack of mana dispersing powder, he could tell that 5 people had survived. While he could have easily chased them down to deliver the finishing blow, this was enough. What he needed to focus on was the part after Emerson. This certainly won't do. After raising his arm up, he saw his gauntlet turning to dust. The number of skills and mana he used had burned through the runic traces. The metal was unable to tolerate his newfound power, and had begun to disintegrate. Only thanks to constant uses of his skills to mend the runes was it even able to last this much. Luckily, the piece of armor he was wearing was a backup version that he used for black market business. He did not want people to recognize the usual armor designs that he wore. However, this didn't mean that his better suit wouldn't suffer the same fate. What are we going to do should we leave the city? But what about the children? I can't just. It's fine. Just stay here and I'll take care of everything. What do you mean? How can you just kill knights? I don't understand. Elodia had managed to cool her head down, and also realized that Roland was in a lot of trouble. She clearly didn't see a way out of this besides running. Have you forgotten who I really am? Who you really are? It took a moment for her to realize what he was alluding to, but this didn't fully remove her worries. Even though she knew that Roland was an actual noble hiding from something, it wouldn't be that easy. Are you sure? You've been hiding for such a long time. Are there no other options? I'm sorry, this is all because of me. It's not your fault, and there are more important things to worry about now. Those knights had no right to be here, and my actions were justified. The only problem that remains now is... Hey. While Roland and Elodia were talking about the whole situation, they heard a voice coming from above them. It belonged to the third person involved in this mess, Burner. Could you help me out here, boss? These magic vines are really tight. The man had become entangled by the mage that fled and then remained bound for that spot for the entirety of the fight. With some help from Roland's magic abilities, the vines came undone. Those knights really pulled a fast one on me, but how is Anai? Did he? He is fine. I'll have to ask you to protect him until I'm back. He probably won't wake up for a few hours. Protect him. That's fine. But what are you going to do, boss? That's what I want to know. Nothing much. I'm just going to have a duel. A duel. Both Elodia and Burner looked at each other without really knowing what was going on. They didn't really follow the conversation, and had no idea that Roland had just decided to become Arthur's head knight. This all without the noble even knowing what had transpired here. I gave a nice speech, but now I need to actually do it. Not much time had passed since the knights invaded his home. First, it was thieves or bandits, then it was a murderous lick, and finally, he upgraded to the scariest of enemies, the nobles. All of them chose to attack his home where he just wanted to be left alone. If it wasn't for all those people, then he would have no use pursuing power. Roland never really was the adventurous type, nor did he want fame or glory. Having a place to call home with a small number of friends was what he was pursuing. He never understood people that pushed for multiple friendships or relationships with many partners. To him, there was something lost during such a pursuit. There was also no time in the day to foster that many bonds. This was why his anger was reaching the zenith. Almost everyone from his limited friend group had been attacked by the armored men. Their leader was still in the city and probably at Arthur's estate, forcing him to sign over the rights to the dungeon. This was something that he had already expected and had prepared for. However, he had not expected something like an attack on his home to transpire. What should have happened was a transfer of ownership to another brother, with Arthur remaining a figurehead. His life was not supposed to change much, and while this was happening, he would use this time to really build himself up. The armor that he was putting on was still the old model, as he had no time to innovate. His ascension to Tier 3 had been short-lived, as not even a week had passed since that day. It probably won't be as easy as with those Tier 2 knights. After the whole predicament with Anai was over, he had taken out his rage on the remaining knights. Some of them had made it out alive, and he had no intention of chasing them down. They were left alive for a reason, to send a message to their leader about what they did. If he eradicated them with no survivors, then the other party could claim that it was without just cause. He wanted to have people see them running through the streets to Arthur's estate, while he got mentally prepared for what he was about to do. I don't know Emerson well enough to form a strategy, but I don't think he will run from the duel. Roland had made up his mind of becoming a head knight. The only real requirement was to be at an advanced level past the Tier 3 Ascension trial. There were no class limitations in becoming a noble's knight. Even a battle mage could do it, if the noble gave them the title. I don't think Arthur will refuse either. This was all, of course, a scam. He did not get knighted, nor did he swear his fealty to the young noble. Luckily, such things weren't forced on paper, so if Arthur followed his lead, everything would work out. It was the only part of his plan that was really shaky, as it was possible for Arthur to reject his proposal. If such a thing occurred, then he would need to go ahead with his backup plan and reveal his last name. By being a son of a baron, he had similar rights to his own possessions, and still had a justifiable cause for killing the men. They could have waited a few weeks. Without his new Forgefire control skill, it would have burned a hole in his current smelter. Fitting runes into the metal wasn't easy either, and required a lot of force. Then there was the problem of developing a whole new runic system of spells. He needed to base everything on Tier 3 rune designs that he wasn't totally an expert in. There were so many new spells and effects that he needed to practice with. Having a few months for all the trials would have been truly a blessing. Now, on the other hand, he needed to quickly get rid of Emerson and start preparing. This was probably only the start of it all. Even after this knight commander was gone, others would quickly show up. What he needed to do now was to show that he couldn't be easily defeated. I can't let anyone think that I'm an easy target, or there will never be an end to it. They say that first impressions matter the most for a reason. Finally, he grasped a shield from the side along with his hammer staff. None of the golems would be joining him in this fight, as they needed to guard his home once more. With the help of his skill, he managed to restore them to a functional state, but they lost a quarter of their original fighting potential. The skills to repair everything through magic weren't perfect, and with too many uses, all of his runic products would eventually break down. Are you really going to fight their commander? After marching out of his underground workshop, he encountered Elodia. She was tending to the sleeping Anai that had not woken up. The procedure he went through, where he was blasted with divine energy and then electricity, wasn't something normal. Roland didn't really know how long he would remain like this, but the more he looked at him, the more angered he became. Is there really no other way? What if something happens to you? That commander can't be weak, and you've just advanced. Perhaps there is. Perhaps he'd even apologize to me and give me some gold as an apology, but sometimes there are actions that are inexcusable. I see that you have made up your mind already, but why are you wearing that? Roland had taken one of the Valyrian banners that he had stashed away in his workshop and attached it to his neck. It didn't look too great as he didn't have enough time to figure out the right dimension or the correct way to attach it to his armor. Luckily Elodia was here and noticed that it wasn't really positioned well. "Give me a moment, you can't really show yourself to the public like this." Elodia took out her sewing kit and got to work. The cape just needed a few attachments, and with some helpful skills, it wouldn't take her long for the task to be complete. The Valyrian house was represented by a standing stag with a crown on its head. The material had a crimson tint to it, and somewhat went well with the darkened silvery armor that he was wearing. After a few minutes, the cape stopped looking out of place, and he finally fit the image of a gallant knight. "Take care." "I will." For a moment the two remained inside the house with Elodia's hands hugging him from behind. They didn't exchange many words, and finally, he made his way out of his home. There he encountered his trusted assistant. In his hand, he could see a runic weapon that he had previously utilized to injure one of the knights. "Give 'em hell, boss, and don't worry. They'll be safe with me." "I will." He nodded at Burner while heading towards the reinforced gate. When outside he looked at the store that was missing glass in the windows, and had a lot of melted weaponry inside. Some time had passed since the incident, but he was having a hard time remaining calm. On the outside, it didn't seem like much had changed, but on the inside, he was ready to snap. Even though he was wearing full plate armor and had a cape fluttering behind him, the speed was tremendous. What is it? With large strides, he arrived at the fork in the road that on one side took him to the city and on the other to the dungeon. His descent from the forest was drastic, as he scared some adventurers by heavily landing on the ground with both his feet. Normally the stares he would get were ones of curiosity, yet today they were a fright. In his current getup, he didn't look much different than the group that arrived at the city. Rumors of them howling people over to the Valyrian estate were probably already in circulation. After a silent moment, he resumed his charge towards the city gates, at which he noticed the usual guards, but today they were not alone. With them, there also were a few new faces that belonged to his now enemies. Halt! To no surprise, the gate guards here had already capitulated to the group of knights. The two of them were throwing their weight around, without giving any space for the old guards to speak up. Roland wasn't sure why they were acting like this. Their friends that he dispatched had probably already passed through this path. Perhaps they were in such a hurry that they didn't explain the situation to these two who were now blocking his way. "Move out of my way. Who do you think you are? A mere knight like you doesn't have the right to know." Knights were not nobles, but just like in the ladder, a pecking order existed. It started with a regular knight, and right after was a knight lieutenant. Then it was followed by a knight captain and finally a knight commander. While there were many knight orders within this kingdom and each noble had their own group, there were some ranks that sustained their worth outside their own orders. These were knight commanders that needed a tier 3 rank for their rank to come into effect. This would also be the rank that he would be given as Arthur's head knight. The men that he was interacting with were far below his level, and would normally have to bow before him. In the case that they weren't, he had justifiable cause to punish them for it. Thus while moving forward he reached out with his hand in the direction of the knight that spoke out. He treated him the same as the lieutenant. With a simple spell the man was flying through the air and drawn over to his hand. After arriving before him the man was grasped by the neck and lifted up for everyone to see. Roland made sure that everyone that was gathered here to see his actions. It was something that he actually wanted to spread as rumors throughout the city. With a little wind spell, he also made sure that his cape was fluttering and showing off that Valyrian emblem to everyone. "You dare stand in the way of me, a knight commander from the Valyrian house. A knight commander. That's preposterous. We would have been informed about such a person if he existed." Silence. The man was instantly thrown to the side like a doll made of straw. The amount of power that Roland was in possession of was truly tremendous. This knight with all of his heavy armor tumbled around for a good 10 meters, before colliding with the wall to the side. This tier 2 man was unable to make any sense of the situation, as he passed out from the collision. He was still alive, but some of his bones were fractured in a few places, from the drastic toss to the side. Why you dare attack the Valyrian knights? Do you have a problem with your hearing, soldier? Move to the side while I'm feeling merciful. This was the main gate and entrance to the whole city. On the side, there were many carriages with merchants and adventurers that were watching this strange scene playing out. They all could see the fluttering cape and stag that represented the Valyrian household. The same emblem was fluttering above them on one of the flags, which to them meant that it was some strange internal issue between knight orders. What are you waiting for? But E said. He must be lying. Why would a commander from the Valyrian order be here? The knight that remained at the entrance gate was almost foaming at his mouth. The soldiers that were here were composed of people from the city. It seemed that all the other knights from Theodore's side were busy somewhere else. He could do nothing more than to rely on the manpower that was given to him, but it wasn't working, even less after Roland activated the skill that he learned during his Tier 3 trial. I said, move. The armor that he was wearing started glowing and showing off various runes that were inscribed onto the metal. A suppressive wave of energy washed over the entire area, causing people's knees to buckle. It was his runic suppression skill that informed everyone about his Tier 3 status. No one that was gathered here could resist the pressure that was coming from his armored form, and soon the situation shifted. Welcome, sir. Knight Commander. Make way for the commander. It did look like this man belonged to the Valyrian household, so there was nothing that they could do. No one could say anything. They just watched him strut through the area with everyone moving to the sides. It was a strange feeling for Roland. It was as if he had finally gained the recognition that he was owed. Perhaps some people would be ecstatic to be given this treatment, but he wasn't. Putting himself in the spotlight wasn't something that he enjoyed after this day was over. He would probably need to get used to this type of treatment. Is he gone? Who was that? I thought I'd suffocate. Is that what a Tier 3 person feels like? I thought I would die. Could that have been Wayland the runesmith? The armor looked familiar. The runesmith? You must be joking. I'm sure that the runesmith probably just made that armor. Some of them were already running towards the Adventurer Guild to tell the news of the maddened knight that was stomping towards the Valyrian villa. Their conversations didn't really go unnoticed, as all of Roland's senses were enhanced after achieving his new class. This included his hearing, through which he could hear them talking from afar. He could only increase his pace while the people continued to speculate about his arrival. Soon enough his goal became clear as he was storming for Arthur's estate, where all of the other knights were gathering. Just as I expected, they won't just let me through that easily, but it doesn't matter. Hey, what are you? Stop him. How? When going through the main gate he encountered some of the proper Valyrian knights. Some stood in his way and were even able to somewhat resist his suppressive skill. Even when they did, there was no way to stop him. Even simple mana spells were enough to send them flying to the sides. All arrows, ranged attacks and magical bombs that they came equipped with could not get past his shield. Get out of my way. Finally he was there at Arthur's villa, but he did not see the owner anywhere. It seemed that he was either inside of his home or somewhere keeping Emerson busy. He was aware of some of his schemes, but it didn't seem that any of the platinum adventurers that he previously met had arrived. There were no other Tier 3 class holders in the vicinity, only one fit the bill, and was also showing up on his map. Knight Commander Emerson, you're the leader of these knights, right? Come out, unless you're too scared to face me in a proper duel. He shouted loudly while enhancing his voice with a runic spell. The large dot that represented his enemy was quick to react to his taunts. He wasn't alone though. A lot of the armored men he arrived with were also here. They were quick to come out from the sides to encircle his location, and probably waited for their leader to give them the order to attack. Even if it was Roland, he wasn't sure if he could take this large group of people alone. So that's him. He looks big, might be a strength type or a defensive one. Finally, he saw the man who he would be facing. He exuded a certain aura and carried himself to fit the image of a knight commander. The armor that he was wearing looked bulkier than the one Roland came equipped with. The sword on his right side was also quite thick, and the shield on the left would not be easily broken. However, this did not stop Roland from taking a few steps forward. This man had to go down. The way he carried himself spoke more than words. It was certain that this man had gone through his share of hardships and managed to come out on top. It didn't seem that he was that rattled by this forced encounter or the duel either. Roland didn't show any fear either. Instead, he activated his analyzing skill to see if perhaps he could gain some data about his new opponent. Level 215. This might not be as easy as I assumed. Wayland did. Are you sure? Yes. Isn't it interesting? Who would have thought that he was an actual knight? Yeah, who would have thought? An elven woman dressed in the guild receptionist attire along with a large bald man were peeking out through the window. There they could see a barricade of soldiers in the distance blocking the way to the Valyrian estate where Lord Arthur lived. Not so long ago they all heard the news that some trouble between the nobles were brewing. Are you sure the information is correct? Is it really that Wayland? My sources said that it was a man dressed in runic armor. It did look like the one Mr. Wayland uses, but perhaps it could have been someone else inside. Solana the Sun Elf receptionist answered while also trying to peek at the knights. Some of them were frantically running around with no purpose. It was as if they were caught with their pants down and didn't know how to react. Then there were also the regular soldiers that belonged to the city lord. They were on high alert. Guildmaster, will you get involved? Why should I? Oh, I don't know. What if it's really Mr. Wayland? The elven lady chuckled while leaving the guildmaster in his office. The large man's lips started to angle down as he watched the scenes play outside. He had chosen to ignore the city lord's call in favor of the older brother. In his mind, the bastard son had no way of winning, and putting his neck out could only cause him harm. Yet if this new head knight could cause a reversal, it could put him in a bad spot. Is this why he hid his status screen? Did I misjudge his worth? He asked himself a few questions while giving out a sigh. In reality, he didn't feel that he did anything wrong. With the information that he was given, this was the correct choice. Theodore Valyrian or one of the other brothers would normally be the ones to take the dungeon over. A hidden knight. Could he be his head knight? Then what was it with that offer? To him, it didn't make any sense. Was Arthur several moves ahead of him? The position of a knight was also offered to the guildmaster. It wasn't that strange for powerful adventurers to be given these positions, but he chose to refuse it. Was this all just to test my loyalty? Haha, did I fail then? Interesting. Well then, let's see what this knight can do. That Emerson should not be an easy target. After putting in some thought, the large man finally smiled. He was now actually interested in who this new player was. Could it actually be Wayland or someone that was just using his equipment? There was a large possibility that it was just a platinum adventurer coerced by Arthur. However, if it was just an adventurer, he could not see him easily winning over that knight commander. There was a difference when it came to fighting monsters and humans. Adventurers delved into the depths of the dungeon and spent most of their lives there honing their skills. Knights, on the other hand, were primed for war. Their skills were developed to kill other people of the races, and this duel was probably something a powerful knight would be used to. Stop. Why should I listen to a lowly knight like you? Don't you realize that you are in the presence of your superior? The Valyrian knights that arrived at the villa some time ago were confused. Some of their people had been tossed like rag dolls to the side while attempting to stop an armored man from entering this estate. He had a certain presence that could be attributed to Tier 3 class holders. It was clear that they would not be able to easily subdue him. This person was not kidding. Soon after arriving, he was shouting and trying to duel their leader. This was not something any of them expected. The injured group of knights that returned from their mission from the forest area must have been responsible for all of this. 5 returned from a group of 15, and apparently, the lieutenant had been slain by this person. Who are you? Do you expect me to believe that someone like you is part of the noble Valyrian knights? Finally, all of the knights gathered here looked at their savior. There he was, Commander Emerson, one of the strongest people that they knew and their leader. When he appeared, all the fear that they were feeling instantly went away. It was as if there was no foe they couldn't defeat, as long as he was fighting with them. They knew that this man would not stand for any of this, and that this false knight before them was a deadman. Name: Emerson 215 lira. Classes: T3 Spirit Blade Guardian 65 lira. T2 Spirit Sword Knight 50 lira. T2 Shield Knight 50 lira. T1 Squire 25 lira. Roland wanted to laugh at the lower-leveled knights that were quick to hide behind their leader. When he arrived at the scene, they were like headless chickens, just running around and covering in fear as he used his suppression skill. While it was not powerful enough to make them kneel, it was enough to affect their behavior. However, this skill could be countered by another Tier 3 class holder with a similar one, and Emerson clearly owned it. A Spirit Blade Guardian, at least it's not an Aura 1 like that woman. The man that he was facing was 39 levels his superior. Normally this would not be a level gap that could be easily bridged. The levels weren't even the main problem, as the difference in skills would be the bigger issue. The almost 40 levels in difference indicated a difference in years of training and honing. Roland's information about other Tier 3 classes was very limited. The names were dropped here and there, but not much information could be gathered about the skills these classes used. By the name, he could be sure that this class had something to do with the defensive Guardian class. The Spirit Blade part indicated that he could potentially have some powerful offensive sword skills that he needed to watch out for. The equipment that Emerson was wearing was the second tip. The moment the man came out, he was already trying to analyze the enchantments that were on that piece of armor. Just as he expected, the weapon, shield, and even the armor had greater enchantments on them. They were not of runic origin, but ones probably created by a master enchantsmith. This complicates things a bit. The skill that he used to identify magical enchantments wasn't perfect. There was a problem with him being unable to see the entire structure from up close. Even though his eyes had become enhanced, analyzing intricate enchantments wasn't easy. Then there was the other issue. These magical words that were spread over the armor were not concentrated as runes were. Parts of the symbols were on the back of the man's armor, and the same was true for the weapon and shield. For Roland to be able to truly analyze everything, he would need to see all of those items from all sides. This didn't mean that his skill would be useless in this fight, it just meant that he couldn't use it right now. While he could tap into the golem eyes of the turrets that were placed here, the skill used to analyze the enchantment wouldn't work through them, and the image quality left a lot to be desired. Who are you? Why do you come here to make a scene just to remain quiet? You wish to duel me? Do you even have the right? Emerson was not amused by Wayland's appearance, and even less about him just remaining silent for so long. For Roland, the battle had already started the moment he appeared before him. To the others, it looked like the man that was calling for the duel had gone quiet and perhaps gotten cold feet after seeing the Knight Commander in person. Who am I? Did your men not inform you? Did they also not inform you of their offense against me? Did they not tell you of their attack on my land or how they injured people living under my care? Roland finally responded while focusing on the task at hand. The man didn't react at all, and didn't even glance at the injured men that made it out alive from his home. In the group of 5, he spotted the mage along with the young knight that had made it out with a small injury to his shoulder. With the mage there, he was sure that they explained, but he would still need to make the announcement here himself. Impudent, you dare to speak to the Lord without permission. Arthur had appeared along with Emerson, but remained slightly in the back. He was still confused about the whole situation, and Roland had no real way of informing the young noble about the issue or his plan. This was also the moment that he had to play it up. Emerson was still retaining his superiority over this place. The way that he talked to Arthur was inexcusable. Knights were not free to talk to noble children like commoners. Only if the noble in question allowed it, was it permissible. It was a different thing if there was an existing master-knight relationship already formed, but Emerson was an outsider here. Normally he would need to keep proper decorum and let Arthur take the center stage. By how he was acting, it was as if he was putting himself above the city lord, which could not be allowed. Emerson could feel it too, as the torrent of magical energy was pointing his way. What are you? His large oval shield was raised to intercept the magical spell. Just as per usual, a drilling effect was added to this beam of energy, the same one that turned all those skeletons into minced meat. Now, after passing and ascending to the higher tier, he did not need the large cannon anymore. He could easily generate the same amount of force, just from his runic gauntlet. Emerson was not expecting this turn of events, as he was not even wearing his helmet. He also only now realized that Roland was not someone that he could just brush off with words. The defensive shield that had easily defended him against the orc chieftain was buckling under this attack, and his feet were sliding back against the pressure. Without much thought put into it, he activated one of his defensive skills. It added a reinforcement around the shield that enhanced the protective enchantment that it came equipped with. Only after stacking these two on top of each other was he able to actually keep himself from sliding back. His hand moved to his large blade as he now knew of his opponent's capabilities. Yet before Emerson could charge forward to attack his new foe, he heard the voice of young Lord Arthur. The moment the noble got involved, the stream of blue energy halted. Roland stood on the other side, and the moment the voice was raised, he continued with his act. A head knight needed to listen to their lord, and thus he performed a small bow. Knight Commander Emerson, halt your actions right now. Don't draw your weapon in front of me. Roland could see that the man was conflicted about the situation. This was somewhat according to his plan. Now that his presence and strength were revealed, even this person could not act out. If one Tier 3 knight was here, then perhaps more of them were waiting somewhere. A good leader would now try to assess the situation, not jump into a battle they could possibly avoid or lose. Have a word with me, sir. Wayland, and all of you, put down your weapons. I will not allow this to turn into a bloodbath. As you wish, my lord. Arthur had been able to figure out what he was going for without an issue. The soldiers that Emerson arrived with had their weapons raised, and were already waiting for their leader to give them the order to attack. The same could be said for Roland's side. The soldiers that knew him had realized that a Tier 3 knight was now on their side, and finally saw a way for them to win this. Previously their egos had been hurt by the arrival of these outsiders, but they outnumbered the enemy forces, and now could see a way to victory. I blocked out the sound. They won't be able to hear us talk, Roland proclaimed while still acting very knight-like toward the confused Arthur. Even though the other soldiers could see them unless they were able to read their lips while looking at their backs, there would be no way of knowing what the two were talking about. What are you trying to do? The circumstances have changed. I want to make a new deal, and for that, I need to be your head knight. You want to willingly be my head knight. Were you hiding your true strength? So this is how you were able to defeat the Lick by yourself. Something like that, but that's not important now. Let me duel Emerson. Why would you want to do that? And why did you kill his men? It didn't go unnoticed to Arthur that some of the knights that returned were injured. From the conversation they had with Emerson, it was clear that they had suffered casualties. The party responsible was Roland, and this was obviously an attempt to get out of trouble. If Arthur accepted the offer, he would also become responsible for the deaths of those knights, which could complicate things. They did something that they shouldn't. They attacked my property without provocation, and hurt someone dear to me. I see, so you need me for your excuse for your vendetta. In short, yes. At least you are honest about it. Arthur looked like he wanted to cry after hearing Roland's explanation of the situation. He was smart enough to figure out the logic behind the plan. You probably already figured out my circumstances. Now that it has come to this, I won't refrain from using my true name if I have to, but you should make up your mind fast. I don't think Emerson will wait for much longer. While Arthur and Roland were having their conversation, their main foe continued to move. He had taken his helmet from the soldier that was holding it for him, and was ready for battle. The knights on the sides were also ready to follow their leader into battle. It was clear to the two that a battle was imminent. Can you win? I can. This was not an easy choice to make for the young lord, but after everyone else had abandoned him already, this was the only thing that remained. When he needed someone to lean on, Roland appeared and made him an offer. This offer was quite insane, but also had the potential to further his cause. If Emerson was defeated in a sanctioned duel between knights, not even his brothers would be able to say anything about it. Theodore's men were the ones that poked the beehive. If Roland was truly Arthur's head knight and a knight commander, There was nothing wrong with the actions that he took. It was even something that was expected of a proper noble knight. His mind was torn, but finally he nodded. I hope you won't regret this choice. I already am. Ha ha. Arthur almost burst out in laughter at the quick reply with no hesitation behind it. Very well, sir. Wayland, I will allow for this duel to happen, but after this is over, we will have to have a little chat. Thank you. Finally, the sound barrier was removed, and everyone's gaze fell on Arthur, who moved into the middle of the courtyard. After clearing his throat, he turned toward Knight Commander Emerson. My knight has informed me about the transgressions that your men conducted. The fault doesn't lay in the soldiers, but in the hands of the man that gave that order. If I'm not mistaken, this would be you, Knight Commander Emerson. Arthur's words were thrown around to give Roland validity to this confrontation, and the soldiers gathered here already knew where this was leading to. Both armored men weren't even listening to the words of the noble. In their minds, the fight was already happening, and they just needed him to move, so their clash could commence. Soon all the soldiers were spreading to the sides while creating space. No one wished to be entangled in a battle between Tier 3 class holders. Let the duel commence. Arthur removed himself from the middle and took his place next to Mary. Both of them were then surprised by the gust of air that instantly followed those words. The speed the two showed off was tremendous, yet the more surprising thing about it was that the person that was being pushed back was Knight Commander Emerson. A large hammer had connected with his oval shield, and sent the huge armored man flying backward. The weaker Valyrian knights could not believe what was happening, as their leader had to already regain his footing after the first exchange. Chapter 330. Tier 3 Duel. He took it. Roland's hammer had just connected with Emerson's large oval shield. The force that was generated caused a little shockwave to spread in all directions. The sound his weapon made during the collision was a bit off. He intended to blow away the man's shield, and then follow it up with a blast to his face with one of his shoulder cannons. Instead, he just slid back a bit while lowering his center of gravity. Those defensive skills are troublesome. He could feel the force from his attack getting dispersed and lowered the moment it collided with his enemy. Some of the tiles on the ground started crumbling from this transfer. The initial analysis of the skill implied that Emerson was somehow able to force the magical and kinetical energy down into the ground. Then the rest was absorbed by the armament's enchantment, and his vitality producing almost no damage. He pushed the commander back. Who is that person? I've never heard of a knight named Wayland. Yeah, someone this strong should have been discovered sooner. While Roland was disappointed by his initial hit not connecting right, the Valyrian knights on the sides were stunned. In their eyes, their commander was a monster that they could never beat. They even saw him dueling some other knights without even once dropping down to his knees. Here on the other hand, he was already buckling under the pressure of the first hit, which didn't bode well for their side. I'll admit it, you have some strength, but with strength alone, you will not defeat me. Emerson didn't seem like a very talkable person, so when hearing him talk in a relaxed tone didn't bode well. It was true that with his current multiplier, the stat differential favored him. Yet Emerson was able to take a full blow that was even further enhanced by some buffing spells. Roland wanted to end it fast, but his plan backfired a bit, and just as the man was talking, some type of skill was activated. The other knight's armor started being surrounded by a strange phenomenon. It was as if small blocks made out of rocks assembled themselves around his entire frame. They were somewhat transparent and looked to not be made from mana. Instead, Roland was sure that this was the man's spirit resource by which his class was enhanced. Right before the orange light faded, Emerson's body started looking like it belonged to a golem made of rocks and cinder blocks in particular. It must be some type of defensive skill that protects his whole body from damage. Regretfully, unlike with mages that used long chants that allowed people to predict attacks, it was not the same with these skills. The only way to figure out what was happening was to have information about the skill used, and what skills the person had prepared, or identify them by the visual cues. It was clear that it was a defensive skill, but he didn't know how it worked. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and allow his opponent to continue using skills. Instead, one of his shoulder cannons aimed and produced a more concentrated blast of energy. To Roland's surprise, Emerson chose not to dodge this attack, nor did he put up his shield to defend. The beam of light that had the diameter of a middle-sized coin drilled into his chest, but was unable to pierce through the strange orange energy. Instead, An image of the blocks that formed this strange skill was seen. It was as if he was hitting a holographic image that was imposed over Emerson's body. Some of the orange blocks were damaged, but after the attack was over they started to assemble themselves back into place. This was quite a hard pill to swallow for Roland, who expected to at least be able to get through this defensive skill and graze the metal on Emerson's armor. Instead, the only thing that was damaged was his shoulder cannon, which was ill-equipped to handle his increased mana capacity. His armor was made for a person that possessed Tier 2 power, but he went well above it. Each time he cast a spell he could hear the sizzling of the runic components. During this fight, he could see the limitations of his fighting style. Even when he was now stronger, his old armor was working against him. He would need to take care of that issue later, as concentrating on this confrontation was more important. The knight on the other end charged forward with his large sword in his right hand. His speed wasn't anything special, which allowed Roland to fire off a couple more blasts from his shoulder cannons, as well as his hammer. The weapon of choice that he brought along was his runic hammer. It had a retractable handle which allowed him to wield it as a one- or two-handed weapon. When elongated, it also became a proper mage's staff, and could discharge various runic spells. While holding it in Emerson's direction, he discharged a massive blast of magical energy almost instantly. The whole place became quite bright as the magical energy flew towards the charging knight, yet right before it connected, another skill was used by his opponent. His large body blurred and appeared a bit to the right. The beam of mana energy that was focused on the middle was now directly targeting the large oval shield. Even though this blast was strong enough to take out any of the skeletal beings down in the dungeon, it wasn't capable of getting through this charging knight. Roland found himself retreating, while his shoulder cannons blasted at the right side. Though just as before, the man ignored the lesser beams, as they could not pierce through that defensive skill of his. To make things worse, he was also capable of his own ranged attacks. That huge sword that would be hard to hold in two hands was utilized. Emerson performed a strange quick thrusting motion that produced a strange roar. A lion's head was visible as it formed on the tip of the blade. Soon after, this lion head charged forward along with a beam of light. It was some sort of energy skill that had an added sound wave added. The growling caused his muscles to contract for a fraction of a second right before the hit. Shit. To his surprise, he was unable to dodge. Instead, a thick slab of mana appeared before his body. The lion's head connected with this defensive shield that he produced almost instantly. Sounds of something cracking filled his ears, as his mana shield was having trouble containing this strange attacking skill. Then, to make things worse, the enemy was actually able to bridge the gap between them. With his multiple minds, he was able to keep watch over Emerson's every movement, and even produce multiple spell effects at once. While the skill was flying his way, he made sure to produce some rock pillars, along with spikes to block his approach. This didn't affect the man that much, as he just bulldozed through everything. Roland's tactic of outranging his opponent wasn't working as he intended, and now he had to contend with those close-range sword strikes. Normally, a person with superior stats should have also been at an advantage in close-range combat. Roland had examined his opponent and realized that he was somewhat of an all-rounder, with a bit more of a focus on strength and vitality. In theory, he should have been able to overpower the other knight with pure stats, but there was a reason that he couldn't. Yet before he could, another blade strike grazed his side and even cut into the metal it was made from. Roland pushed himself back and quickly made some space. The shoulder cannons automatically started shooting multiple blasts of magical energy at the opponent that continued the chase. Now that Emerson had managed to shorten the distance, he was unwilling to let him escape. They continued to dance around the large courtyard, while their skills and magical spells rained down everywhere. The knights on the sides even had to pull out their shields to defend themselves and the people around them. The area that was chosen for the duel was quite large, but with all this running around, it was getting riddled with holes. "The commander is winning. I knew he could do it." The people in the peanut gallery cheered while Roland tried to examine his opponent. His eyes and even multiple minds were unable to follow those movements. Even though he had some fighting skills, he lacked the experience or training that a warrior class went through. This man was around 40, and had gone through more than 20 years of rigorous training, and also battles. For Roland that spent half his life in the workshop developing magical tools, this was not something he could easily counter. His opponent knew how to move and read the flow of battle to use it to his advantage. Even though his stats were lower, he had the technique and skill to win a direct confrontation. If he activated his skills, they would instantly boost those lower stats and put them over Roland's. He knew that throughout a warrior's life, they continuously faced opponents and became better at their craft. Reading an opponent's movements and predicting what they would do was one of those skills. He had something similar with his multiple minds, but he was still lagging behind in reaction speed. Emerson, on the other hand, was reacting on instinct, and then, coupled with the increase in power his battle skills gave him, the advantage was on his side. The only thing Roland was actually good at was overwhelming his opponents with pure magical power and fast casting speeds. Mages had superior firepower compared to warrior types, but suffered from long casting speeds. Whenever an opponent closed the gap, that was usually it for the mage, yet a wide array of spells wasn't that easily breached. If Roland's armor had been up to date and outfitted with state-of-the-art greater runes, then it would be different. In his current state, he was still using outdated equipment that paled in comparison to his opponents. Analyzing the enchantments on that armor was also being sluggish as he couldn't concentrate. Things weren't looking great as he was put in a defensive position. Is this all you are capable of? I have faced battle mages like you before. There is nothing you can do to win, but I won't let you surrender. Emerson gloated while moving his shield to the side. When looking at both of the fighters, it was clear who was winning. On one side was Roland, whose armor was falling off. The runes were just not able to take all the enhanced mana that his body was now able to produce. The metal on his breastplate and gauntlets was peeling off and even falling to the ground. It seemed that after the next clash, he would be done for. Is this all? Not really. You know what they say, don't reveal your cards from the start. The shouting knights were stunned for a moment as they saw the damaged armor that was falling off and mending itself back to shape. All the parts that were scattered around this area were drawn back to Roland's form. Within a few moments, the armor that he was wearing was fully restored and ready for round 2. I can't keep doing the same thing. If I stick to that tactic, it will just be a battle of attrition. Either my mana or his stamina will run out faster. While his mana reserves were large, they were not unlimited. Sticking to the same tactic would probably not work. Warrior types tended to run out of stamina a lot slower than mage types did with mana. This tactic could work as he felt himself to be superior in that regard, but there was something else that he wanted to try. There was a certain way of close-range fighting that he had wanted to develop, and this Emerson here was the perfect sparring partner. There was one problem that never really allowed him to use his mana senses that much. There was just too much mana being used at the same time for him to be able to control it, and not suffer a giant migraine. Now that his stats had been increased and he received one helpful skill, he was ready to test it out. It was a timed skill, so he needed to end this fight within 5 minutes, but by his calculations, that would be all that he needed. Given that he was able to blow his enemy away by the cyclone, he decided to prepare. First off, the 2 cannons that were attached to his shoulders were torn away. This of course confused everyone that was watching this fight along with Emerson. Following this act, he also grasped a set of small throwing knives that were attached by magical means to his armor. Well then, let's go mana overflow. He called out the skill's name in his mind. As it was activated, his whole body started giving off a radiant blue hue, and were accompanied by tiny blue bolts of electricity that arced around the metallic armor. To further the strange spectacle, the torn-off shoulder turrets started floating upwards, while accompanied by a blue haze. Almost instantly he tossed all the throwing knives up into the air in random directions. They were not aimed at Emerson, who was holding steady and assessing the situation. Some of the arcs of blue magical electricity for a moment traveled to those thrown blades, along with the seemingly floating shoulder cannons. The moment they did, they created a spell an enhanced guiding arrow spell of immense potency. Multiple of these arrows started shooting out at Emerson from random directions, while Roland charged forward. The Knight Commander was surprised by the massive number of magical attacks going off from various directions. He could take a lot of them, but his defenses weren't unlimited, and sooner or later his skill would disperse. Instead, he needed to focus on Roland, who was seemingly blindly charging at him with a simple battle stance. Before the energy projectiles could get through his protective skill, he would finish it. Yet to his surprise, something was different. He could not deliver a decisive blow. It was as if his movements were being read and reacted to just at the right time. The person that he considered on the level of a trainee knight when it came to combat was starting to outpace him. Coupled with the rain of magical projectiles coming from random directions, he was forced to retreat. "It's working, I can see it. You have gained the Eyes of Mana active skill." Roland was too focused on what he was seeing to pay attention to the system, informing him that he had gained a new skill. What he was seeing was a world composed of blue light. It was as if he was staring at a new reality that was just composed of magical energy. This skill was obtained by combining his Mana Sense skill with his eyes, as he was trying to read the flow of Emerson's movements. This was made possible only thanks to his Mana Overflow skill. It allowed him to regain copious amounts of his magical energy, while lowering the cost of using all of his spells and skills. It turned him into a bright burning furnace filled with almost unlimited energy. Even though the skill was very taxing on his mana reserves, and even though he was using various spells to attack Emerson, it was still sustainable. Every living being in this world had mana inside of them. Even the rocks and trees possessed this strange energy. Each time a person moved, the mana would move first, and thanks to this new skill, he was now able to see it. The moment Emerson activated a skill, he could see a phantom of it going off. Coupled with his multiple minds that helped him analyze the magical energies, he was now capable of reacting. This was his counter against warrior classes that got too close. The advantage that his opponent gained through years of experience and training started to thin out. Each movement could be read through the mana flow and reacted to. If Roland knew where the strike was coming from and which spot it targeted, it wasn't hard to focus his shield there, while simultaneously sending a barrage of ranged attacks from outside. His Mana Hand spell was used with the shoulder-mounted cannons to hold them up in the air. Coupled with the throwing knives that he could effect with his runic skills, he was able to produce many attacks that came from the man's blind spots. Soon enough he had him on the ropes, and suddenly a large sword was twirling through the air. A rather bewildered crowd of armored soldiers looked at the man down on the ground. To everyone's surprise, it was Knight Commander Emerson that found himself kneeling on one knee, instead of the man that challenged him. This quick turnaround was not feasible for many of those people, but they could not turn their eyes away. The hammer that had managed to send that large sword flying was now coming right for their commander's head. If it connected, it looked like they would be in a heap of trouble. "I surrender." Roland had managed to overpower his enemy with the help of his Mana Overflow skill. With this skill, he was able to constantly restore his damaged armor, while also being able to barrage Emerson with multiple spells. Normal spells didn't seem to work, so he got a bit more creative with the shoulder-mounted cannons that he controlled, with the help of his Mana Hand spell. It didn't take long for him to finally overwhelm the Knight Commander from all sides. There were just too many attacks coming from various angles. Even his defensive skills weren't able to keep up, and that orange armor was quickly peeled off. Then, along with his new eye skill that allowed him to react to the attacking skills, there was no way for his opponent to be victorious. Finally, the last blow was approaching the knight's head. He expected the haughty Emerson that seemed to have a lot of pride to never surrender. This hammer to the face would probably knock him out, but his life would not be lost. Yet before he could go through with it, the man shouted out that he didn't want to continue, something that Roland did not expect to happen. "You yield." "I yield." Roland's momentum was broken as he halted his last attack before it connected with the man's head. His strength was immense, and produced a gust of wind that made Emerson's helmet rattle in all directions. While he had no stipulation about harming this person or even killing him, there were a lot of people watching. To make things worse, he was also in the process of gathering evidence for the validity of this battle. If he killed this noble knight after he surrendered, this would be a blemish on his honor as well as Arthur's. In this world, knights were very prideful and worked on their own set of rules. Sanctioned duels like this had certain regulations that needed to be kept, and any knight that went to the academy would have it drilled into them. Even though Roland didn't go to one, he spent 5 years at an estate built up by a proper knight. You do realize what this means. His hammer, which was releasing blue arcs of lightning, was halted. Even this item was quickly peeling away, and needed to be constantly restored by his skill. The effect that this combination was producing made him look like some kind of magnetized glowstick. As the battle was over, he could finally turn off the effect to end it. Fine then, the man that encroached on my property has already been dealt with. You as his superior hold some of the responsibility for his action. As the law states, you will be held captive. Emerson didn't reply, but there were strict rules in the code that knights followed. Usually, even when they dueled, they would not kill themselves. There had to be some deep-rooted personal grudge between the two soldiers for something like that to occur. Instead, the losing party would be placed under house arrest or thrown into a dungeon. Then they would be ransomed off to the noble that they served under. Considering that this was a knight commander, Roland and Arthur would be receiving a hefty sum. There was also a possibility of no gold arriving, and the noble abandoning their knight. Then the knight that won the duel or the noble they worked under could decide on their fate. Sometimes they would just be disgraced, stripped of their title, and released back into the world. Other times, they would be sold as slaves and perhaps even killed. Considering that he was this fast to surrender, he thinks that Theodore will pay up quickly. If he doesn't, then that armor he is wearing should be enough. After a duel was done, the knight that lost in a way belonged to the victor. Even if Theodore Valerian paid the ransom in full, Roland didn't have to give everything back. It was normal for the knights to take something as a trophy for their victory. The oval shield was nice, and the sword was as well, and could allow him to focus on something else to build. The enchanted armor was not something he was that interested in, as his new one had to be custom made. This didn't mean that he couldn't auction it off or give it to someone that could use it later. Your silence is enough, my lord. I await your order. Even Mary, that was standing next to him, had her mouth open wide, while looking at the mostly destroyed courtyard. Take him away. This duel is over, I pronounce, sir. Wayland's Vict. Knight Commander Emerson, what do you think you are doing? After Arthur processed the situation and realized that his side had actually won, his smile was hard to hide. Soon he was ready to pronounce the victor, but suddenly he noticed something. Emerson, who was previously kneeling down on the ground, did something that no one expected. He threw a hidden dagger at Roland's face. He then quickly grasped his large sword that had previously been smacked out of his hand and began shouting. The large sword that was covered in spirit energy collided with Roland's own shield. The blue glow that covered his body had just subsided, and it seemed that Emerson was aiming for this moment. This runic shield that had been enhanced by a protective spell was actually sliced in half by his sword. It seemed that the man was conserving some power, and previously also didn't use this sword's enchantments to their full extent. It was some type of powerful cutting spell that just ripped through his defenses, that had become exposed. You are a disgrace to the Valyrian Knights. Shut up. I refuse to be defeated by a wretch that works for a bastard. Valyrian Knights to me. Roland found himself on the defensive, and Emerson was not letting up. If he decided to go this far, then his intent was obvious. The knight's honor would be put in question if this event got outside, so it was probably that he would silence everyone here, permanently. This was not even a duel anymore, as he had shouted at the soldiers that were watching, and now even they were going to get involved. It was clear that the knight commander attributed his loss to his mana overflow skill that had gone into a cooldown period. Roland had to at least give it to this person, as he had identified the type of skill he was using. Whenever a timed skill was ended or cancelled by the user, it would go into a cooldown period that would usually take at least an hour. It was the same for him, and Emerson saw this as the chance for his victory. Without mana overflow, Roland could not sustain all of the spell effects that he previously did. His reserves were deep, but now he even had more people to contend with. The Valyrian Knights answered the call of their commander. It seemed they were aiming to kill the only real obstacle in this whole fight, and silence anyone stupid enough to announce their leader's loss in the sacred duel. Cease this instant if you all don't want to die. Roland's voice echoed through the entire area, and caused everyone that was not tier 3 and above to stop. Even Emerson was surprised by the strange red aura that was being projected. He couldn't stop though. Roland's shield was already broken, and his whole left side was open for an attack. Only his hand was left to protect it, but it was not an obstacle he couldn't go through. The enchantment on his blade was activated, and along with his blade skills that were enhanced with spirit energy, he would take out his enemy. How could this be? Emerson was truly surprised by the hand that actually grasped his blade, while it was flying forward at supersonic speeds. The sound barrier being broken produced a loud banging sound, but even then his sword didn't draw any blood. Instead, it was being suppressed by some type of chaotic magical glow that looked similar to a regular mana shield. Your plan wasn't bad, but you made one mistake. That wasn't my only trump card. The change was mostly visible in the difference to his mana and its pattern. It shifted from a blue color into a pulsating red one. Controlling it was not any harder, but it made short work of this armor that he was wearing. Even as he was holding Emerson's sword back, his whole gauntlet was melting away. This was the main reason that he didn't really want to use this skill. It changed his mana into something that the runes he created couldn't handle. Yet even when his armor plate was melting away, it didn't matter as much as the boost he was getting was tremendous. He didn't need to use anything flashy. His physical capabilities, along with the newly gained Eyes of Mana skill, were enough. His right hand blurred along with the hammer that it was holding. Emerson raised his shield to defend himself. The enchantment that was on the shield was fully activated, but before the imminent collision, it flickered out of existence. The Knight Commander was left stupefied by this strange occurrence, but did not have time to figure out the reason behind it. When the runic hammer collided with the oval shield, a massive dent was created. Arg! The large man's body was tossed to the side, as he was unable to disperse the kinetic force anymore. His frame flew up into the air like a rag doll, and the protective skill that covered his whole body was instantly shattered. However, this was not yet over. While Emerson was flying to one side, his opponent was there to greet him. With the increase in all stats, he was now able to move faster, hit harder, and perceive the world in slow motion. Emerson found himself getting pummeled into submission by someone he considered lesser than himself. The soldiers that were on the sides could not believe that their powerful knight commander, that had just given them the order to attack, was getting turned into a punching bag. It was a one-sided beating that didn't involve that many hits. The difference between stats had become so severe that Roland didn't really need to follow the flow of mana anymore. He could just comfortably dodge any attempts at retaliation, as he had already gotten used to all of the skills. There was nothing more that his opponent could surprise him with, and soon his mangled body was flying through the air. A lone fountain stood on the side of the courtyard, and it became the Knight Commander's resting place. His whole body crashed right onto it and remained motionless while the water mixed with his blood. The man that everyone considered a monster had been soundly defeated, and was now left with a body with broken bones, his life quickly fading away. Do I have to repeat myself? All of you, lower your weapons and surrender, unless you want to end up as that honorless cur you call your commander. Roland raised his voice at the knights gathered here. They were trained to follow the orders of their commander, so he couldn't put the whole blame on them. After he was taken out, there was no reason for more bloodshed. Luckily, power was something that they feared. The whole battle left them shocked and unable to continue. Soon the first sword was thrown to the ground, and followed by many after. The duel was finally over, and Knight Commander Emerson's actions would soon become known to everyone. Is he actually dead? His fist had rained on the man's body, and dented the enchanted armor that he finally disabled. Right before his hammer collided with the shield, he had finally managed to figure it out. Then it was as easy as activating his rune authority, that also worked on lesser magic languages. The whole set was something that enhanced Emerson's main stats. It mostly just boosted his skills by using similar effects. It took him a bit longer than he anticipated to analyze it, as the items were a third type that he didn't have much time to study. Usually, magical items either came with charges or were activated by a set amount of mana. His were a bit different as they were based on limited charges that could restore themselves with time, something only greater enchantments could do. After he figured out the type, it became a lot easier, and finally, he was able to make use of his authority over enchantments. It's a shame this armor wasn't bad, only the sword is usable now. Roland strutted over to where Emerson landed. His frame was still giving off a reddish tint that he hoped everyone would interpret as some type of aura skill. There were similar looking skills, so he expected the intelligence agencies to go with that theory. After yanking his body up, he was greeted by a swollen face and broken jaw of the Knight Commander. Damn, tier 3s are really something. He is still alive. Even though the man was fully passed out and his body had been folded in several places, his HP was still not at 0. Probably thanks to the advanced internal organs, he was somewhat able to survive. You are a disgrace to the Valyrian household. I should kill you right now, but you need to pay for your transgression against Lord Arthur Valyrian. Roland gazed at Arthur that looked as if his soul was about to leave his body. It took a side poke from Mary that was on the side for him to finally realize that everything was over. Soon he was giving out orders as it was proper for the leader. Throw that man into the dungeon, restrain all of them. Even though the quality of the Valyrian knights that arrived with Emerson was higher, Arthur's men outnumbered them 4-1. Now that Roland was the victor, they had no way of getting out of this predicament in one piece. They needed to surrender and wait for their Lord Theodore Valyrian to respond. Just like Emerson, they had worth and could be bought back. The damages that were done to the city and courtyard would need to be reimbursed by the losing side. I don't believe it. You actually did it. I only did my duty as your loyal knight, my lord. Arthur looked a bit taken aback by how Roland was still acting. They had moved a bit to the side, but the man still continued his chivalrous roleplay, as if he intended to continue with it for longer. Could you stop talking like that? What is it? Does the Lord dislike this sort of treatment? Was it not convincing enough? Should I have bowed a few more times? That's more like it, but could you perhaps start explaining yourself? I see. Well, look at this. This is... Roland's right hand was devoid of his usual knightly gauntlet, as it had been trashed in the last part of his battle. Instead, on his left side, he presented a small hologram. On it, Arthur could see Emerson's treachery that had been recorded. It's a recording of the duel. I had to play it up a bit, but with this, no one will be able to deny that Emerson was the one responsible for everything. Well, and you're a genius. Arthur's smile could not be hidden as he looked at the magical recording. Roland had set this whole place up with runic turrets and golemic cameras. The former were actually able to store a limited amount of footage which he had been recording ever since his arrival here. It could be easily proven that the recording was not tempered if they went to court. With this, no one could accuse his side of throwing the first stone. Everything they did here was justified. Finally, this event was behind him. But while it ended, this was only the start. Now that Roland had proclaimed himself as Arthur's head knight, his life would be changing. More duels like this were a possibility, but after word reached of Emerson's loss, he didn't expect that many willing commander rank knights coming forward. Even though he was probably not going to get challenged too soon, it was a possibility. The runic armor that had served him during his tier 2 days had been mostly destroyed. It was an essential component of his safety, and needed to be quickly replaced by a higher tier variant. Considering that Arthur didn't have multiple knight commanders like his brothers, he needed to be ready. Thud. Were you there? No. Is this person really a knight commander? He was. I'm not sure he will be commanding much anymore. That's true. A guard smirked while looking at the man that they shoved into a cold cell. They were standing near the iron door while listening to him grunting around. His body was covered in bruises, but he didn't seem to be in danger of losing his life. Can we just leave him in there? What if he gets out? This door doesn't look that sturdy, and the bars are made from normal metal. Isn't he supposed to be a tier 3 class holder? That's true. But see that thing around his neck? Oh, is that? Yeah, it is. He won't be able to exert much strength with that thing around his neck. I heard that the ones that they make for people like him are special and won't work unless the person is knocked out. Are you sure that it works? What if he escapes? How are we supposed to stop a Knight Commander? The guard that was talking smirked while going into the cell. His boot then quickly landed on the stomach of the prisoner, which sent him tumbling to the side with a groan. Just showing you that this bastard isn't a problem. Just do your job, and don't let them get to you. What do you think you are doing? That's the Knight Commander. Shut your trap. He is no knight anymore. Not after what he tried to pull in that duel. While leaving this cell, the two guards heard the complaints of the other knights that were apprehended. All of them awaited the nobles to make a deal about their future. Theodore Valerian was still in a higher position, so they all expected to be let go. Shut up, the Knight Commander Just what? He tried to backstab Sir Wayland and got what's coming to him. You should watch it too. Our Knight Commander might not be so lenient when he hears you taking his side. The imprisoned knights went silent the moment the scary Knight Commander they witnessed battling Emerson was mentioned. They still didn't know what to make of the duel they witnessed outside. At first, it seemed that their commander would come out with an easy victory, but then he was quickly turned to minced meat. It was as if this Sir Wayland had been just playing with him before actually taking it seriously at the end. That's what I thought. The loud guard just laughed while leaving the dungeon level with his companion. The other guard remained silent as he didn't really know what to say. Hey, are you sure that you should be talking about Sir Wayland like that? I don't remember much being known about him. What if he overhears it and will get punished? Don't worry about it. The more they fear him, the easier the job will be for us. Now that we have our own Knight Commander, things will change around here. I guess so. The two guards straightened out while walking outside the dungeon. At least in their minds, there was a lot of meaning behind getting a proper Tier 3 head knight into their city. It increased their prestige and set a precedent for the future. It wouldn't be strange if they acquired more Tier 3 personnel and knight regiments to bolster their forces. With them around, they would not have to fear for their lives anymore. They finally had a large shield to protect them from any rogue Tier 3 class holders. Am I responsible for those guards now? Roland looked at one particular loud guard antagonizing the new prisoners, and throwing his name around as a shield. This he achieved through some golemic eyes that were placed around the dungeon. Previously he outfitted a lot of areas with these runic devices at Arthur's request. The young noble was fascinated by them as they allowed him to listen in on many interesting conversations just like this one. Thanks to his various runic skills, he could of course tap into the network and listen in as well. I hope those idiots won't start throwing their weight around and get into fights with soldiers from other cities. Wayland, is something wrong? Oh no, it's nothing. Where were we again? Oh, we were just talking about my elder brother and the knight that he sent, but more importantly, could you explain another thing to me? What thing? Well, Wayland, who are you really? I didn't want to ask, but now that it has come to this, I think I'm owed an explanation. Roland was in Arthur's office along with Mary and the two other knights stationed outside. After he defeated Emerson, the news started spreading like a forest fire. Almost everyone now knew that he was a Tier 3 class holder and a head knight of this estate. While this was a good thing for Arthur as he had gained a powerful ally, for Roland, this was not such a good exchange. First of all, he would be responsible for Arthur's safety from this point on. This could force him to act as a bodyguard if for whatever reason his new lord decided to leave the city or have a conversation with someone powerful. It kind of tied him to this man and the city even more, as he was expected to be his right-hand man. Luckily they didn't really sign any contracts about this issue, nor was he under some type of chivalrous oath. If things went sour, it was still possible for him to get out. The title of a head knight was special, so he wasn't expected to fully follow the chivalric code of conduct. Then if something happened to Arthur under his care, he would just be considered a disgraced knight that allowed his liege to perish. His title would be stripped from him, and his good name would be tarnished, but this was fine as he did not care about such things. Perhaps you are. If we are going to continue with this, you might deserve to know. Now that it came to this, he needed to have a long conversation with his new lord. He did not intend to be a mindless knight that just performed everything a noble asked of him. The only reason he dueled Emerson was to have a reason to kill those knights that hurt Elodia, and almost killed Anai. He needed to create a boundary for this alliance that perhaps in the future he would abandon. Before that, first I have to ask you, do you actually intend to become the heir to the Duke's title? Because I'm not sure if that's a feasible dream. I do not desire that title, but due to some circumstances, I need to participate in the succession process. Roland nodded his head while staring into Arthur's eyes. It didn't seem that the young man was lying, and this was probably the case. If he actually thought that he had a chance of coming up on top, then Roland would consider him crazy. The only real way for a bastard of becoming the main heir was by having the others perish. Even if the other candidates were highly incompetent, their blood just carried this much weight. It's not anything nefarious, is it? Let me make this clear. I will not kill for you. No, it's nothing like that. It's quite simple. I just need to win a bet. A bet? Yes, for this I need to amass enough power until a certain date. I'll probably need to explain a few things to you, my head knight. You'll have to perform a few new duties from now on. Arthur nodded while smiling. Roland wanted to press more, but he wasn't really interested in the reasoning behind the noble's movements. It was enough for him to know that he wasn't really aiming for the title. This squabble of the sons would probably also continue for a while. The oldest wasn't even 30, and their father would probably not be giving up his position in the foreseeable future. New duties, right about that. I still have a lot of work to do in my workshop, so I'll have to ask you to transfer most of those duties to those two other knights that are standing outside. I understand, that's fine, but I'll have to ask for your attendance if something like today happens again. Of course, that's fine. Now then, Sir Wayland, who are you? Roland thought about this issue before coming here. Having his real name mentioned wasn't something that he was that keen on doing, but he was also tired of hiding. Considering that his father had some type of backing, his name did carry some weight, and could act as a shield later. Arthur didn't seem like someone that would babble out his secret, nor did he really have a reason to. Have you heard about Baron Arden, Wentworth Arden? Arthur started scratching his chin while looking out through the window. After a few seconds, his eyes opened wide as he recalled hearing this noble name before. Ah, do you mean the Silver Wolf, one of the heroes of the previous war? I see that you know him. Was he that famous? Who wouldn't know the tale of the Silver Wolf, the man that through his courage, ascended into nobility? I remember reading some old records that mentioned some of his tales, like the one where he fell one of the Empire's knight commanders in single combat. Ah, yes, something like that happened. Roland nodded while Arthur started smiling and listing down some of his father's exploits. It was a bit surprising to see that the Baron household was this well known here. However, it didn't seem that he knew anything else about him besides some old war stories. So how are you related to Baron Arden? Are you his? Yes, I'm one of his bastards. Oh. The moment Roland mentioned his relationship with his father, Arthur's smile turned upside down. The young man here was in a similar situation, but their motives were reversed. Roland wanted to stay as far away from his father to the point of hiding out in a remote city like Albrook. On the other hand, Arthur desired to show off his skills and prove something to his dismissive father. Haha, this is great. It's great. Fate. Huh. To Roland's surprise, Arthur's solemn expression quickly vanished, and he started laughing. The whole predicament was quite peculiar as both of them were bastard sons of famous nobles. One was an influential duke that every noble knew in the kingdom. The other was an old war hero whose axe turned him into a living legend. Celeria must have a sense of humor if she let both of us meet like this, but I don't dislike this. Let me reintroduce myself to you then. My friend, Arthur Valerian. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Both Arthur and Roland were sitting opposite each other in this exchange. The noble stood up from his seat to lean forward with an outstretched hand. Roland looked at this hand for a moment before deciding to grasp it. Roland, I like it, thank you, but I know, Sir Wayland. The two smiled at each other, while Mary finally decided to butt in on the conversation. In her hand, she was holding a bottle of some expensive wine. Now that the two lords have become best friends, would you like to drink some wine? The vintage on this one is quite nice. Sorry, I don't really drink anymore. Roland was quick to reply as he had grown a disdain for drinking beverages filled with alcohol after a few incidents in his past. With how paranoid he was about everything, he wanted to retain a clear mind and also not get himself poisoned when eating food that he didn't examine previously. Well, now that we introduced ourselves again, I think we need to discuss the future of our new partnership. Partnership? Yes, to be honest, I don't think I can offer you that much in return. I'm not even sure I'm in the position to make any demands. Roland was a bit surprised by how Arthur was acting now. After he revealed his true name and standing, the noble had become even more casual with him. It was true that Arthur would probably not have that much to offer him, but this was not the time to be joking about it. Normally, he expected another deal between the two to commence, and perhaps even a new contract to be formed. Yet it was as if Arthur was considering him a friend or something close to that. I thought you were better at bartering. First, I think we should have at least a week before Theodore reacts, that is if he actually does anything in the first place. We are of the same mind, he might abandon Emerson to not be held responsible for this incident. Yes, I fear that he might go with that option. The two nodded at each other, as it wasn't set in stone that Theodore would pay up for Emerson's misgivings. He could announce that his knight commander was acting on his own accord, and that he didn't have anything to do with it. That would be troublesome. He could deny paying the compensation owed, and even demand we release the knights that were just following orders, but I think your little recording could help us out. Theodore was still the person that hired Emerson and gave him a spot inside the Valyrian Knights. If the recording of this night became known where he attempted to backstab his opponent after surrendering, then Theodore's name would be dragged down along with it. Nobles were kind of a reflection of the staff they hired and trained. He would become a laughingstock for allowing a man like that to work in such a high position. Will you contact your brother and explain it to him? I don't even want to think about it, but it has to be done. I can help you play the recording. We can do it now before I leave. What now? I think this can wait. I need to make some preparations. How about we talk about something else, like expanding the knight order? Now that there is a head knight, Roland didn't continue pushing the issue as he saw that Arthur seemed uncomfortable. It wasn't strange considering that Theodore was the second-born son and a prominent figure in the Valyrian household. It was possible that Arthur received his fair share of bullying when he was younger. Feeling uncomfortable when confronting such a foe was understandable. I guess we can do that later. I'll leave the recruitment to you. I haven't really been formally trained as a knight. It would be better to let someone else perform this task. I see. I'll prepare a speech for you then. I'm sure the current soldiers will love to hear from their new knight commander. A speech? Yeah, that could boost morale. Oh, you're fine with it. Why shouldn't I? Arthur was a bit confused by Roland agreeing to perform a speech in front of the other soldiers and knight candidates. Normally he seemed like someone that didn't like performing such tasks. However, after Roland's stay in the Tier 3 trial, he had somewhat become aware of the ways of running a kingdom. As the knight commander, he needed to perform a few tasks that he normally would try to avoid like the plague. You are full of surprises, or was the previous persona just an act? Something like that. The two nodded at each other and continued to discuss some issues concerning Albrook. The platinum adventurers that Arthur was attempting to recruit were also mentioned, and perhaps now could be drawn into joining their side. There was a lot of work to do, and a lot of eyes would now be pointed in their direction. A lot of work awaited Roland in the future, but first, he needed to get back to his workshop. Now that the issue with the knights was resolved, he needed to get back home. Darenai along with Elodia were still waiting for him. With potentially more enemies on the horizon, he needed to get stronger again. His power was above the average knight commander, but this didn't mean that he could relax. With Arthur's backing and the new dungeon filled with large amounts of materials, he would become stronger. Strong enough to take his fate into his own two hands. There was no going back now. A new era had arrived for him. It would probably bring a lot of trials and tribulations, and he could only face them head-on. Hiding was not an option anymore, A time when he would need to take the offensive again could be right around the corner, and he needed to be ready. I might be missing a few things, but I can't wait anymore. I need to make a new set before it's too late. My lord, I told you that I didn't want to be disturbed, Reginald. I hope for your sake that you have a good reason for this. My sincere apologies, but the Black Ravens have sent an emergency report. An emergency? Could Julius be planning something? It can't be Ivan, so it should be Tybalt. From that bastard. Did something happen to Emerson? Just give me the report. Yes, my lord. The butler strutted in while holding a letter with a raven seal on it. This time around it was a tad different, as instead of it being black, it was slightly crimson in coloring. Theodore Valerian, the master of this place, started going through the writing. His eyes traced the letters with haste, as he couldn't believe what the letter was saying. How did he manage to fail? Was he this incompetent? Was there a variable? No. This doesn't make sense. Who is this unknown knight? Could that bastard be working with one of them? Have the ravens gathered more information? Did that bastard say anything? Not yet, my lord. We are waiting for their demands. Many of our knights have been detained, but no price has been presented to us. It would be unsightly to contact them first, so wait. Should I contact the accountant? Do so. The man leaned back in his chair while continuously trying to figure out who was really behind all of this. It made no sense that his younger brother would be able to achieve something like this. There had to be someone backing him, and his brothers were the obvious source of that. His image of an honorable leader had to be kept. Even though he wanted to let every one of those knights rot, it would be a blemish on his name. After reading the report, it seemed that the duel was justified, but he could always attempt to deny those claims. Before he reached a decision, he needed more information. Theodore was not someone hasty. Now that a variable appeared, it was time to take a step back. Have the ravens monitor Albrook. I want to know if any of my brothers came in contact with that bastard. I don't care if you have to search the main house for some proof. They could have been working together since the start. Yes, my lord. The butler nodded while hearing out the orders. His eyes glanced at the man before him that continued to throw out slow orders. Each time he took a little bit of time to think over his spoken words and remained calm. His build wasn't too big nor too small, and his facial features were considered quite handsome, just like all of his brothers. His nature of acting only within his means, and if the information he gathered allowed him to, had brought him this far. Already the butler could see him trying to predict a few moves ahead of the unknown opponent, to figure out the puzzle that was presented to him. While the caution he displayed was the safest approach, it sometimes prevented him from achieving a breakthrough. Soon the man left with a list of orders to carry out. With a B-rank dungeon escaping their grasp, this issue was becoming larger than any of them anticipated. Now, with the threat of one of the other brothers getting involved, there was not much time to be wasted. However, before a full report could be made, he did not see his master making an aggressive comeback. That clears up things with Arthur, but what now? Roland was on his way home after eviscerating Emerson in the sanctioned duel. His talk with Arthur also ended, and the only thing that he wanted to do now was to get back home. Even though the Platinum Adventurers were said to be coming soon, this wasn't his concern anymore. He had left in a rush, so now the only thing on his mind was the people at home. His old armor had been trashed in the fight, not by his opponent, but by his own runes. Only now, after the live battle test, did he have enough data for his rapid machine reassembly skill. It was now clear to him that it wasn't limitless, and the more it was used, the more of the creation was lost. Each and every time he recreated his armor, some of the materials were lost. At the end, there was nothing left to restore, as the connections between the molecules holding the structures together were fully destroyed. At least it leveled up a lot. Rapid machine reassembly had been the last skill he received from his runic engineer class. At this time it had reached level 8, and was close to reaching the maximum. It was still a tier 2 skill that had been used multiple times on high-grade equipment, such as the golems and his armor. Restoring so many complicated runic components while engaged in combat boosted the skill's leveling potential. I wonder if it's going to upgrade into a new skill after level 9. He was not sure if this was possible, but if his overlord class was prestigious enough, there was a possibility. It was a given that all of the skills he gained as a runesmith lord could be turned into higher tier 3 versions of them, as the class was a direct upgrade of the old one. Considering that the overlord class was a prestige class above the likes of master runesmith, there was a possibility of it also being one above a tier 3 master rune engineer. It would have been a blessing if this was the case, as he could see himself using this skill in the future a lot. Oh woo. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he heard a familiar howl. His home was still out of view and covered by trees. This didn't stop his faithful companion from running out to greet him. The sight of the ruby wolf that had a brush with death brought a smile to his face. Anai, are you feeling better? Woof. The ruby hound was quick to jump into his master's arms. Any regular person would have their body fly back in the opposite direction, due to the weight and momentum. Roland with his current stats was like a brick wall, but to make things easier on his injured wolf, he decided to roll with it and landed on his back. Hey, stop licking my face. Woof. Roland responded to the barrage of licks coming his way. The helmet that he usually wore had become bent out of shape to the point of him removing it. This gave Anai the perfect opportunity to slobber all over his face. Normally he would have pushed him off by now, but after seeing Anai almost die had softened him up. Okay, that's actually enough now. Yet after giving his wolf a bit of leeway, his face had become drenched in slobber. Soon enough he found himself pushing the overzealous wolf away, while also noticing that he didn't come alone. Right behind him was a person with elongated ears that was quick to give him a shout. Wayland, is that you? Lobelia, what are you doing here? What do you mean? I heard what happened and rushed over. Now that I see your face, it does fit a knight. So, you know, of course. Lobelia smiled while giving Roland a thumbs up. She was part of the Thieves' Guild, so it wasn't strange that she already knew the news. Something like a head knight appearing out of nowhere would have spread quite fast. All the underground companies that sold information would be quick to inform their patrons of this event. The name of Wayland the Runesmith would now be changed to Wayland the Head Knight. For a moment he considered giving himself a second secret identity. During the debacle, his face was covered by his helmet. It might have been possible to still be a craftsman at day, and knight at night, as long as he didn't show his face. He had to throw that idea out of the window fast though. First of all, there would be a problem in justifying the duel. The deed to the land was still in his original name. It was possible to falsify the records with Arthur's name, but it was dangerous. If any spy managed to find out, Theodore would have an excuse to retaliate. Then also as a knight, he needed to follow certain standards. Sometimes removing his helmet before a noble was a must. Sooner or later his identity would be exposed, so he gave up on that idea. Instead, he decided to focus on getting stronger, along with figuring out his standing within this world. Now that I think about it, who can I really trust here? After going through more than a year of warfare, his outlook on the world had changed. The trial showed him that when going into the world of nobility and leadership, one had to know their allies. He would be going into a new world filled with subterfuge, schemes, and liars. This was the thing that he was hoping to avoid after having to spend 5 years as a child in the Arden household. Even to this day he was convinced that someone had sent that soldier to kill him. I should make a list. Lobelia here started wrestling around with Anai, as the two headed back to his home. Along the way, they started discussing the event that transpired. Oh, ask away. Have you ever thought of expanding into a different field of work? Different field? What do you mean? I mean, one not involving the underground, something that is more legitimate. If you're asking this, you must have something in mind. Roland nodded at Lobelia as he considered her somewhat trustworthy, at least as long as he was associated with her elder sister Elodia. The half-elf would probably never do anything rash. She was an experienced tracker and had some connections. This was an excellent set of skills to be part of a noble's intelligence network. Mary, who was Arthur's maid, was probably the leader if such a group existed in Arthur's ranks. If he could get Lobelia to switch jobs and work together with the cat maid, then he would have someone on the inside. Arthur was one thing, but Mary seemed like the type of person that would push him over a ledge if it allowed her lord to achieve his mission. His position came with a lot of responsibilities, but also contained some boons. He was now in a similar position to Knight Commander Emerson, who had his own battalion of soldiers. It was even possible for him to lead thousands of men just like in the trial that he finished. Getting a few capable people on his side was paramount to his survival. It would be strange if some of the new soldiers that they recruit were planted spies. There was also a possibility of bribes already in the works or someone already being from the enemy camp. Yes, I know that you dislike nobles, but I think you'll be a good fit. You want me to work for that noble, but I'm not a knight. There is no need for you to be a knight, you'd be part of the hidden unit. Oh, an assassin. Well, close but not quite. Lobelia seemed interested for a moment, but her imagination was flying all over the place. She must have heard all sorts of rumors of nobles having assassination squads, ready to slice the throats of their competition. While this wasn't that much off, he wasn't planning to put her in that kind of position, unless she actually chose that life. We should discuss the details later, maybe bring that idiot along too. I might be able to find him a spot somewhere. Even him. What are you planning? Roland paused for a moment as they finally arrived at his home, and were greeted by both Elodia and Berner. The two looked well but worried. The information about his duel had probably reached this place if Lobelia was here, so he wouldn't need to explain that much to them. Heh, does this make me a squire now? It actually might. Maybe I should make you a proper sword and armor. Whoa, slow down boss. I was only joking, I can't even ride a horse. Now that he was part of Arthur's entourage, some trips outside the city were a possibility. Just like Emerson had ventured outside to take care of things, he could be ordered to do the same. I feel stupid for worrying about you. While he was making fun of Berner, a finger made its way toward his side. Elodia was there shaking her head at Roland, who was acting like a teenager. Soon all of them made their way into his home to discuss a few things. Now that he had become the head knight, he needed to explain how things would change. Sorry about that, but we need to talk about what is going to happen. As you already heard, I've become a knight. After some small talk, he gathered everyone that was around for a little strategic meeting. While he had decided to go along with the head knight position, this didn't mean that everyone here had to go along with it. Even the job offer he handed to Lobelia was a shot in the dark, as he wasn't really sure if she would even consider it. This was a decision that I made. I'll understand if you'd wish to avoid anything that involves nobles. What are you trying to say? Elodia asked while seeming a bit mad at what Roland was insinuating. I'm saying that something like what happened today could happen later, and I'd understand if you'd wish to leave. The room only contained Berner, Lobelia, Elodia, and I. There weren't really that many people that he knew or cherished that much. Berner and Elodia were the two that were the closest to him, and if they decided that it had become too dangerous for them, he would be fine with it. What are you even saying? Whoa. Not even a second passed as he received a kick to his shin from Elodia. Yet the only thing that had suffered damage was the same foot that kicked him, as his body had become too sturdy. That's a stupid question to ask. If I wanted to leave, then I would have already gone. I never liked nobles, but if it's you, boss, then I can make an exception. I also want to see the look on the faces of those Union bastards. He could see his assistant laughing and plotting something involving the other dwarves. Considering that he was now a knight commander, the dwarves would have to fear him. Previously they could have easily boycotted someone like him as he was seen as a commoner. Now they would be directly spitting on the Valyrian household if they attempted the same. Well, you can count me in too. I might even give that offer a thought. Lobelia, on the other hand, shrugged as she didn't feel strongly about the whole thing. Her involvement was quite small, as her only concern was her sister, that got hit by a Valyrian knight. Now that this knight was already dead, there was not really much to do for her. Roland nodded while discussing a few other things with the group. One of them involved bringing over a better-looking Valyrian crest and hanging it outside. With it there, everyone would think twice before causing any more trouble. I need everyone to get stronger. That area can still be used for power. leveling. He already had a plan in his head to get a few of his new associates more power. The first one would be Mary, who would probably become a good asset in the future. With some of the old tools that he needed to revisit, it wouldn't be hard to get her to level 150. However, before that started, his next move would involve drawing up a schematic for his newest creation. I might not have much time for this, but I don't have to make all the parts at once. It's never easy. If something comes easy, then it never lasts long. That's what my ma used to say. I guess she was right. After activating both his Overlord's Might and Mana Overflow skills, he recognized a problem. Even the Red Mithril has a limit. I didn't account for the chaotic mana that skill gives me. Then, if I combine both of them at once, this happens. On the table before him was a thin plate made of red metal. It was the alloy that he intended to use for his new creation. It was mostly made from the red mithril ore that he slowly mined from the dungeon area. Another additive was Ethereum, which lowered the durability against physical attacks, but would allow for it to be more resistant to runes. On the plate, there was a Tier 3 rune inscribed which contained the levitation spell that he previously studied. When he activated it, the small rectangular plate started to slowly move up into the air, while the rune glowed. When examining the process, he could see that the metal was letting the mana flow exceptionally well. There was almost no deteriorative effect to speak of. It looked to be fine when taking in his mana through his runic region skill, which allowed him to activate runes from afar. The next part of the test was to activate the Mana Overflow skill, which generated a blue hue over his body and added arcs of blue lightning. This jolted the plate slightly, and he could see that the metal was having a harder time containing the charge. Then, for the last part of this test, to confirm his fear, he activated the Overlord's Might skill. It produced a red aura that, together with the blue light of the Mana Overflow skill, turned everything purple. If the flashy color of combining these two skills was the only downside, then it would be fine, but that wasn't the main problem. The plate that was previously gently floating in the air started twitching around while glowing purple. This was not something it was supposed to do. The chaotic mana pattern that came from his Overlord skill was interfering with the runic components. When looking over everything with all the skills and senses he developed, he could see the problem. This red mana is very unstable. The mana pattern is constantly changing slightly and making all the components go haywire. Even if it's just jittering slightly, it could create a bigger problem in a more complicated structure. This new skill was hard to control and could cause havoc on his new armor, which would be composed of greater runes. If during a battle he attempted to create a defensive shield and this chaotic mana caused an error, he could very well die. Mana Overflow, on the other hand, was a lot more stable by itself, but when the two skills were combined, it also enhanced the deteriorative effect. The thin plate of red mithril was slowly starting to give out some smoke, the longer the purple haze continued. This was the second test that he conducted, now using both of the skills. Overlord's Might used by itself was slightly less damaging to the structure, but it would be a shame if he couldn't use them at once. I might have to make the armor a lot thicker than I expected. The easiest way to alleviate this problem was adding some bulk to the situation. Below the floating plate, there was another metallic item that looked like a cube. It had some thickness to it, and was also equipped with the same levitation spell. Before his skills ran out, he activated this piece to float up. Thanks to the thickness, some of that chaotic red mana was being contained better, and the jittering had been halted. But is this the only way out? After finishing up with the test, he glanced at the armor set on the board. If his calculations were correct, then the thing would weigh more than triple that of his older creation. This could be alleviated by the heightened stats he received from his Tier 3 ascension. He would still lose some speed, but the added mass would make him also harder to knock down. Considering that he was still more of a ranged combatant, this was fine. The weight aspect shouldn't really be a problem if I can use those skills. All my stats will be boosted even further, and then there is also the levitation spell. If it was someone else, then the weight might be considered an issue. It would slowly tire anyone down and affect the person's stamina that was wearing it. Roland, on the other hand, had some magical means to alleviate this problem. That spell in particular could be used to lessen the weight and could be used similarly to a buffing spell. With a few alterations, it could lessen the weight by 50%, without affecting the metal at all. A suit custom made for me and trash for everyone else. Think this is probably the best I can come up with. No one else would probably be willing to use this type of armor. It was too heavy for mages that could actually utilize the runic spells, and the warrior types would quickly get a migraine after using even one of those spells. It was something that only he would be able to control, and this put a smile on his face. Won't really need the shoulder cannons anymore, which will save some space, but I can also make them detachable. Previously, when he was fighting Emerson, he decided to rip away the shoulder-mounted firearms. They did their job well, but now that he had figured out the floating spell, he would upgrade them into something else. The prototype that he had developed could be made with the help of lesser metals and easily replaced. Just like before, it had a cube as its base. On each flat side of this cube, there existed a propulsion rune that shot out a funnel of air and flames. At the corners of the cube, there was an iron wire going up at a 45-degree angle, which then straightened out forward. There were 4 of these rods sticking out on one side, which represented the front of the cube. Roland had hoped to mirror these points to the backside, but that would only complicate the operating system. As things stood now, he needed to minimize the design and cut corners. The enemies that were on the horizon could come at any moment, and he had no working armor yet. As a base for the flight system for this floating cube, he used a golem core. It was buried inside of it, and had been copied from a peculiar golem monster. This type had been a floating rock with one giant eye in the front. From within this eye, it would fire beams of heated energy, very similar to what he was going with his design. This core had been one that he examined throughout the years, and now with his Tier 3 abilities, copying the base system and making alterations to them wouldn't be that hard. What would have taken him months previously now could be solved in a few days. Thanks to his multiple minds, he could go through the math while going through the crafting procedure. These things would replace the shoulder-mounted cannons and be controlled without the need for the mage hand spell. By automatically firing at his enemies and evading attacks at the same time, they were like small golem companions. The more of them I can make, the better. He wasn't quite sure what his limit would be for controlling them. Even though they would be fully functioning golems, he would need his multiple mind skill to keep feeding them information. The more of them were made, the more brain power he needed to relinquish. With his current skills, it was better to make many smaller golems to augment his fighting style. Other golem makers usually concentrated on creating the best golemic creation they could. This mostly translated into huge metallic monstrosities that were almost impossible to damage. While they were tough and hit hard, they needed a lot of materials to make. The armor that he was making was hollow inside, but a golem of the same size wouldn't. The cost of making a human-sized golem was astronomical, and it also required a gigantic power source to move that type of giant body. However, even with those downsides, he couldn't say that there was no reason for making something like that. A huge golem like that had its uses, and after this was over, he wouldn't be against making something larger. Just like in the bank he visited once, a big bulky golem would be the perfect visual deterrent for potential future threats. If there was a group of 3-meter-tall metal monsters guarding his shop, even those knights that appeared from the Valyrian house would have probably withdrawn before attacking. Let's see, this should be enough, but barely. After looking over a few other things, Roland was finally ready to get the show on the road. In his hands, he was holding a dented shield with the Valyrian family crest in the front. To the side, there was also a similar-looking armor that had the imprints of his fists on it. Both of these would be turned into filler for his red mithril base, as he was lacking enough for the bulkier variant of his new suit of armor. Luckily, this thing has a lot of mithril inside of it too. What Emerson was wearing was an expensive suit of armor made mostly out of regular mithril. It would blend well enough with the red one, just affecting the fire resistance properties slightly. The rest were filler metals that he could do without, and luckily there was an easy way of separating them from what he wanted. For this occasion, he would utilize his new Forgefire control skill. Without a proper smelter that could handle these enhanced metals, he would need to use up a lot of mana. Luckily, with his current stats, this wouldn't be that bad, and with the help of the mana overflow, skill things would be even easier. Mithril was a staple Tier 3 metal that made up the bulk of weapons at this level. It was a well-rounded material that boasted high defenses in all fields. The elemental variants also showed off how well it worked with mana. Many mages of Tier 3 usually included a little bit of it into their wands and staffs. It was finally time for him to join this group of elite mithril users and cover his entire body with it. Luckily, I won't need that sword. I'll just erase the enchantments and use it for now. This sword had the largest quantity of mithril compared to the armor and the shield. Only due to the thinner plates was he actually able to dent it with the help of his fists. Yet even with those dents, the structure was never destroyed, and it never broke. It seemed that the alloy that all of this was composed of made the armor a lot softer than what he was looking for. I need to separate the other metals from the mithril, or my armor could end up the same. Mithril had a high melting point. It would take quite a lot of heat to soften up before treatment. It was actually really hard to get to this melting point that turned it to liquid and made it very difficult for molds. This was a stark contrast to something like adamantium, which was one of the strongest metals that this world could offer. That one was many more times resistant than mithril, but also sometimes simpler to work with. A craftsman only got one chance to work with it, as after the ore was brought to a melting point, it was impossible to repeat the process. After hardening once, adamantium would become unable to be worked on in a regular way. It was practically indestructible after the process was done correctly, but it had to be all done in one go. To get what he wanted out of the suit of armor and the shield, he decided to put it through a liquation process. Thanks to his identification skill, he was aware of what the alloy was made of, and the melting temperatures that he needed to apply. The mithril that he desired had the highest resistance to heat, and would be the last to melt away. Thus he just needed to heat all of it up below the melting point of mithril, to receive a pure ingot afterward. This process was quite simple and known to him, as he had used the same way to purify the red mithril ingots previously. Thus he just needed to repeat it with the suit of armor and shield. Similar to adamantium, after the initial ore was processed, mithril was harder to work on. Thus, to enhance the old smelter that he previously used, he needed to add some of his own heat, with the Forgefire control skill. Finally, he got to work by first stripping all of the plate armor from things like straps and rivets. Some of the parts that didn't cover critical locations weren't made of the metal that he wanted, so they could just be tossed away from the get-go. What remained was then placed onto a slope that was under a large furnace. The angle would push the liquidized ore down into an ingot mold that he could use later. Thus he initiated the process and added his mana to the mix to get things going. The armor pieces started glowing red and slowly but surely liquefying before his eyes. This entire workshop quickly became filled with immense levels of heat that was then quickly suctioned outside by runic fans installed in the walls. All the heat was removed from this main workshop and then utilized elsewhere. Using steam was a valid way of generating some extra energy. While he mostly used wind turbines now, he fixed up the place to generate a small amount of extra charge through a steam generator. All the heat that was generated during smelting could be used to boil water and make steam. Due to the slant on which the metals were resting, the liquefied parts started pouring down. It started out with small red droplets, but soon enough the ingot mold was becoming filled out. The process was slow and grueling, but it was necessary for the creation of his armor. With time, all of the impurities were removed, and he could turn up the heat. Now that almost nothing but mithril was left inside, he could create separate ingots for his initial purpose. Luckily, these fantasy metals were different from regular iron and steel. Even if they went through multiple melting sessions, they would retain their qualities. "Oh, are you finished, boss? Burner, did you get them?" Yes, I did. You should have seen their faces when they saw the letter. Would have been nice if I could have been there. After spending several hours down in the workshop, Roland was able to create the mithril ingots from Emerson's armor. Burner, on the other hand, returned with a few useful tools. They were placed by him on the workbench and spread out for him to see. The first tool that he grabbed was a regular smithing hammer. Luckily, our dwarven friends had some mithril tools out for sale. Yes, very lucky for us. His new position made it impossible for the dwarves to refuse if he asked for it now. These aren't bad, they had to have been made by a good master blacksmith. Well then, grab the tongs and help me out. Aye, boss. Burner's eyes were sparkling like mad. Ever since he found out that they would be making a runic suit of armor made of mithril, his assistant was restless. He was truly a craftsman at heart. Being able to assist in the creation of something this grand was an honor for the half-dwarf. Roland could already see him rubbing it in during one of his visits to the pub. We will focus on the gauntlets first. With an unknown amount of time remaining, he decided to focus on his hands. At least with a set of gauntlets, he would be able to cast a few devastating spells. Afterward, it would be either the breastplate component of boots. Soon after a little break, the forge was turned back on, and the time for hammering was upon him. Well, so you finally decided to show yourself, little brother. Last meeting. I'm not sure I recall, but we are not here for idle chit-chat. What do you want? Straight to the point. I always liked that about you, elder brother. Arthur was showing one of the fakest smiles that he could while trying to remain calm. This was his older brother that was potentially going to be the next duke. While he was taking part in the succession war, there was no way of him ever truly coming out on top. However, to achieve his goal, he needed to prove his competency to his father. If he was able to do that, not even his older brothers could seek vengeance. I'll cut it short then. Your knight unlawfully caused damages to my head knight's property. As you already know, a sanctioned duel between the two had taken place, and my man won. Thus I think you know what this entails. Who was it? I'm not sure that I follow, elder brother. Who was what? Stop playing games, Arthur. Who put you up to this? Was it Julius or Tybalt? Or did that idiot Ivan start getting desperate? Oh, I assure you, none of the other elder brothers had anything to do with it. You want me to believe that? Nevertheless, if you don't want to talk, then that's fine. The truth will come out eventually, as it always does, but don't think you'll get one silver coin from me. Arthur continued to smile while trying to contain himself from any potential angry outbursts. This brother of his started going on a strange rant. Apparently, he was being underestimated. Theodore was quite convinced that one of the other brothers was behind him and the true perpetrator. When I drag you to the noble court, everything will be revealed. You wish for the court of nobles to get involved. Even nobles could be sued and taken to court, but only by other nobles. Depending on the status of the nobles, they could be dragged over to one of two. First was the royal court, which involved the highest degree of nobles that were the dukes, and could also force the king to appear. For someone like Arthur that was a bastard son of a duke, this was not the one Theodore would force him into. Instead, it was the court meant for lesser nobles, that were composed of nobles up to the rank of count. Everyone could present their case in front of this officially assigned noble, that acted as a judge. This person would be randomly chosen with neutrality in mind. If this happened, then Arthur would probably need to travel to a different duchy that wasn't related to their Valyrian household. Though on the outside this seemed fair, it was anything but that. There was nothing like true neutrality, as most nobles would take the side of the more prominent son. Bribes were also a possibility, which put Arthur at a big disadvantage, and was something his brother was aiming for. Why wouldn't I? Even someone like you should know what will happen there. So is that your aim? I don't know what you mean. Justice will prevail. The two were conversing through magical memes and the help of crystal balls. Both knew that it was possible to record exchanges through these devices. Theodore couldn't outright blackmail him or threaten him due to this. Instead, he could just tiptoe around the issue. Arthur assumed that this threat could be dealt with by allowing the captured knights to leave without him receiving much or even anything as compensation. If he received a single gold coin from Theodore, it would be similar to admitting that his knights wronged Arthur. I see, but dear elder brother, justice is on my side, and I can prove it. Prove it? How? Do you think anyone will believe your head knight instead of mine? I know that this Wayland is no nobleman, nor did he attend any knight academy within the kingdom. His word is worthless here. Oh, what if the words came out of your own knight commander's mouth? From Emerson's? Are you insinuating that he would betray me? Are you mad? My dear brother, how about you take a look at this? What are you doing? Just give me a moment, there we go. Theodore's crystal ball was on the larger side, so he could even see Arthur from waist up. Now instead he was looking at a flat surface with his brother standing behind it. On this surface, some type of illusory image started appearing. Let the duel commence. Is that? Yes, it's a magical recollection of the duel. Theodore squinted with his eyes, but he could clearly make out Emerson from this recording. He was battling another person that he assumed to be Arthur's head knight. It didn't take him long to figure out what the point of this magic was. I'll fast forward this a bit to the important part. Fast forward. Yes, I heard some mages call it like that. Arthur just parroted Roland's explanation that attributed strange phrases like pausing and rewinding to this magical device. Soon he came up to the ending part of the duel where Emerson surrendered. This was then followed by the most important phrase, "You're too naive." The knight commander had surrendered and soon after charged at his opponent when his defenses were down. It was a clear indication of honorless behavior and something that was frowned upon by any knight. He broke the code. Are you surprised? You want me to believe in this trick? This magic must be fake. Is it fake? You do know that they will be able to test it during the court review. This wouldn't prove anything. Do you really think so? It will be enough to force a true confession from the other knights, and you already know what happened that day. Arthur could see his brother's face changing into something ugly. This brother of his was known for his calm mind and demeanor. It was clear that this case would not be an easy one to win. With the added magical evidence, it gave him a good foothold. Theodore knew what Emerson did and Arthur was aware of this. His spy network was extensive, and there were ways of forcing confessions out of the lesser knights that were involved in this event. So you finally grew a spine. Are you sure that you want to play these games, Arthur? Oh, is that a threat that I feel? Will you send your assassins into my territory? Are you sure they won't fail as your little knight commander? Will they do a clean enough job, or will father notice? Don't get conceited, you damn bastard. Ho ho, so are we done pretending? I know very well what you think of me. Both Arthur and Theodore started to slowly drop the facade of brotherly respect. None of them really liked each other, and this whole conversation was reaching the climax. Arthur was aware that his brother could easily kill him with the help of the power that he amassed. He also knew that he was very pedantic and careful. With the appearance of a hidden variable in the form of Roland, he would not act. If you don't want it to be known to the world that Theodore Valerian employs knights who break the code of chivalry, and can't even handle one little bastard, then you will agree to my demands. Your damn demands. Do you think that I'll pay to get that fool back? Oh, you will pay. I know how much you care about that name of yours. Do you want to be known as the noble that abandons the people that swear their oath to him? Arthur could see Theodore's face going red, but soon after his brother was able to calm himself. Even though this was a hit to his prestige, the amount of money he would pay to get this sorted out wasn't that astronomical. One thing became clear: if Theodore pushed this onto the noble court, some things that he wanted to remain hidden could be unearthed. It would also give the other brothers an opportunity to drag his name through the mud. The involvement of the other brothers was also an unknown factor, and with Arthur acting this confident, there had to be a hidden backer. Thus, after thinking about the pros and cons, a decision was finally made. Fine, how much do you want? I knew that we could come to an agreement. I was thinking of... Lord Arthur, are you all right? A bucket? Yes. Quickly, find me a bucket or something. Mary had walked into Arthur's office after hearing the magical device being turned off. In front of her, she was pushing a small trolley with tea and some cake. It was known to her that her lord was having a stressful conversation with his older brother. When she got in, though, he did look quite pale and was holding a hand in front of his mouth. I'll go ask one of the maids to bring one over. No tea, that will do. Her eyes went wide as she saw Arthur charge for the tea set. Instead of grabbing the teacup or the cake, he went for the pot. He was quick to open it up and poured the warm beverage from inside onto the floor. Before she could ask about what he was doing, she heard a rather audible sound of him vomiting. Blarg. The pot was able to contain around 1 liter of liquid inside, and was quickly filled up. This unsightly display was not something that she expected to see when walking into this room. My lord, are you unwell? Should I call for the doctor or for the priest? Ugh. And no, it's fine, I'm fine now. Here. She was given the vomit-filled teapot by her lord, who took one of the napkins from the trolley tray. Mary wasn't sure what to do with this thing, besides closing the lid to avoid the smell. Are you sure? Yes, just be sure not to mention this little accident to anyone. Of course. Whew, that was something different. Also sorry about this. It's fine, my lord, I'll clean it up. The color started returning to Arthur's face after this little incident. Mary was quick to call over some other maids to take care of the tea stain, while she disposed of the vomit-filled teapot herself. When leaving the room, for some reason the young lord looked content. It was as if he managed to push through one of the walls that blocked his way. After returning to the office, she found him sitting behind the desk again. He was busy writing up some new documents. After another glance, it became clear that these documents involved the apprehended knights that had invaded their lands. She wasn't sure what the deal was yet, but it was clear that they would be getting some compensation for the recent attack. Damn, not another one. Don't worry, boss, we have 2 more that you can work on. You sure are going through them. So this is how a master blacksmith does things. Roland nodded at Burner, who along with his wife Diana, was bringing over a large deep steel anvil. The 2 previous ones had suffered a gruesome fate of crumbling. His upgrade in stats brought along a lot more power, coupled with the new mithril hammer and magical energy, brought the anvils to their knees. This wasn't the end for it, as his gauntlets were becoming a reality. The one to cover his right hand was already assembled on the side, while he was now completing the second one. With the lack of proper tools to handle the new metal, Roland needed to get a bit more creative. Heating up the ingots was not that hard, with the help of his new forge fire skill, and his increase in mana capacity. With his current class, there was also a decrease in mana requirements for any runic spell he created. The only problem was that he still lacked the tools that could handle the mana. Even thick anvils made of deep steel were unable to handle the continuous pounding. The design wasn't much different than the old gauntlets that he made, but it needed to account for the added bulk. The thickness couldn't get in the way of moving his hands, as he needed to be able to hold onto his weapons. Usually in these suits of armor, a leather glove would be used as a base, but he decided to go with one fully made of merthil, with some flexible chainmail, replacing the leather inside. This was done for one reason: the skill used for repairing his runic creations didn't work on organic matter. In some of his previous designs, he used monster leather that was resistant to the magical strains, but continued uses of his skills would eventually burn through this type of material. Thus he decided to go with a material that could use his newest skill, along with the rest of it. Building everything wasn't actually the hardest part, as it was doing the right design. It reminded him of following instructions when assembling furniture in his past life. He had become the person to make that manual, as he needed to find ways of connecting all the parts to each other. Luckily there were people that came before him that already tested a few things. By adding his own flair, he just needed to make some alterations. Thanks to his improvements, he was able to even work with the precision of a lathe. The trial area allowed him to brush up on every possible smithing technique, and also provided him with various skills for measuring. As long as he had the schematic in his mind, he knew exactly where to cut or hammer. He didn't even need to think about where to hit, and how much force to apply. It was as if this world's system was guiding his hand and performing these tasks for him. No wonder it's hard for these people to innovate past what the system provides them with. While others probably loved how easily they could build things without thinking much, he was looking for a way to make the process even easier. If he had the right equipment, it wouldn't be hard for his assistants to create some parts to make things go faster. The next time he had enough time, he would probably start designing golems that could produce these parts by themselves. As it stood now, he would need to bother with everything by himself. Even if he made a few adjustments to the runic spells that allowed him to create a vibrating blade to cut through some thinner parts of metal, he needed to spend massive amounts of time on everything. With unknown amounts of time on his side, he needed to speed things up. Soon the third anvil was a goner, but finally, the second armor piece had been created. They were composed of red mithril, which would normally give everything a shiny red tint. Yet with the addition of the regular silver mithril variant and Ethereum, it actually became darker due to the latter's presence in the alloy. It was his first time creating this alloy that ended up being a darker crimson. It was not something that he expected, but was a welcomed accident. Having a darker tint was much better than one that could be seen from a mile away by everyone. Roland's hand moved into the newly created gauntlets. It went up to around the middle of his forearm and still required a vambrace, and then something like a cowder to shield his elbow. The right one fit perfectly, and with his current enhanced stats, didn't restrain his movements that much. Boss, are you sure you've gotten the balance right? Should this be this heavy? Yeah, it's fine. Burner handed him the left one, which was a struggle to pick up even for his muscular hands. After the two were connected, he activated the mana pathways that were previously integrated into the smaller pieces one by one. The greater runes started glowing and becoming visible through the metal, but the traces were not as much. With how much thicker this was than the previous design, and thanks to the Ethereum, the glow was a lot milder. Only the larger congregations that made up the focal points of the runes could be seen lighting up. He moved out his palm to the forefront. Down on it, a larger circle could be spotted. When concentrating on the ingrained runic spell, this area started glowing brightly. Soon a swirl of green energy started to blow upwards, and caused both Burner and his wife to grab onto the walls. Whoa boss, what are you doing? Sorry about that. I should have done this in the testing area. The small green tornado that was being created was quickly shut off before his work companions were blown up into the air. The power of a greater wind spell was not something to joke about. With this he needed to continue. 2 pieces were made, but more were required to complete this suit that would allow him to take on harder foes. I'm glad to see that you're doing fine, Lord Arthur. Yes, I'm glad as well, but I would have been even gladder if the bodyguards that I hired actually kept the side of their deal. We are terribly sorry. The repair of our equipment took a lot longer than we anticipated, and we also encountered some wandering monsters on the way here. I see. What do you think? It's possible. Sometimes craftsmen overestimate how much they can handle at once. Arthur, along with the 2 people in this room, looked toward the new addition to the Valyrian household. It was the man that defeated the enemy knight commander, and who was forced into a special knightly getup to represent his lord. On his upper body, he was wearing a specially made gambeson with the household crest around his heart. A set of belts were keeping it tightly together, and black gloves adorned his hands. To the side, he had a ceremonial longsword that the sun elf in the room was glancing at. Oberyn and Myrtle from the Platinum Adventurer party had arrived late, and as punishment was kept from meeting the city lord. Arthur needed to show them that they were actually replaceable, and for this reason, Roland had been asked to come here. After spending half a week in the inn, they were finally called to his mansion for another talk. Master Wayland, oh, please excuse me, it's Sir Wayland now. I'll have to apologize for the treatment from my group during our small expedition. That's fine, they didn't know. You are truly magnanimous, Sir Wayland. Oberyn, how about you say a few words too? Yes, I must apologize for my previous behavior. The woman mage that looked like a witch was all smiles, but her companion was not the best at playing it off. Previously, when he was with them in the dungeon, they treated him as a common blacksmith and a porter. The only one that showed some interest in his work was this older lady. Was she so nice to me because she expected something like this to happen? At that time he was not a tier 3 class holder, so there was no reason to be nice. She was the party leader and perhaps assumed that he was special in some way. Roland didn't really have anything to substantiate his claim, but those were the qualities that a leader should have. By her acting favorably, she was able to get rid of a potentially messy situation. The Sun Elf, on the other hand, was straining himself to apologize. Considering that a knight commander was beaten that out-leveled all of them, he was probably feeling threatened. It's fine, as I stated before, you couldn't have known of my position. However, now that you are aware, I will expect you to handle yourselves as proper bodyguards. I expect you to execute your duties properly from now on, and if something happens to the Lord, you will have to answer to me. Do I make myself clear? Of course, we shall perform our duties as was stated by the contract. Why yes, we will. Roland found this a little bit cathartic. Usually, it was he that needed to lower his head before people, but now it was the other way around. Unless another higher noble than Arthur arrived in the city, he wouldn't really need to bow his head. Even though he was just a son of a noble, this noble was a duke. Considering that Arthur was taking part in the succession battle, he was an officially acknowledged member of the Valyrian noble family. Even though almost no one treated him like that in his own household, people from the outside couldn't be as dismissive. Even if he didn't win this race for the main title, he could potentially gain a different one. The title of the duke could only be given to one of the sons that continued the line. Any others that stood out could become viscounts or counts and form a branch family. Usually, they would just continue to work under the duke household as a regular lord, and become something like an official. Roland, on the other hand, who was only a son of a baron, couldn't even become a proper lord. Instead, his career would usually involve becoming a knight just like he did now. Then perhaps if Arthur managed to become a count, he could be granted some land, along with a baron title for his services. There was always a limited quota of how many nobles could reside in a kingdom or empire. It was limited by the regions that these nobles were assigned to. Even his father owned land and managed it after being given it for his services. If every area that the kingdom was divided by was managed by a noble, then no more titles could be really given. It was possible to divide some land here and there, but this didn't really happen often. Thus, usually only thanks to war, death or bankruptcy, did a new noble come to be. You're not bad at this. The blood of the Silver Wolf really does run in your veins. Really, I thought that I might have gone too hard on them. Roland shook his head at Arthur after the two platinum-grade adventurers left. The contract that you made with them was quite vague. They were actually following it, so we can't really punish them. How troublesome. If I knew this would have happened, I really did overpay for this one. Arthur seemed dejected after the interaction. Even though they had apologized, they didn't seem like proper allies that he could count on. In the contract, they were supposed to act as his bodyguards, but they didn't really need to go against people like Emerson, that were nobles. They couldn't duel anyone like Roland did, and if they were hindered by outside sources, then they wouldn't be punished much besides getting a pay cut. Thus it was possible for them to come up with an excuse, and Arthur could not really do much about it. That you did, but this place should start making money soon. Yes, my brother will buy out those knights, so you might want to watch your back. For Emerson, he must have a lot of spare change to pay up, but not like I can refuse the coin. Just be sure to spend it well, like on some proper knights. Haha, I will. The battle for resources was important, but not like they needed that much more money. All of them were already established lords with grand cities and small armies in their grasp. In Roland's mind, violence was not always the answer. It was possible for a person like Theodore to use bribes, but he couldn't see Arthur selling the city out. Previously he mentioned some type of bet, so joining one of his siblings was off the table. They won't send assassins out for me, will they? There was a possibility of him becoming the main target of people that wanted to infringe on this city. Currently, he had a small amount of protection as Arthur's movements were considered mysterious. After Emerson's fall, everyone would probably send out their spies to find any other potential players in the city. Then after it became clear that he was the only obstruction in their way, his head might be targeted. He was working tirelessly on his new armor, but this was not the only way of defending himself. Just like in the Tier 3 trial, there were times when others needed to be utilized. While he was the strongest piece on the chessboard, this didn't mean that he couldn't get some help. Right on cue, one of the pieces that could lessen the burden on his shoulders showed up. My lord. Mary, come in. We are finished. Good day, Sir Wayland. Would you like some tea with cake? He remained silent for a moment as he wasn't paying attention to Mary, but to the status screen in front of his face. Both the maid as well as the lord were wearing an enchanted trinket on their body. These types of enchantments lasted for quite some time, but had the downside of only allowing simpler effects. The pendant that he received from his old boss was the same, and it could absorb some of the ambient mana to keep the enchantment in effect. Thanks to this enchantment that he had studied, he was now able to see through similar magical devices. Mary's and Arthur's status screens became visible to him after he disabled the magical tools they were using. Name. Classes. T2 Spirit Fencer 46 lira. T1 Sword Warrior 25 lira. T1 Warrior 25 lira. Name. Mary the 50 TH 135. Classes. T2 Infiltrator 50 lira. T1 Thief 25 lira. T1 Scout 25 lira. Sir Wayland. Level 135. Mary. Would you like to reach level 150 within a few days? Excuse me, how did you? I have my ways, but Arthur, your level is quite low. Think you should at least go through your second tier 2 class. It's fine, Mary. Arthur raised his hand up to stop his maid from spazzing out. She realized that Roland had somehow seen through her status screen. That should have remained hidden. It was the same for her lord that didn't seem that perturbed by it. If he compared Arthur to his older brother Robert, his level wasn't that low. Usually, noblemen and knights didn't gain that many levels in their teenage years, and then quickly moved through them in their 20s. What did you have in mind? Do you want Mary to leave for the dungeon? Yes. It would involve her going there to kill the tier 3 skeletal monsters. How would I do that? Mary seemed confused and also not very trusting in his proposal. This was quite normal and he was expecting this. Even though Arthur was very lax around him, his guard was not. By helping her achieve the tier 3 class change, he was hoping to alleviate that problem, and having someone stealthy on his side was always a boon. I'm sure you know that you won't get much experience from killing higher tier monsters if others do it for you. Yes. What about killing higher tier monsters with the help of magical equipment like explosive scrolls? That shouldn't affect it, as long as they are activated by you. Don't mean? Yes, that's what I had in mind. I'll prepare a few things for you. Mary realized what Roland wanted to do. The ways how some nobles leveled up fast after going through their training period were known to her. Normally the world did a good job of disallowing any power leveling from happening. A person couldn't be aided by higher level people with more experience, as the kill would not count. There was some leeway for it, and this was something that Roland had been exploiting for many years. If someone else used something like his large mana cannon to kill the tier 3 skeletons, they would gain a large amount of experience. Are you capable of making such powerful weapons? But what if it fails? Can you guarantee that Mary won't be harmed? If she follows my instructions, then nothing should happen to her, but it would be easier if the mine area remains unclaimed. Thanks to his rune compacting skills, he was now able to fit a lot of runic batteries into weapons. It would still be somewhat bulky, but nowhere near the size of the mana cannon that he used when he was a tier 2 person. The second option would be to go into the dungeon and plant runic mines by tracking the monster roots. With enough explosive force and divine power, it was a possibility. If he fashioned a few one-use scrolls even at that tier, defeating those monsters wouldn't even require a bulky cannon. The mine area. Yes, I'm sure the Union had already sent you their demands. You didn't sign any contracts yet, right? No, I left it out on the table, but they are offering quite the sum. I would advise you to not accept those terms. The red mithril veins and mana crystals along with the Ethereum could be used elsewhere. Roland knew how the Dwarven Union operated. They wanted to get their hands on everything related to ores and minerals. The sum they offered looked enticing, but by his calculations, after about 5 years, they should be able to make it back, perhaps even sooner. It was a nice immediate injection of money, but there were other ways of using the resources that could be mined there. Elsewhere, I assume you already have an idea of what to use it for instead. Of course, how would you like to be the owner of the next Runic City of Albrook? Runic City. Arthur was intrigued by the name, and probably had an inkling where Roland was going with it. Yes, I'm talking about magic lanterns on every street. Runic cold boxes and heaters for every home. Runic cold boxes and heaters. Yes, could you imagine how much more tax revenue it would bring in? I'm sure your father would appreciate the coin. But he would. Roland had created a runic refrigerator before, and even one of those models was inside of this mansion. The true worth of that mine was actually the abundance of mana resources. There was no need for even using his generators, as the crystallized mana that could be taken from there would be enough. Then in the future, if the city grows, he could slowly introduce generators as a solution. This is slightly hard to follow. I think you'll have to explain everything to me in simpler terms. Of course, as you might know, runic enchantments require mana to function. The material is also important, and for something like a magical lamp, it won't use up much. Still, the mana will quickly drain without something providing replacement mana, and for this, we first need to create a power plant, a mana power plant to be exact. A mana power plant. Yes, we will need to place the structure in a safe location, and store all of the Elecon's fluid and crystals there. They will power all the runic devices in the city through a cable that we can construct in 2 ways. There was nothing like an overhead power line in this world. If he got Arthur on board, then they could distribute the mana energy just like people in his old world did. It was possible and safer to place the cables underground, but it would require more work than just constructing power lines. On that topic, he wasn't quite sure, as with the help of earth magic it would become easier. Mana power lines. Yes, we'll have to consult with someone from the Builder Guild to draw up some plans, but I don't see a reason for it not being feasible. I'd start with the runic lamps, as they will catch the eyes of the residents. After that we can push for heating and home appliances. Roland could see Arthur's brain working overtime. It was becoming clear that when thinking about the future, it was better to refuse the dwarves from taking the mine. He was sure that his new partner would see the bigger picture. People in the modern world were unable to live without electricity and the boons that came with them. This was his plan, to make them addicted to the day-to-day enhancements these runic devices brought with them. It was time for an affordable magical revolution, and it would start here. I bring some ill tidings. Wheel, sir. It seems that City Laird decided to not sell us rights, nor does he want to rent it. How come he wouldn't? Did ye offer him usual cost? Does he expect more? Nah, he wouldn't even budge when I showed him premium prices. I think he wants to keep exclusive rights to mines, or does he want something else? Dunan was having a conversation with one of the other dwarves that helped them manage the Union branch here. Ever since the new part of the dungeon was discovered along with that mine, they wanted to get their hands on it. While the dungeon was a neutral zone where everything could happen, they didn't want to battle against adventurers while mining. This neutrality could be taken away if the city lord sold them or rented out the mine. With them having the right papers, they could send in the Valyrian soldiers after anyone that attempted to take materials from this mine. Without them, they would have to establish a large protective force to keep their miners safe. Now, on the other hand, it looked like they wouldn't even be able to do that. It does seem so. I'll bet that runesmith had something to do with it. It cannot be a coincidence. Wayland. Dunan recalled the recent events which involved this person. He had been announced to have been actually a knight, the head knight even. This didn't make sense to the dwarf. How could a runesmith become a noble's knight? Was he really a runesmith to begin with? They had been dealing with him for years now, and their attempts of cutting him off from the market had been unsuccessful. Someone had been supplying the man with materials for his shop that was able to survive. The magical weapons that he supplied were real though, so either he had some type of renesmithing class that was unique, or someone else was making all of them. Now that he was ousted as a knight, this all made more sense. It was possible for this ploy between the city lord and the runesmith to have been decided years ago. Perhaps the city lord knew that he would arrive in this city, and had his head knight establish a foothold before he arrived. Dunan was aware of all the sales numbers, and they were a bit behind the other cities. The Valyrian house also had its own auction house that sometimes sold runic items that were seemingly produced by this runesmith. They lost some market share due to his involvement, and the magic store outside the city had become quite an eyesore. Now they couldn't even stop him from directly getting their wares, as he was part of the ruling faction. That missed be it. They planned AO it and want to profit OTH mines. The dwarven leader slammed his fist onto the nearby workbench while scowling. Without those papers, they couldn't do anything, and how things were going, they probably would be pushed out even further. It was becoming clear that the lord of this city had taken Weyland's side. Their direct competitor here could not be touched. This wasn't even the worst part of it. If the man wanted, he could make things really difficult for all of them. "Sir, we have a problem." Human runesmith is ear. "What now?" While Doonan was trying to think about who he could bribe to get this sorted out, another member from the smithy burst into the room. It was one of the dwarves that worked in the nearby store that he decided to visit today. After hearing that Weyland was there, he started getting a foreboding feeling. Was he here to pay them back for what they did to him? "Calm down, I will handle this." If there were enough of them in this region, then they needed to create equipment for them to buy. It was a chance for him to learn from a real master, and then later advance to a master blacksmith himself. However, it would look like he was incompetent at managing the Union branch for allowing the mine to slip from their hands. He might not care if it had been a long-lasting ruse thought up by the humans. Thus, he rushed to see what this human was planning. Perhaps he could turn this whole thing around, and everyone had their price. After arriving at the shop, he saw the man of the hour, Weyland, the current head knight of Arthur Valerian. Doonan wasn't that well versed in the ways of nobility, but it was clear that this person carried a lot of prestige. Besides having the backing of the city lord, he was also a tier 3 class holder that recently pummeled another strong knight commander almost to death. He was still just a regular blacksmith and a merchant. He knew that antagonizing this man was now out of the question. What does he want? At the moment he was just standing around the large store owned by the Union of Dwarves. Doonan was quick to pull one of the clerks to the side to get an answer. "I don't know." He just came in and stared at snooping around smithing tools section. His appearance was also different. He was wearing some type of armored shirt with the Valerian crest over his heart. The face that he used to cover up with armor or a robe was out in the open. Some of the clients were constantly staring at it, as the man's face was appealing to look at. Doonan didn't want to say it, but he did fit the image of a knight, which was probably his true identity from the beginning. The dwarf tried remembering all the interactions that he had with this man. His mind couldn't recall anything pleasant, as he usually just made snarky remarks whenever they interacted. There was nothing that he could recall that wasn't an attempt of aggravation, and this was even without all the sanctions they brought upon him. Nevertheless, if he had backing from the city lord from the beginning, then their resources spent on bribes were ill spent. He had been able to get resources through Arthur from the start. They had been getting played from the beginning. At least this was the scenario that played out in his head that made the most sense. Perhaps now that the cat was out of the bag, they could remedy the situation. "Doonan, was it? Could you stop staring? It's becoming uncomfortable." "Don't worry, I won't stay here for more than I have to." "Ah." Before he could even utter the word to the man, he was spotted eyeing him from behind a corner. Instantly he made himself noticeable to not seem like some type of common miscreant. "I don't ken what ye mean. This is ma shop. Why wouldn't I look at folk that comes here?" "Is that so? Then that's fine." Even though he didn't want to sound arrogant, he instantly blurted out some words that sounded off. He was used to talking down to people thanks to all the backing, and even nobles couldn't look down on the power that the Union carried with it. "I'll take this, that, yes, this. That's not for sale." Doonan's eyes become larger as he spotted the item that this fellow wanted to take. In hopes of getting on the master blacksmith's good side, he was already assembling the right workshop. The tier 2 tools that they had gathered would be ill-equipped for such a prestigious craftsman's hands. Thus he was sure to call up some favors, and also emptied his purse to get a few things sent here. One of those things was a large anvil that was made from mostly mithril, of very resistant material. Yet this wasn't all. This smithing tool had one more thing inside of it that made it special, and this was orichalcum. Orichalcum was a very rare metal, much more than the mithril it was mostly composed of. Thanks to the inclusion of this metal, the anvil would not conduct mana as well. This meant that during the process of enchanting, the deterioration factor would be lower by a substantial value. If the anvil was fully made from orichalcum, it would not allow any mana to pass through it. This was the bane of any magic user, as it had an almost full immunity to magical effects and attacks. It was a true anti-magic metal that even tier 4 mages would not stand a chance against. Yet the biggest downside of this metal was the rarity. Assembling even one set of armor made out of orichalcum would empty the coffers of any noble. Dunan wasn't sure if even one of these armor sets existed in the whole kingdom. While a suit of armor like this was resistant to all types of magic, it also couldn't be enchanted in any way. Thus it lacked uses besides anti-magical combat, and when going against warrior types, it would lose much of its worth. It's not. Don't worry, I know what it's made of. I will pay the usual market price for this piece. Ah said that 'tis not for sale. Ah, you want an anvil, then pick out another one. Dunan started getting annoyed. Even though he knew that he should not talk back to this person, he could not let himself get bullied. This store was connected to a workshop where a lot of craftsmen worked. They were all now peeking out to see what all the commotion was about. To someone as prideful as Dunan, this was the worst possible situation. Oh, so you intend to continue? I see how it is, but two can play this game. A rumor has been going around the city. A rumor? Yes, my men told me that cursed weapons have made it inside the city gates. Cursed weapons? I dunno what ye're talking about. Ye will not find any cursed items in ma shop. Are you sure about that? Can you vouch for everyone involved in the union? Do you really want my men to search through your wares? If we find any amount of necrosium anywhere near your union's workshop, then you know what will happen, right? Are ye threatening me? Threatening? I don't know, am I? Just giving a good friend some advice. The human started whispering while getting closer. His palm landed on Dunan's shoulder, and instantly he started feeling a strange pressure wash over his whole body. It was as if a pile of sandbags were weighing him down. This bastard, even if he doesn't fin anything, I'm sure he'll just claim he did. The dwarf lived long enough in this world to know what this was about. Even if nothing was found, it wouldn't be hard for Wayland or any of the Valyrian soldiers to plant the necrosium in one of their warehouses. Dunan wasn't even sure if that would have been necessary, as he had been turning a blind eye to some of his workers. It was possible that some of his people had some dirt on them, and launching an investigation into all of their dealings would be devastating. A friend? Why yes, we're good friends. Ye and me. Ye kin tak th anvil. You've made the right decision. There should be enough in here to cover the cost. Aye, this should be enough. Dunan didn't want to spend any more time arguing with this person. Losing the anvil would set him back for a small amount of time. He was also getting gold coins in return, which he could just spend to order a new one. Pushing back the creation of the new workshop was better than ending up in the city dungeon for smuggling cursed weapons and materials. Good, I'll be taking the anvil with me then. I will have someone carry it over. That's fine, I can carry it myself. It became clear that the strength of a Tier 3 knight was nothing to scoff at, and his decision of selling it off was the correct one. Roland was on his way back home from attending a meeting with Arthur. He had tried explaining a few things about the Runic City project, but he wasn't sure if he sold it well. Retaining the mine was something he hoped for, and thus he came up with a way to move Arthur. The young man clearly needed money and a way to stand out, so he expected him to think this matter through. There was a lot of money that could be made along with many new innovations. While there were magical cities out there, they didn't really push their innovations into the city's infrastructure. Mages tended to gather around in large academies to do magical research and practice their spells. Then later, after gathering enough merits and money, they would attempt to establish something like a mage tower. One of such towers even existed back in Adelgard, but it was out of reach of the commoner district that he was a part of. No one really wanted to bother making innovations like affordable magical heating or water purifiers. Instead, they continued to play around with spells, just enamored in the pursuit of true power. While all the things that he wanted to implement had already been created before, they had one big downside. They were costly to produce, and also required a mage to work together with a competent craftsman. What ended up happening was usually a disaster, with not much progress being made, and both sides expecting to get reimbursed for their time. Hiring such a dysfunctional worker force was quite a headache for any noble that wanted to invest in magical innovation. Thus, instead of spending the money on new research, they just used older technology that had already been tried out. This was kind of where he wanted to put himself in, creating affordable runic devices that increased the standard of living and generated taxes. It would be something that every noble would like to sink their teeth in, and it would raise the happiness level of the citizens. This was quite the endeavor though, and he would probably not be able to do it alone. It made him think about potential help. With a large Dwarven Union presence in the city, he was even considering them for a moment. Yet after remembering what they did to him in the past, he decided to throw this notion away. There were other guilds that hired craftsmen that could perform the task, like the Builder Guild that also helped him assemble his home. It was easy to work with them, and as long as they got paid, they didn't ask many questions. After his mind turned to the Union, he remembered the lack of anvils in his workshop. Both his gauntlets had been already created. The Sabaton element for his feet had also been assembled, but the last anvil was broken before the creation of his greaves. There was one place selling anvils around where he was walking, and thus he ended up at Dunan's workshop and store. Nah, better not push my luck. If I intimidate them too much, they might do something drastic. And I don't need more enemies before getting that armor set done. I did not expect to find Orichalcum here. This must be my lucky day. The anvil was placed over his shoulder as he strutted through the city. The anti-magical component would disperse all of the energies from his Renesmee thing blows, without damaging the metal. This thing would last him for quite some time, and would have probably required a long waiting period if he attempted to buy it himself. The only downside was the money. I'm almost broke. All of the money he saved up had gone into restoring his home from the Lick attack, and now into buying out the proper tools. If this continued, he would start asking Arthur for a larger payout. The thing that could alleviate this problem was one proper dungeon run into the area filled with Tier 3 monsters. I don't think I'll be able to sleep well for a while. Roland shook his head while going through the main gate. There he was saluted by all the guards, which he would need some time to get used to. Things were looking good for him, but how long this would stay like this depended on his skills, and was a truth that he was aware of. This material really isn't bad. Didn't know the dwarves were hiding onto it. See boss, I told you this would be much better than using a chain mail. Luckily those bastards can't deny us anymore, but they seemed even more docile than usual. Did you say something to them? I just gave them a small pep talk while picking up the anvil. Roland shrugged a bit at Berner's inquiry, as he didn't want to let it slip that he was already abusing his new position. While they were talking about the Union of Dwarves, it was still a slippery slope. If he let his new position get to his head, then he would not be any better than the people that wrong him. While he didn't want to be petty, he did like the payback he got by threatening one of the Union branch leaders when he grabbed the anvil from the shop. If you say so, but how is it? It allows for better finger movement without decreasing the bulk at all. Won't need to make any other adjustments. His hand was inside of his new gauntlet, and thanks to a new innovation, it was pretty good for gripping. Some space between the finger joints would always be uncovered to allow for a person to move their fingers in their full range of motion. The more metal put in place, the worse this range got. The Dwarven Union was stocking up on rare materials lately, and this became apparent after he encountered the Orichalcum anvil. With it, he was able to finish up the other foot, and now could start connecting the pieces. The original plan was to use a chain shirt to go under it, but now thanks to this strange liquid alloy, there was no need for it. Roland had heard about the technology before, but it was not something readily available to him. This combination of alchemical techniques along with smelting metals was not something that he could do himself. Thanks to Berner hanging around the Union stores in search of better tools, this topic came up. Then it was just as simple as taking enough to cover his body parts in it. This is pretty ingenious. It just hardens around my body and keeps the elasticity of a leather glove. Yeah, good that we caught on before everything was finished. Remember to remind me to give you a raise later. Bernice started grinning after hearing that, and considering what the two were through, he needed a little bonus. His wife was also in a bit of a problematic situation, due to her belly recently expanding in size, to the point of it affecting her work. For the time being she was to remain in the city. Normally no one would give her any coin for not working, as in this world, people expected the man of the house to cover this part. Luckily, their boss was a person from modern times that believed in maternity leave. The alchemical alloy they were using was called Silvergrace alloy. The name stemmed from the silver coloring, and how gracefully it allowed people to move in it. Its weight was slightly above a chain vest, which added even more weight to the current design. How it worked was very simple. First, a mold needed to be formed and filled with the concoction. After sticking his hand through, and using some mana, the alloy would start to harden to create an elastic shell. This shell would be similar to leather, but more resistant to outside shocks. It could be made relatively thick to boost the defensive ranking without losing that much elasticity. It was the perfect material to make use of his repairing skill. It was an alloy, so it could even allow him to integrate some lesser runes or more traces. However, it wasn't the best material for rune crafting, as it would start melting and losing its properties rather quickly when coming in contact with runic enchantments. It did its job as a filler material to keep the joint areas protected. Should I make a whole suit from this instead of splitting it up into parts? When interacting with this new material, he remembered things from the modern world, in particular wetsuits. It was possible to create something that would fit over his whole body, and would integrate him into the new armor, much better than any separate part could. I'll just need to create simple runic traces over the whole structure, and it won't hinder my mana from going into the armor. For now, it'll be easier to make it separate from the armor, but later on integrating it fully into it might be the better solution. To cut corners, he decided to go with the wetsuit idea, and leave a part in the back open for him to slip in. With a large backplate protecting his rear, this small weak point wouldn't really matter. He would be fully surrounded by metal from all sides, and perhaps in the future, a sturdier version of this silvery suit could be made. He might even be able to integrate thinner armor onto it, so even if the outer shell was destroyed, he would have some semblance of runic spells to work with. Normally introducing changes to the design so late into the build wasn't advised. Yet he could not deny the advancement this new suit could bring to his fighting capabilities. It also opened a new field of research that he needed to look into, and presented something that he was lacking. The methods that he was using now were above others in certain places, but in others, he was trailing behind. While he didn't think that any master runesmith was above him in crafting runes, he was still inexperienced in the basic constructing methods of this world. There were still things that he could learn, and perhaps more research was in order. Thus hours continued to wind down, as he along with his assistant resumed their work. Some time was spent to make the human-sized mold to fit Roland's whole body, but it was a necessity for this procedure. After being encased by it, Bernard just needed to pour the silvery liquid inside, while he focused mana around his body. The alloy would react to this veil of mana and begin to harden, while the rest remained liquefied. This allowed for the creation of a much less precise mold, and would even work if he just submerged his entire body in this magical liquid metal. The end product fit around his body quite nicely, but there were some parts that needed to be smoothed down. Yet the result was something that he could work with. There was already one solution to this problem, but first came the armor. The parts to protect his shoulders, thighs, and then chest were all made soon after. The limited amount of mithril alloy that he created was all spent until almost none of it remained. The last element to fashion was the helmet, which would be larger than the previous iteration. With the increase in bulk of all the other parts, there was a bit more space to work with. The visor was expanded to cover more of his eyes, and to also allow the implementation of a better integrated monitor. Through it, he would be able to use his radar and take better advantage of the enhanced sensors. For a moment he considered ditching an outer visor, and encasing his whole helmet in metal. Golemic eyes could be placed in strategic locations instead to act as live cameras. This idea had to be ditched due to the lack of picture clarity. Before he acquired some Tier 3 Golem monster eyes to remedy this issue, the regular visor design would need to be implemented instead. We did it. Kind of. What do you mean, boss? It's just an empty armor. Before the operating system gets fully integrated, it won't be much better than regular enchanted armor. Ugh. It's fine. You can go home. I don't need you for that. You did enough already. Roland glanced at Burner, who was down on the ground. The fact that he was able to work through all of the craftings with a workaholic like him told a lot about his tenacity. He didn't sleep much, and had to use several stamina potions to get himself through all of this. His body was probably exhausted, but he lasted through all of it. Are you sure, boss? I can at least stay to help you get into this bulky thing. It's fine. As you can see, I don't really need more hands as I already have multiple ones. I see, but could you stop doing that? It looks eerie. Burner was looking at a bunch of floating armor parts that Roland lifted up in the air. Due to his lack of mana sense and basic crafting profession, he was not good at seeing low-cost mana spells like this. It looked like vague, flashing, and transparent blue hands were creepily holding up all the items in the vicinity. You'll get used to it. Now go home and call me if you need any help, but you'll need to wait for that raise. We're a bit in the red this month. Boss, I know. Finally, it was time to get into the nitty-gritty of it all. While the shell of his new product had been constructed, there was still more work to be done. All of the runes were in place, but they still needed a functioning system to run it all. The old one could be used as a base, but needed to be modified to fit the greater runes. Being able to switch through the various spells fast wasn't the only thing he wanted to implement. With something like the levitation spell becoming possible, a lot more calculations were in order. While tinkering through the system, he reminded himself of the issue with the other Valyrian brother. After Emerson's defeat, he was given off for ransom, and his master Theodore decided to pay up. This meant that a company of knights would be arriving to pick him up. This of course meant trouble for him and anyone involved in the incident. It would be stupid for them to attempt another open duel, but I can't discount it. It wasn't probable, but there was a chance that things could go wrong. What if 3 knight commanders appear to grab Emerson, and then decide to team up? Without this armor being fully functional, he would probably not stand a chance. If they actually figured out that Arthur lacked any trump cards, it could be over. There shouldn't have been enough time to go through everything though, and the Platinum Adventurers will be there too. It should be fine. Roland tried to lessen the burden on himself by remembering the backup that he now had. Outright fighting between the forces that belonged to the Valyrian household inside of the city was not something probable. Arthur's father would probably not let them be for making his family look like savages. Theodore or the other brothers wouldn't do anything hastily. Now that he exposed himself, he had become a target. It was possible for a lot of trouble to come his way. He was the head knight and a hurdle for the other Valyrian successors. Taking him out would be one of the main moves that Arthur's siblings could go after. I'm sure someone will try to make contact with me. I need to prepare for that occasion. If this thing explodes on me, then I'm done for. While thinking about the future, he placed his hands on the chest piece of his new crimson creation. The metal had a dark red tint, and right in the middle housed a crystal. Instead of the replaceable magic gems that he used with the previous model, he now had an integrated concentration point. There was a trade-off, as after firing once, the ray of magical energy would need some time to cool down. To the side, he had 2 of the square cubes that he designed to replace his shoulder cannons. His naming sense wasn't the best, so he decided to take things from his memory and call them bits for the time being. With the dawn of spatial magic, they could be stored inside a cavity in the backplate. With a simple spell, he could then allow them to escape for a surprise attack. For the time being, he was limited to the size of his armor, thus storing a whole spider golem within a spatial space at their current size wasn't quite possible. The rush to finish this product before visitors arrived intensified. He continued to work tirelessly through the night as always, and finally, it was finished. The first real creation that he made after ascending to this new level of power. Due to his inexperience, he was aware that this was only the best item that he could make at the moment. The Silver Grace ally made him realize that there were things outside that needed to be researched. This gave him hope for continuous growth and an ability to tackle difficult tasks that could arise in the future. I just need to connect these traces, and it should be complete. Roland performed runecrafting on all the separate parts beforehand. At the end, he just needed to connect a few runic traces and fiddle with the integrated operating system to finish the product. After getting the basics going, he finally connected all the missing parts to let the monostructure function correctly. Yet just as he was about to get inside this new suit of armor, he was surprised by a strange prompt that he never expected. Congratulations on creating a unique armor set. Please give it a name. At first, he wasn't sure what to make of it. He had never seen something like this before. After the message was over, he was greeted with an empty screen. It remained there without moving, as if it wanted him to do something with it. It wants me to name the armor set. Has this happened before? In truth, Roland didn't really have much experience with high-level equipment. Emerson's suit of armor was the first true Tier 3 item that he ever got his hands on. Everything else that he interacted with was either on another person, like the Platinum Adventurers, locked away in the store, or used against him by the Abyssal Cult. Wait, aren't there some named legendary items in the kingdom somewhere? Or like the church, think the robe the Pope wears is supposed to have a name. When thinking about it, he realized that there were certain legendary named weapons and armor in certain places. He read about them when he was younger, and didn't really think much of it after getting integrated into this world. Perhaps his assumption that these people just liked giving cool names to swords was wrong, considering that a system existed here that gave things titles and for performing certain tasks, then naming stuff was a possibility. A name for this armor set. I'm not good with names. When glancing at the crimson armor parts on the table, some names started flashing through his head. Crimson armor. No, that doesn't sound right. The bulky red. Runic Avenger. Wait, if I make a new set, would I have to name it again? If that's the case, then how about Runemark I? Registering the name Runemark I. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. After blurring out the name, he realized his mistake. The system was just waiting for him to speak out some words before instantly applying them to his suit of armor. Yet he didn't really mind. The simplicity behind the name would allow him to keep track of all the named iterations of his wares, if they actually continued to pile up. Without thinking much about that part, he activated his advanced analyzing skill. To his surprise, there was a purpose for the naming. It gives the set a bonus if all parts are worn together. Thus Roland's first greater set was created, and finally, he could truly take a step into the realm of Tier 3 class holders. Another vague title. Roland glanced at the new title that he received after finishing this new armor set of his. To his surprise, after it was all done, the world system allowed him to name this item. It was quite the finicky method, as the first words that he blurted out were applied to this item. What would have happened if I said some random words? Would it register anything, or does the intent count? It was a good question, but he probably wouldn't ever find out. If he ended up making another named item, it would be better to not give it a stupid name. If he was able to perform this act, then probably other people were also able. Considering this existed, the analyzing skill should have been able to identify this new runic set of armor he made. Thus Roland picked up one of the gauntlets to give it a look. To his surprise, a few new things showed up besides the usual metal composition. Durability, 90/90ths. Armor rating, B. Set bonus, 2+10 intelligence, 4+10 endurance, 6+ all runic spells deal 5% more damage. Could this be the function of the title? What his eyes focused on was the classification of this gauntlet, which gave him a unique one. He wasn't sure what it meant, but some of his old game knowledge gave him an idea about what it entailed. Before he confirmed the hypothesis, his gaze landed on the set bonus that included 6 parts. The bonuses weren't that bad, and the increase in flat damage just for wearing a suit of armor was a nice surprise. 6 parts. Does it only count the main parts of the armor set? From what he could gather, the system decided to divide his armor into 6 main parts. The boots included the sabaton and greaves. The pants probably included the cuisses and what was below his waistline. Cuirass for the chest piece, gauntlets for the hands, pauldrons along with the rerebris, and finally the helmet. Some tests were in order before he figured everything out. His theory about the new title was easily confirmed after he used his identifying skill on some other items around the smithy. The sword that he got from his fight with Emerson had the highest rank for the classification bit, and gave him an idea of how they were graded until that point. Name: Enchanted Mithril Greatsword. Classification: Rare. Durability: 69/75. Attack rating: C+. Name: Runic Ether Durasteel Shield. Classification: Uncommon. Durability: 45/45. Armor rating: D. Name: Runic Ether Durasteel Longsword. Classification: Rare. Durability: 40/40. Attack rating: D. The lowest thing he could find was one of the old iron tools that he had made sometime in the beginning. It was of the crude classification, and this was probably the lowest grade possible. After that was the common classification, and it was followed by the uncommon one, which was his Durasteel Shield. Rare came afterward, and he was actually able to discover items like that among his creations. Crude, common, uncommon, rare, and then there was unique. For some reason, this naming scheme didn't fully stick with Roland. Unique was synonymous with one of a kind. It didn't really go along with the other four names. Could there be an irregular category that the system isn't able to fully measure? Well, it doesn't really matter that much. I just need to start identifying more items. This new title gave him the ability to see the classification of items, and also any set bonuses that they had. It would allow him to pick up better items from a pile, without the need of going through their metallic composition, or getting too close. It would provide him with information when facing off against opponents. I don't have much time left. I need to move to the testing phase, but before that, Roland turned off all the recent prompts, and was about to give the armor a test run. The last thing on his mind was his first level up. His level reached 177, and he was curious about how many stat points he received from his new class. When it came to Tier 1 classes, usually all the gains were capped out at 1 point. Then moving on to Tier 2 classes, they were doubled to 2 points a level. Now that he was Tier 3, it was probable that he could gain 4 or 3 stat points a level up. Name: Roland Arden 177 lira. T3 Runesmith Overlord 2 lira primary. T2 Runesmith Lord 50 lira tertiary. T2 Runic Engineer 50 lira secondary. T1 Mage 25 lira x. T1 Runic Mana Scribe 25 lira x. T1 Runic Blacksmith 25 lira x. HP 37,756 37,756. MP 76,084 76,084. SP 52,062 52,060 seconds. Strength 250, plus 3. Agility 205, plus 2. Dexterity 293, plus 2. Vitality 262, plus 3. Endurance 292, plus 3. Intelligence 343, plus 3. Willpower 332, plus 3. Charisma 21. It seems that 3 is the maximal number, but I'm not getting anything under 2 points, so it's a big improvement over Tier 2. After using this level up as an indication for future level ups, he was shocked. This meant that he would receive a minimum of 200 points in each stat, until reaching max level of his Runesmith Overlord class. While his class was a bit special, this didn't mean that the other Tier 3 class holders would be that far behind. This does explain the discrepancy between tiers. There is no way someone at a lower tier could compete with such a stat difference. It was clear that the gap between tiers continued to grow. The chasm just got more massive. Roland thought back to the time that he fought the Lich and the miracle of his surviving the confrontation. If he was facing off against any other creature that didn't have an obvious weakness, then more than likely he would have been dead. Now he had reached this stage, but it wasn't over as stronger foes awaited. The next confrontation was already scheduled, as Theodore Valerian decided to send out some people to pick up Emerson. It was probable that at least one other Knight Commander would appear and perhaps be accompanied by other Tier 3 class holders. Just like Arthur hired Platinum Adventurers, the same could be done by his older brother, that possessed deeper pockets. The group could potentially outrank the 5 Arthur hired. It might be up to him to do most of the heavy lifting if anything went wrong. I don't think they'll go for another confrontation this early, but I need to get ready for any potential fights. Roland looked at the large greatsword that Emerson was using. It would be a slap to his face to have it on him while the man was being released. He didn't really have a choice though. There was no time to make a new weapon for himself. There were only 2 days left, and that would be only enough to perform a few tests on his armor, and maybe replacing the enchantments on this sword was possible. Would be better if I did this somewhere else? Roland arrived at the testing facility. Previously he destroyed the place and almost collapsed the roof above him. When he was first playing around with his Overlord's might skill, he made sure not to place this large chamber directly under his house, but if it was destroyed, then a few of his wind generators would collapse along with it. His power had become superhuman, and simple rock walls were not enough to contain the magical blasts or even punches that he could produce. I need to make this larger. The ceiling is too close, maybe making some construction golems won't be a bad idea. I don't really want anyone snooping around this place. After giving out a sigh he got to it. The silver gray suit that he created was already around his body, and quite the tight fit. It didn't leave much to the imagination as he wasn't wearing much under it. Besides the underwear to cover his nether regions, the rest of his body was exposed. Transferring mana was much easier through skin contact, and he wanted to have as much of an advantage while using this set as possible. Finally, the various parts of the armor started floating around. The Mage Hand spell was fully utilized to get them in the correct locations for integration. There was no real need for leather straps anymore, as the suit had been designed with latches and clasps in mind. When it was in the correct location, a magical signal would push every piece together and slightly magnetize everything to the bendy metal suit. I could probably make this more streamlined. Just as he could use the Mage Hands, it could be done through runic items. It was possible to program in a dressing up sequence, where the armor used the spell by itself, while using the silver-gray suit as a reference. He could already see himself T-posing, while the armor parts flew to him from the other side of the room. For now, at least, he needed to get through this in a slow and steady fashion, by placing the parts one by one. Last came the helmet that he just placed over his head, with the help of his own 2 hands. For a moment he deliberated about making a large movable face part, which would open up as a hood of a car upwards. Yet after considering the time and how the moving parts would introduce weak points to the design, he decided against it. Perhaps in the future, when making a Mark II version, he would implement such a solution, but for now, this would be it. The visor was slightly larger than his older design, and when being used gave out a lighter glow. Through it, he was able to see everything unperturbed, and with the advantage of miniaturized screens on the side. Those screens would allow him to see his blind spots with the help of a few golem eyes that were hidden in the back portion of this helmet. The image would be a bit hazy, but enough to warn him about any potential threats. I've gained some size with this armor on. The first thing he realized was the increase in his height, which now reached 2 meters. This, combined with all the armored pieces, gave him a more intimidating appearance of a Tier 3 Knight Commander. He still needed to add a cape to fit the role, but at least in appearance, he did look the part. Okay, let's run some diagnostics while I give it a little jog. With the dawn of Tier 3 runic constructs came an improvement to the all-around runic operating system. It was like moving from DOS, which required many prompt inputs, to Windows, which actually had a proper graphical interface to work with. It was possible for him to have it send out a small mana jolt through all the traces to check if any of them were being blocked. While it was doing that, Roland took the first step forward. The boots he was wearing had a bit of a footprint, so it took him a moment to get used to his new frame. Yet after a few minutes, he was casually sprinting around the testing facility without hearing any crunching or screeching from metallic parts rubbing against each other. The system really helps with the measurements. It's just like on the schematic. He had to give it up to the skills that he gained. After following the plans that he drew up himself, he managed to make the perfect replica. The weight distribution was perfect, and it didn't feel awkward to move in this armor piece at all. It was even possible for him to jump and perform some kicking motions, without too much of a problem. Yet the weight was still there. If he gained too much momentum, it became harder to stop. Obviously, some time needed to be spent on training before he fully mastered this new piece of equipment. Before mastering it fully, he would need to be careful, and perhaps relying on powerful Tier 3 spells was the way out. His hand moved forward, and he pointed out with his palm on a set of slabs of metal. The first one was a block of iron, after it was steel, and behind him durasteel. At the bottom of his palm was a circle that started glowing pale blue. Soon it switched to a brighter red color, before firing a superheated energy bolt at the blocks of metal. A loud bang hit his ears as it connected with the target, and quickly melted right through it. Both the iron and steel blocks were not able to resist at all, and only until it got to the last one did the attack subside. Those weren't thin sheets of metal either. Roland compared this little hand blaster to the large mana cannon he designed to defeat the Tier 3 monster skeletons. This one shot wasn't that far off from the power of that mana drill, and he wasn't even utilizing it to full capacity. With how spammable this palm blaster was compared to the bulky mana cannon, it was a massive improvement. The testing continued with him trying out a couple of different spell combinations. This brought the first problem to the forefront, and one of the downsides of this armor set compared to the other one. Greater runic spells were a lot more complicated than common ones. This caused somewhat of a control issue in the operating system through which he was activating it. His suit of armor was clearly lagging behind, and even when utilizing his multiple minds, it was becoming problematic. Spells that he could utilize in a matter of seconds was his biggest advantage over other people. He was still ahead of mages comparable to his level, but creating grand spells would put a strain on the system. Should I try alleviating this or go with another approach? A few golems and the bits could buy me enough time to initiate the spell. It takes time for the mana to go through the larger structure of a greater rune. Could there be a way to hasten the process? For the time being, he decided to leave this problem alone. Besides attacking spells, he wanted to test something different. The first Tier 3 spell that he analyzed had been the levitation spell. It was capable of moving objects and the caster up in the air, and reducing falling speed. However, was it really capable of only that? For this test to proceed, he needed to get outside where there was no ceiling. The moon was shining out brightly as he had worked into the late hours as always. Anai was there to greet him, and was not fooled by the new armor set at all. Woof. Give me some space, Anai. I don't want to crash into you. Woo. The wolf moved his head sideways, as if he wasn't sure what his master meant. Roland tried to ignore the lazy wolf that just sat down next to one of the windmills. Their spinning blades continued to generate a little bit of sound as he got ready for a little experiment. Should I go for it? Roland asked himself as he wasn't sure that this was a good idea. The levitation spell was usually meant for reducing fall damage or rising into the air to reach locations that were inaccessible to the caster. What he was about to do was inspired by his modern mind and too many shows with flying robots. After another jump, the soles on his metallic boots started giving off a red glow. He had decided to utilize a similar propulsion system that existed in rockets. With the levitation spell active, there was not much weight for his rocket boots to lift, and thus he started gaining altitude. Whoa, is it actually working? I can see the whole house from here. Roland's expression wasn't visible, but under the helmet, he was actually smiling. He was rising up into the air and could even see the city of Albrook. It was filled with many small lights that represented torches and moving city guards patrolling the area. In the other direction, he could even see the dungeon that had its opening illuminated as well. Wait. His mind was brought back to reality as he realized that he had gone too far up. When glancing down, his home was quite a distance away. While his mind remained calm and he knew that slowly lowering the output of the thrusts would remedy this situation, he was not very experienced in this field of flight. By bending his body in the wrong way along with his feet, he started rearing off to one side. Oh shit, I can't balance it out. The two thrusters on the boots filled out the sky as they started propelling him all over the place. Even his attempt at stabilizing himself with the help of his hands, which were also capable of discharging flames, failed. His armored body flew to the side and into the trees in the nearby forest, where he had his first crash landing. Only thanks to an emergency mana shield and his newly attained body enhancements was he able to come out with only a few bruises. Yet as he lay there in a crater of his own creation, his mind drifted towards a solution to this dilemma. It seemed that retaining balance in the air wasn't that easy, and would probably become even harder the more complex magics he utilized. However, there was someone that seemed to do fine when casting the levitation spell, and was quite competent in using it while chasing Roland down in the dungeon. I wonder, could it be possible? Chapter 340. The New Commander. I know that I placed it somewhere in here. There it is. After the little crash landing, Roland quickly gathered up his armor and returned home. Considering that none of the parts flew off his body, it at least proved that the Silvergrace suit was clinging to the parts well. Even when receiving some physical trauma from the fall, the magnetism helping to hold everything together still worked. Even if he was all out of mana, he implemented a few runic batteries as a backup generator. Unless his new armor received some critical damage, it would not peel off easily. It's still cracked, but I should be able to copy or transfer the data that's stored in it. He was looking at a small cracked orb that belonged to the Purgatory Lick that invaded his home. After the predicament with that monster was finished, this piece was stored by him in a safe along with some other valuables. When flying through the air, he was having trouble keeping balance, as the levitation spell was not meant for such a use. Its intent was to float up in the air. Only thanks to the power of propulsion was something like flying even possible. It was a little experiment that he performed in the hopes of gaining some air mobility. The mana cost of such a combination technique was actually not that bad. While the levitation spell worked at minimum capacity to reduce his weight to almost nothing, he could use tier 2 fire spells to propel himself forward. There was one big problem though: he was not versed in flight, and had no idea how to balance everything out. While making the armor, his thoughts weren't really on gliding through the air, which would require constant adaptive movements to not overshoot. Thus the damaged monster core of his latest monster enemy came into play. After the Lick's defeat, Roland did a small investigation into the Purgatory variant. They were quite powerful monsters that, if not killed fast, could evolve into something truly disastrous. Then there was their specialty that in later stages involved actual flight. Considering that this monster core was a database of the monster's memories, there was a possibility of gaining that knowledge for himself. After working with golems, Roland was convinced that there existed other variants that were similar, this monster Lick being one of them. Instead of having a brain made of flesh similar to humans, it possessed a core that worked like it instead. If he was capable of taking monster cores and implementing them into his spider golems, then it was probably the same for this thing. I haven't really ever tried working with the previous operating system though. Maybe I should perform a few tests on regular golem cores before fiddling around with this thing. While the idea was interesting, there were a lot of drawbacks. This core still belonged to a monster that was hungry for his mana. What if he inserted it into a golem which would instantly go berserk and try to kill him? Without spending some time adjusting this thing, there was no way of him knowing about what could happen. Perhaps it might be better to just use a golemic core of a floating golem. But there aren't really that many variants besides that, I think. He tried to recall any monsters that could do the same thing instead, and were not bent on feeding on his flesh. There weren't that many resources available, as most monster golems encountered in dungeons were lumbering giants. Other craftsmen also preferred to produce similar variants, as it decreased the work they needed to perform on the monster cores. Making one from scratch was a possibility, but would probably require years of research, and then extended tests. This thing is also perfectly aligned to my mana pattern. Integrating it into the system wouldn't be that difficult, and it also is a core of a rare tier 3 monster variant. They aren't that easy to get. Roland was a magic caster, and implementing something like an eye program that previously belonged to a magic caster would go well with his design. The Lick was primed for using many minions, so it could help him control the increasingly more complex golems that he was going to start building. Even if he had the multiple mind trait, there was no way for him to control all of them at once. They needed to work on some type of operating system, and a helper could be something he could use in the future. While due to being a human from the modern world his mind went towards artificial intelligence, such things weren't really that foreign in this world. Other mages could gain some help with their spell casting work from summoned creatures. There were even specialized ones integrated into mage towers. Roland wasn't sure how they really worked and what they did there, but it wouldn't be much different than his attempt at integrating this core to help him with some calculations. Well, I'll decide later. I need to rework the Mithril Greatsword before Theodore's knights arrive. It would be great if I could examine a mage tower, could help me with the research. It was late, so for the time being he decided to put the core away and keep this idea for later. First, he needed to get through the ordeal of the next day. Now that he had become the head knight, there were certain responsibilities that weighed down on his shoulders. After finishing up with the blade, there were things he needed to attend to at the Valyrian barracks. Get your asses into gear, the commander will be here any minute. Who would have thought that the runesmith was a hidden knight? I was rude to him once. Do you think he remembers? Probably. Those tier 3s have a good memory. You're probably done for. Hey, stop joking. Shut your mouths already. A group of soldiers were standing around a field while wearing standard soldier armor. It wasn't full plate armor as it lacked some metallic protection around the thigh and upper arm parts. This was defended by a lengthy chain shirt and a piece of plate armor designed to protect the upper thigh called the tasses. Their helmets had no visors, and while they offered less protection, they didn't limit their sight as much as the bulkier counterparts. Around 100 of these soldiers had gathered at their training ground. On their left side each came equipped with a shield of the runic variety. Their main weapons consisted either of shorter one-handed spears or a longsword. All of the weapons had runic enchantments on them, and were made from durasteel. The man that fashioned these in the past was on his way here, which felt a bit strange to this squadron of men. Sir Gareth and Morian will arrive with the new knight commander. I want you all to be on your best behavior. You want us to sing him a song, Captain? Haha, that's a good idea. Davin here knows his way around the loot. We could share some drinks. That's a good idea. The soldiers nodded while their leader, Guard Captain Edmund, slumped his shoulders. He was well aware that the soldiers here weren't quite trained. They mostly consisted of previous adventurers or farmers' sons that acquired the warrior's class. Some chose to become city guards instead of roaming the dungeons and getting killed by scary monsters. Now they had become part of the city and needed a lot more training. Shut your mouths or I'll do it for you. Whatever you do, don't speak out without getting asked by the knights or your head will roll. Edmund was forced into scare tactics as he didn't want a slaughter to commence. The new commander was apparently Wayland the runesmith. The man was stoic and very rarely talked. It seemed like the type that wouldn't appreciate a unit of sloppy soldiers. If he saw this scene, Edmund feared that someone could lose their life or a limb. He heard some horror stories of knights making examples of sloppy guards to strike fear into their underlings. This was not something that he wanted to happen to his men who he was responsible for. The knight commander is coming. Everyone, get to your spots and don't dare to move. One of the soldiers that was instructed to inform him about Sir Wayland's arrival finally showed up. He quickly placed himself next to the other armored men and remained silent. Even though everyone was loud and cheery just a moment ago, now even a pin dropping would be heard. Their heads remained facing forward, but their eyes continuously glanced at the entrance through which their new leader was supposed to enter through. Many of them had already been there during the confrontation of the two knight commanders. The impression that was left was quite overpowering. To them that had never seen a proper battle between Tier 3 class holders, it was eye-opening. Gareth stepped through the threshold, and next to him was Morian. Both of them were suited up and wearing heavier plate mail suits of armor. When the two first arrived in the city they were quite eye-catching, but now they didn't look like much, even less when compared to the person that was slowly walking behind them. The weight of this suit was not something they would have been able to handle, and all of them knew it. Yet the crimson suit with darker silvery outlines wasn't the thing they were focusing on. Their gazes caught something else that was following next to their new commander. Around 40 centimeters off the ground, a sword was floating. There was a visible blue hue around it, with runes giving off similar light. The sword was long and bulky, and not something that should be easily able to hover in the air. All of them wanted to start asking questions about the magical flying sword, but they couldn't. The moment this man arrived before them, a strange oppressive aura surrounded the entire training field. It was as if they were looking at some kind of ferocious dragon staring them down. They all felt as if they would lose their heads if they tried to speak up or move a muscle. Even Captain Edmund was shocked, as the previous time he had seen Commander Wayland, he was wearing something more casual. Now he looked like someone ready for war. "I won't take up much of your time. As you might have heard, I'm your new Knight Commander." His voice was quite strong but not oppressive. There was some roughness to it, but also a strange softness in the tone. The moment most of the soldiers heard it, they were knocked out of their stupor. Even though he wasn't saying much, the knight before them was able to keep their full attention. "Sir Gareth and Sir Morian will explain your mission. You have been handpicked to act as the vanguard for our lord, Arthur Valerian. I will make sure that you don't dirty the noble family's name." Some of them were stunned by the announcement. There were more soldiers within the Valerian compound, but 100 were chosen to gather here. It seemed that they were planning on giving them some special training, which was a big opportunity. They were not knights, and lacked some of the proper training given to them. This was turning out to be an opportunity of a lifetime that could potentially earn them a pay raise. "Sir Gareth, if you would." "Of course, Commander." Soon their new leader took a step back and remained in place, while the two other knights filled the soldiers in on the new mission. Just as they expected, they would be receiving some new training along with new weapons and positions, if they made it through. It seemed like the noble wanted to create a smaller unit of elite soldiers, and they had the chance to get into it. "What do you think?" "I'm not sure. They need a lot more training." The highest level was around 70. "You might want to ask for some proper knights from the academy. The graduation just ended. I won't be able to gather any worthwhile recruits at this time." Mary, did you spot anyone suspicious?" "No, there didn't seem to be any spies within this group, at least." Roland nodded at the reply while peeking out of the window. He could see part of the barracks from here, and the sounds of their new training regiment were quite audible. "I agree, it's better to be careful." His visit to Arthur's villa was to present himself to the new soldiers. To make a grander impression, he used his runic suppression skill along with some visual cues. The floating sword was one gimmick and gave him an air of mysticism. He wanted to give the impression of a no-nonsense leader, similar to the way Emerson operated. From these 100 or so men, he wanted to get rid of around half. The rest would be put to work in the dungeon to gain some quick levels. "But first we must get through the exchange. I'll be counting on you for tomorrow, my head knight." "Ha, yes, leave it all on my shoulders. After this is over, I'll have you both work." "Yes, sir." Not paying for his release was an option if he could force his way through, but that was what he was here for, to act as a deterrent. Soon the time arrived, and Roland was left with a swarm of butterflies floating around in his belly. Thanks to the armor shielding him from the outside gazes, no one would know that their pillar of support was having second thoughts. This was not something he wished to do, but there was no way out of it. To protect himself along with the people he cherished, he couldn't retreat anymore. As it stood now, he needed to rely on this armor that he created. His opponents might decide to test him again in this land where might made right. "I guess I'll first go with plan A." "Well, my knight, I think you are needed elsewhere." "Yes, my lord. I will take care of it swiftly." Arthur smiled as Roland switched to his knight commander persona. At least when they were out together, he needed to fit the role. With time, he hoped to get replaced by one of the two knights that were loyal to the young lord. Together with Mary, they needed to get through a quick leveling course and become his real pillars of support. As it stood now, he still only saw himself as a temporary ally. Outside, a row of soldiers stood at attention as they formed a pathway to the Valyrian villa. Emerson, as the most important part of this exchange, had been transported here. The rest of the knights would be released shortly after the money was transferred in full. Arthur didn't need to make an appearance during this exchange. With Roland around, there was no need for him to bow his head before other knight commanders like before. It was fine for him to remain in his office and keep a lookout. Commander. Both the guard knights that usually guarded Arthur were now assigned to him. Their levels had gone up since the last time, but weren't much over 100. Roland was not sure if he was trusted by these two, but that didn't really matter. They would not betray Arthur, and at least he could count on them not interfering in things, as long as he acted in their lord's favor. Soon they were walking through the villa's corridor to go outside. The maids, butlers, and even the cooking staff were all hanging around the windows. To them, seeing so many armored men gathering together was quite the spectacle. Bring him along, but remain behind me. We will not hand him over until they give us the correct sum. Yes, Knight Commander. On their way to the exit, they were greeted by 4 soldiers. They were holding on to Knight Commander Emerson tightly, who was unable to muster much strength due to the collar around his neck. He didn't say anything while glancing at Roland's new armor, but the moment the floating sword was seen, his eyes began to twitch. At the side, there was his own party of Platinum Adventurers. They were on standby for the time being. If a fight broke out, they would be the main backup for his side. The time for the trade was upon them, and he hoped that this time around, no blood would need to be shed.